Chapter 11:01. Two True Inheritances. With He tribe's current situation, should I interfere? Fang Yuan thought about it. There was much he could do here. Even though He tribe was a super force, part of the Huangjin family, they were weak among the super forces of Northern Plains. Moreover, they were besieged on all fronts now. They were facing the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. The outcome was obvious. He tribe was going down in flames. Even if they were unwilling to give in, how could one tribe resist the entire Gu immortal world? Unless they had a rank 8 Gu immortal to defend them. But He tribe did not have such a person. He tribe's top 4 supreme elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, and had battle strength that could contest with that of a rank 8 to an extent. But this was the only trump card that He tribe had. Fang Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. To him, the situation was a mess now. Everyone wanted to gain profits from He tribe. In this situation, he could definitely gain something. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage. He had a Gu immortal captive, He Cheng. Gu immortal He Cheng was not like ordinary He tribe Gu immortals. He had authority. He was trusted by the top 4 supreme elders. He tribe's top 4 supreme elders encountered a problem when using the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, causing them to be unable to distance themselves from one another. They could only give up some authority. He Cheng was their spokesperson. He managed the affairs of He tribe and knew clearly about the situation in the whole of He tribe. He Cheng was in Fang Yuan's hands. He naturally had methods to search souls and wills. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He Cheng could not defend against him. Right now, Fang Yuan had more clear knowledge about He tribe than those Huangjin tribes who were targeting it. He knew deeper and more specific information. With the support of his intel, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage compared to them. Within He tribe, there was a key thing which attracted Fang Yuan. That was the He Fan true inheritance. He Fan was once a Gu immortal of He tribe. He was a famous person in history, but he had died long ago. In the past, He Fan cultivated time path. He reached rank 8. He controlled He tribe and made it an overlord back then. It was quite powerful even among super forces. Those were glorious times. But his lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe slowly became weaker, while some of the other super forces rose up. Before He Fan died, he left behind his true inheritance, but none of He tribe's descendants could inherit it. The true inheritance of a rank 8 Gu immortal. If one inherited it, they might become a rank 8 Gu immortal in the future. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would not be in this situation. In the world of Gu immortals, rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom, rank 7 Gu immortals were in the middle, while rank 8s were the top brass. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal, even if He Lu Lan was the main culprit behind the destruction of 88 True Yang building, they could still withstand it. The existence of a rank 8 Gu immortal was crucial to the deterrence of a super force against others. Even if this rank 8 Gu immortal were to be faced with pressure by many other rank 8 Gu immortals, they would at most only need to pay a huge price in resources and compensation to protect the tribe. The current situation was not like that. He tribe had many Gu immortals, but they could not defend the tribe. He Fan true inheritance, Fang Yuan muttered. His eyes were shining deeply. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is Heaven's will. And Heaven's will's strongest methods are calamities and tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation is a gamble. I am targeted by Heaven's will. It is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity is 2 months. This is simply too short. If he had more time, Fang Yuan could deal with the calamities and tribulations after more preparation. But Fang Yuan's body, coming from the sovereign immortal fetus, was simply too absurd. Its existence defied heaven. It could not be allowed to remain. However, man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu immortals were incredibly intelligent beings. Predecessors had thought of countless ways to deal with the short durations between calamities and tribulations. Among them, the most popular were time path methods. Lang Ye Blessed Land did this. Long-Hair Ancestor had once asked a time path great expert to slow the rate of time in Lang Ye Blessed Land. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was longer. After Long-Hair Ancestor died, this was left behind. This gave Lang Ye Land's spirit lots of time to prepare and get ready for all the calamities and tribulations. I do not know any time path Gu immortal. Even if I once was in contact with Tai by Yun Sheng, he could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan knew about Tai by Yun Sheng's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai by Yun Sheng in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But in fact, not all time path Gu immortals had methods to slow time in the immortal aperture. Tai by Yun Sheng was a good example. Even if I know any such time path Gu immortal, or approach them now, my sovereign immortal aperture is an extremely important secret. It is too huge of a deal. How can I let any time path Gu immortal know about it? It is hard to trust anyone. I might as well rely on myself. If I can obtain the Hmph true inheritance and slow the time in my immortal aperture, that would be great. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have a method to slow the time passing in the immortal aperture. But the Hmph true inheritance was extraordinary. It was left behind by the rank 8 Hmph. In the history of He tribe, it was recorded, when Hmph was alive, he had slowed the time in many immortal apertures of He tribe Gu Immortals. This way, the He tribe Gu Immortals could deal with their calamities and tribulations with more ease. There was a greater chance of success. As time passed, the number of He tribe Gu Immortals exceeded other superforces. With the rank 8 Gu Immortal Hmph as deterrents in northern plains, and with countless rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals in He tribe, this created a glorious time of prosperity in He tribe's history. Fang Yuan knew clearly about the history of He tribe through the captive He Chung. Blazing Heaven Demoness knew about this too. She had a time path injury. It made the rate at which time passed for her very fast. She had to become an immortal zombie. To cure her injury, Blazing Heaven Demoness formed a scheme, sending her sister Su Xian heir to He tribe, attempting to obtain the Hmph true inheritance and heal her. Instead, her sister fell in love with He Chung and gave birth to He Lulan. It became a story of love and hatred. All in all, as long as Fang Yuan could obtain the Hmph true inheritance, he could slow the rate of time in his immortal aperture. Once the rate of time in his immortal aperture slowed down, Fang Yuan's circumstances would change drastically. Even though slower time meant that production of resources would also be slower, and his cultivation level would also rise more slowly, it stabilized the situation. Fang Yuan's pressure and difficulty in cultivating would be lower by a huge margin. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Hmph true inheritance. Fang Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. To him, this was a crucial way to get out of his situation. If I want to leave and go to He tribe, participating in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do so. This precious information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal Gu to conceal my aura. Heavens will cannot find me. And thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal Gu to disguise myself. I can mix in with the chaotic bunch moving in. Should I go? Fang Yuan thought over it. He decided to observe from the sidelines. He did not go immediately. The situation over at He tribe was too chaotic now. Righteous path, demonic path, even lone immortals were participating in the raid. The scene was a mess. Countless experts were moving about, appearing continuously. Among rank 6 Gu Immortals, there were bottom-tier Gu Immortals like Old Lu, and also ordinary Gu Immortals like Qing Xianzi. There were even Zhuozhan, Divine Lord Tian Du, Shiho, and other experts. Among rank 7 Gu Immortal experts, there were Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui-Han. According to some vague rumors, it seemed like Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Old Ancestor Shui who were also active in this. Fang Yuan looked at the situation. The time was not ripe yet. This was only the start. Many forces and Gu Immortals were taking over He tribe's resource points. These Gu Immortals were far from reaching the headquarters yet. All sorts of forces were restricting one another. It was very chaotic. Countless people rose up and fought. They competed to decide who would get to keep the resources. If Fang Yuan went now, he would be implicated, no matter who he disguised himself as. And Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection only lasted for a while. It could not be used for long. And most importantly, there was Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will could make arrangements against Fang Yuan. What did Heaven's Will know? Heaven's Will was inside Spring Autumn Cicada. With Spring Autumn Cicada around Fang Yuan, Heaven's Will might know of his plan beforehand. During the transactions with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect had told Fang Yuan. Heaven's Will was vast. It was everywhere. Heaven's Will covered the area of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was a huge advantage. It knew much information and secrets. Because of many reasons, Fang Yuan could not act casually. He decided to wait until He tribe's situation became clearer. Once he could see the situation clearly, he would be able to take action. The key of this was still one word: speed. Accumulating strength and striking immediately before leaving rapidly. There was no better tactic. Fang Yuan waited patiently. Using Langya's sect, he could gain information about the outside world. Days passed by. The battles involving He tribe continued to aggravate. Countless Gu Immortals got involved. Some won while others lost. Countless schemes were used. It was like a huge spiral, and this spiral was expanding, sucking in even more people. At this rate, the spiral was becoming chaotic and uncontrollable. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation. They appeared. There were people like Fang Yuan as well, biding their time. Days later, in Myriad Bean Garden, I tried my best, but the other party is hiding inside an immortal aperture. There are no results. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xi inside, showing some embarrassment on his face. Is that so? Disappointment could not be concealed on Chu Du's face. But I have made some other gain. Tianxia Xian suddenly said. Oh, what do you mean, Brother Tian? Chu Du was perplexed. Immediately, he saw that Tianxia Xian returned flying sword Immortal Gu to him. He pointed at the Immortal Gu and said, this flying sword Immortal Gu is not simple. There is an insignia left on this Gu. I have already deciphered this insignia. It is the key to an immortal's true inheritance. What? There is such a thing. Chu Du was surprised. He was greatly interested. Is this the sword path true inheritance of sword immortal Bo Qing? Chapter 11:02. Planning No. Hearing Chu Du's guess, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia Xian shook his head. This insignia is made from an information path method. According to my deduction, it is an information path true inheritance. But the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea instead. Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance. Chu Du frowned. His expectations fell drastically. If it were a sword path true inheritance, there was little hope of him cultivating it anyway. The reason was simple. He cultivated strength path. His foundation in strength path, Dao marks, was deep. It was difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong attacking power, and because of the historical records of the legendary pseudo-immortal venerable Bo Qing, Chu Du gained a lot of curiosity. The moment he heard information path, the curiosity faded. Chu Du was a highly accomplished character who naturally knew the advantages of information path towards his cultivation, but he was straightforward and had grand ambitions. He had a preference for strong offensive methods instead. He was known as the Domination Immortal. There was a saying, there are only wrong names, not wrong titles. Chu Du could not cultivate sword path or information path, of course. In this world, throughout the past, present, and future, Fang Yuan was the only one who could cultivate all paths. If other Gu Immortals wanted to cultivate a second path, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation, or if they had an exemplary Immortal Gu, most would not do something like this with great disadvantages. It was not wise. Seeing Chu Du's expression, Tianxia Xian knew what he was thinking. He quickly explained, Brother Chu, don't look down on this insignia. According to my deduction, this was carved onto flying sword Immortal Gu at a later time. Such an information path method is unheard of. It was an eye-opener. This is definitely not ordinary. Chu Du's expression became serious. After the reminder, he felt that Tianxia Xian's words made much sense. If the carving was done on ordinary rocks or walls, that was normal. But it was done on a Gu worm. That was very rare. And this was flying sword Immortal Gu, a rank 7 sword path Gu. Man is the spirit of all beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. When Gu Immortals cultivate and undergo tribulations, they would gain more Dao marks in their bodies. Meanwhile, Immortal Gu were fragments made of Dao marks. The Dao marks of different paths would resist and conflict with each other. This information path insignia had a trace of information path Dao marks within it, but it could be carved on a container of sword path Dao marks and be kept for such a long time. This was like a ship floating in the sea, unmoved by all the currents around it. In this case, the information path method was simply extraordinary. Brother Chu, can I negotiate with you? Tianxia Xian suddenly asked. Chu Du smiled lightly. He was not a wisdom path Gu Immortal, but he understood what Tianxia Xian was going to say. Chu Du waved his hand, interrupting Tianxia Xian, saying, Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This flying sword Immortal Gu is not mine to begin with. It belongs to my friend. My friend had gone missing, so I got worried and wanted to deduce his location. The opportunity on this Immortal Gu also belongs to him. The deductions of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals did not come from thin air. They needed clues. The more clues there were, the easier the deduction could be done. Thus, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals often had a great desire towards information path methods. Tianxia Xian was originally not interested in most information path methods because he had inherited old Immortal Tian Yuan's extraordinary wisdom path inheritance. He had very high standards. But because this information path true inheritance was too high quality, even a Gu Immortal as reserved as him was interested. I see I was too abrupt. Hearing Chu Du's rejection, Tianxia Xian felt dejected, but he still returned flying sword Immortal Gu to Chu Du. This rank 7 sword path Immortal Gu was used to deduce for clues. It was not the payment for his services. Of course, Chu Du asked Tianxia Xian to make a deduction for him. He paid a hefty price. The deduction did not succeed. According to the rules, I will take only half of the payment. Tianxia Xian looked at the flying sword Immortal Gu in Chu Du's hands longingly. He sighed and said this. Chu Du shook his head, laughing. No need. Even though my goal was not achieved, it was not for nothing. Brother Tian is indeed the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. It was worth the price. I will take my leave. Chu Du was the domination immortal, but he was not a rash person lacking interpersonal skills. Tianxia Xin was one of the few wisdom path experts in Northern Plains. He would likely need his help again in the future. How could Chu Du worsen their relationship? Tianxia Xin hesitated. But Chu Du had already left. He did things quickly and resolutely. He left without hesitation. When he left, he was quite happy. The rank 7 Immortal Gu flying sword was already very precious. Now that it also had an information path true inheritance clue, Chu Du felt that Fang Yuan would never give up on it. This way, he had a way to pressure Fang Yuan. I must obtain the method to draw out reckless savages, true, meaning no matter what. Chu Du felt a flame burning inside him. Tianxia Xin saw Chu Du leaving. He sighed helplessly. If it were others, he might have gone ahead to snatch it. But that was the domination immortal. Chu Du only cultivated strength path, while Tianxia Xin cultivated wisdom path. But Tianxia Xin did not have the courage to scheme against Chu Du's strength path, was declining like the setting sun, while wisdom path was precious and rare. But throughout history, there was no strongest path, only a strongest Gu immortal. No path or Gu worm could be known as the strongest. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, Gu worms were just tools. Time passed. The commotion in Northern Plains intensified. The web around He tribe was starting to tighten. Like what Fang Yuan had predicted, He tribe was resisting the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. How could they win? Even though He tribe's Gu immortals resisted strongly, they still lost bit by bit, with no hopes of winning. The intense aura of blood attracted more and more hungry sharks that came after He tribe's immense assets. He tribe headquarters, Iron Eagle blessed land. Right now, He tribe's Gu immortals were gathered. There was a gloomy atmosphere. He Cheng's 4 top supreme elders were seated at the highest position. He Cheng was captured by Fang Yuan. His good friend He Bai was injured. The other 6 He tribe Gu immortals were all rank 6. The atmosphere was heavy. The tribe is facing a calamity. We are all pillars that hold up He tribe. Let's talk about it. How can we survive this crisis? First Supreme Elder initiated, breaking the silence. But He tribe's Gu immortals simply looked at one another in turn. Nobody said a thing. This was not the first meeting. In the earlier meeting, they were participating actively. Some suggested that they should fight back strongly. They should punish and take down all those who try to infringe on He tribe's property. Of course, their goal was to achieve peace. Peace could only be obtained after fighting. He tribe's Gu immortals were not stupid. They knew this. Unfortunately, even though they understood this, He tribe's Gu immortals could not rival so many enemies. Even though they fought back, they were forced back. Almost all of He tribe's Gu immortals were injured now. One rank 6 Gu immortal even died. Second Supreme Elder sighed. If not for the fact that an accident happened when we used Green City Rampage, causing us to be unable to separate, the situation would be much better now. He tribe occupied a lot of resources, but He tribe Gu immortals were few, and most of them were rank 6. Against the attacking forces, He tribe was too weak and had little battle strength. They could not control the situation. It is all because of He Cheng. This person is a sinner of our tribe. That daughter of his caused this mess. He even lost our immortal Gu house dark prison. He truly deserves death, without sympathy. A He tribe Gu immortal scolded angrily. Indeed, indeed. He Cheng is a heinous sinner. At once, He tribe's Gu immortals spoke agitatedly. He Cheng lost the immortal Gu house dark prison. It was truly a huge mistake. Otherwise, with dark prison and the 4 elders Green City Rampage, the situation would not be this terrible. First Supreme Elder was silent. Dark prison was originally his. He had lent it to He Cheng. He Cheng was the one who lost dark prison. First Supreme Elder was also to blame for trusting the wrong person. During usual times, the 4 top Supreme Elders trusted He Cheng deeply, allowing him to manage matters in the tribe. The criticism and scolding of the He tribe Gu immortals was also vaguely expressing their unhappiness towards the 4 Supreme Elders, but they could not say it directly. After a while, Third Supreme Elder could not stand it anymore. He said, "Enough. At this point, the matter has already happened. What can cursing do? We are in a crisis now. If cursing could save us, I would have done it long ago. We are all members of He tribe with the same bloodline. If the tribe is wiped out, none of us will be spared. You should all know this." Once he said that, the berating stopped. Fourth Supreme Elder coughed. "Regarding our current situation, if anyone has any input, you can mention it." The immortals were silent. The difference in strength was too huge. There were no effective strategies. "I have something to say." At this point, a rank 6 Gu immortal spoke. Everyone looked over. It was He Bai. This immortal cultivated wood path. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was young, he was known as the He tribe stoneman. He was a man of few words. Normally, he was close to He Cheng. They had a deep friendship. "Speak, we are listening. I want to see what great idea you have, He Bai." The Gu immortals spoke in cold tones. They hated He Chung. That hatred extended to He Bai as well. He Bai's expression did not change. He was like a rock, saying solemnly, "In this situation, I do not need to speak much, you are all aware of it. Not only the righteous path and demonic path Gu Immortals, even lone Immortals are coming to get a share. The only reason for this is due to benefits. Everyone kicks a man who is down. The survival of our tribe is most important. As long as we survive, be it resources, benefits, or reputation, they are all things we can give up. You want us to surrender? Our tribe had traitors like He Lu Lan and He Chung. Imperial Court Blessed Land was also destroyed. Do you think the Huang Jin families would let us off?" Some Gu Immortals immediately mocked and sneered. He Bai shook his head. "The Huang Jin tribes will not let us off. But there is one person in Northern Plains now who can help our He tribe escape this crisis." "Who?" He Bai said a name. The Immortals heard this and were all shocked. Author's note. Guess who? Chapter 1103. Chaos in Northern Plains. The sun was setting. There was beautiful light in the horizon. It was blazing like fire, showing a scenic view. A light wind was blowing. The golden wheat fields were swaying along. This is the wheat field that He tribe cultivates with great care. It is truly huge and majestic. Gu Immortal Lu Qingming floated in the air as he looked down, saying plainly, He tribe had planted a huge amount of wheat here. This wheat was known as the golden wheat. It matured once every 2 years, but it was not meant to be consumed by humans. It was a type of metal called metal essence. This place was originally a barren, desolate land. Because it had too high of a mineral content, even causing the formation of mines, no plants would grow here. He tribe planted this golden wheat, making use of it to excavate the resources here. They had put in a lot of time and effort for the project. Thus, this wheat field forming an immense area was created. Even though Lu Qingming was in the air now, he could not see the borders of this field. There was another person beside Lu Qingming. His name was Su Guang, a light path Gu Immortal. He looked at the wheat field below him passionately. He tribe's wheat field is famous in Northern Plains. Every time it is harvested, at least 500,000 kilograms of metal essence is obtained. The metal essence is a huge source of revenue in He tribe. Even though the metal essence is a rank 5 mortal material, we have little use for it, but it can be sold in bulk for a good price. Lu Qingming smiled before nodding. It is worth taking. I would urge you both to not be foolish. My Guan tribe is taking this. A figure appeared along with the voice, standing in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. He had a stern expression. He was emitting strong battle intent. The third eye on his forehead was very eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang looked at each other, reaching a consensus. They had sensed that there were other Gu Immortals' auras here. They spoke earlier without taking physical action in order to lure out the Gu Immortals. So it is Guan Shunzhao of Guan tribe. Lu Qingming said politely. The traveling 3 elites, I have heard of you. But after Dong Fong Chong Fan's incident, Gu Immortal Han Dong is already dead. If you try to act forcefully, I am afraid the traveling 3 elites would be completely wiped out today. Guan Shunzhao was not polite at all. He was a Guan tribe Gu Immortal. Guan tribe was a super force, part of the Huang Jin family. He had enough confidence. Su Guang laughed. You are in the righteous path, while us brothers are in the demonic path. Righteous and demonic are opposing sides. Will we retreat now? We have to fight and determine the winner. Guan Shunzhao snorted coldly, attacking directly. At once, immortal aura rampaged. Light burst out. The 2 sides engaged in fierce combat in the sky. 2 figures, one big and one small, were flying parallel to the ground. Grandfather, where are we going? The smaller one was only a teenager in appearance. He asked with an expression of curiosity. Hee, my dear grandson, we are going to Gushing Spring Forest. Do you know about it? The larger one was an old-looking Gu Immortal. He wore a yellow robe. His huge sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The youngster's eyes moved about. Gushing Spring Forest is a forest of water pillars formed from underground geysers. It is said that there are countless water path and earth path Gu worms there. It is a precious territory of He tribe. Good, I did not teach you in vain. Dear grandson, don't you cultivate water path? We are going to Gushing Spring Forest now. Let's see if there are any water path mortal Gu that you want. If we are lucky, we might even obtain some of the springs. We can place them in my immortal aperture. When you becoming an immortal, I will transfer these resources to you. The old Gu Immortal said. The youngster showed a look of gratitude. He asked, worriedly, Grandfather, you are only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortal. What if you die after entering He tribe's territory? The youngster spoke without restraint. The old Gu Immortal was not angry. He laughed as he explained to his grandson. More than 10 days ago, He tribe's Gu Immortals had already gone back to their headquarters. Right now, He tribe's other territories are unoccupied. He tribe's Gu Immortals are not around. But what about other Gu Immortals? Didn't we hear that those old demons like Pai Shui Han are also getting involved? The youngster was still worried. You don't understand. The old Gu immortal was confident. Even though Gushing Spring Forest is an important territory, compared to the others, it is still inferior. Experts like Pai Shui Han would not want to come here. The closest super forces near He tribe are Lu tribe, Guan tribe, and Yao tribe. We cannot snatch the resources of territories near these tribes. Those close to He tribe's headquarters are also untouchable. Those important treasures are for these experts to fight over. Even if we watch from afar, we will be in danger. Considering this, Gushing Spring Forest is the safest and wisest choice for us. So that's it. The youngster realized. The sound of wind was loud. The two got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the old Gu immortal's expression changed. He heard the sound of intense battle. Oh no! The old Gu immortal's expression sank. He quickly flew into the air. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, sending down blazing rays of light. Gushing Spring Forest could be seen by the grandfather and grandson, but the place was a chaotic mess. The tranquil Gushing Spring Forest had been ravaged. It was in disarray. Spring water was spraying everywhere. Explosions were occurring constantly. Looking over it, there were nearly 10 Gu immortals in battle. At once, the two looked at each other bitterly. They could tell others had the same plan as them. There were many wise bottom-tier Gu immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were looming, rain was drizzling. Two groups were facing each other in the sky of this ordinary plain. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. Guan tribe had 3 Gu immortals, while Lu tribe had 2. The atmosphere was not heavy. The leaders of the two sides were talking warmly. If not for the weather, they might even look like they were having a tea party. Lord Third Supreme Elder, we have the advantage. Why don't we strike and occupy this place? Over at Guan tribe, Gu immortal Guan Shun Zhao could not stand the frustration. He transmitted this. Guan tribe's Third Supreme Elder was talking with the other party, but he also transmitted to Guan Shin Zhao. You are foolish. Have you forgotten the lesson a few days ago? By attacking rashly, you caused a bigger chaos. We could not defend the golden wheat field. Other demonic path Gu immortals snatched it. A fragment of immemorial red heaven is hidden in this place. It is very important. Who knows how many people are aiming at this location? But my Guan tribe and even Lu tribe each can be considered to have half the local territorial advantage. Thus, we are on the surface the two competing for it. At this moment, we cannot act rashly and attack without reason. Once we do, we would lose control of the situation. Outsiders would come in to steal the fruits of our labor. Guan Shin Zhao was scolded severely. He showed shame on his face as he transmitted. Lord, you are right. I was too rash. Eastern Sea, on a common island. Ing Wu Xie, Shenu, He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, all 4 of them appeared. This is the island. Ing Wu Xie looked around, letting out a breath of air. Fang Yuan, this is the turbulent flow sea area? Tai Bai Yun Sheng guessed. He had once roamed in Eastern Sea. He could differentiate the locations of Eastern Sea. Ing Wu Xie smiled. That's right. Master had given me information about this secret base. We can rest and recover. Here, currently, he was still using Fang Yuan's identity to deceive Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Among these 4 Gu immortals, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was the only one who was unaware of the truth. Ing Wu Xie willed. After a while, he waved his hand, saying, "Follow me." Immediately, a certain arrangement was activated in this place. He Lu Lan and the others' field of vision changed. When they regained their senses, they were already under the island. This place was a hollow that was previously dug out. A beautiful 5-floored palace was right in front of them. This is an immortal Gu house. He Lu Lan was shocked. Shadow Sect was a huge force. There were arrangements in all 5 regions. Even though Etian Mountain was a failure, the remaining forces were not to be underestimated. But what happened next was more shocking to her. The 3 immortals followed Ing Wu Xie, going inside the palace. The palace doors opened on its own. It recognized Ing Wu Xie's identity and welcomed the owner. This is so many immortal Gu. Once they entered the palace, Shenu and Tai Bai Yun Sheng could not help but cry out. Ing Wu Xie explained while smiling. The turbulent flow sea area is a hugely advantageous location. It has a collection of the world's currents running through here. Among them is a tributary of the River of Time. Thus, even though this is not a blessed land or Grotto-Heaven, it is a rare place to store treasure in the 5 regions. My Shadow Sect had already found out this tributary of the River of Time long ago. We made this arrangement on the island. We dug out the island's interior and put an immortal Gu house here, drawing strength from the River of Time to refine Gu. Thus, once in a while, immortal Gu refine themselves. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a guess already. He could not help but ask, "Don't tell me. This immortal Gu house is the legendary Regret Pool?" Ing Wu Xie nodded before shaking his head. This is only most of Regret Pool. Even though we have Regret Pool's greatest ability, the Gu refinement aspect, its attack and defense, are horrible. Once it is placed, it cannot be moved. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and was shaking from excitement. There are 3 great pools in this world: Heavenly Pool, Regret Pool, and Wine Pool. They are famous in the history of the 5 regions. To think that I can get to see Regret Pool today. He Lulan was less well informed. She had less information regarding time path compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng. She asked, refining Immortal Gu is extremely difficult. This Regret Pool is only an Immortal Gu house. It can refine so many Immortal Gu by itself. Ing Wuxie smiled and explained, Regret Pool is a time path Immortal Gu house. Its Gu refinement ability is both amazing and weak. When Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals refine Immortal Gu successfully here, we will leave an insignia behind. When the Immortal Gu is destroyed, Regret Pool can be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved insignia to refine the Immortal Gu again. The success rate is about 50 to 60%. 50 to 60%. He Lulan was shocked by the extremely high chance of success. There are flaws too. After succeeding in the Gu refinement, the insignia would vanish. Gu Immortals have to replenish it themselves. And if not for this hidden tributary of the River of Time, it would be too hard to activate this effect. It cannot be used much. Ing Wuxie added. He Lulan still had shock on her face. She looked at the Immortal Gu in front of her as she sighed, deeply moved. Even so, it is very strong. Ing Wuxie laughed as he raised his head. We are in a dangerous situation. You have all lost your Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu here are compensation. Pick what you want. Chapter 1104. Treasure Yellow Heaven opens. Shadow Sect's remnant forces were truly not simple. Right before He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, there were over a dozen Immortal Gu. But looking at these Immortal Gu, the joy on their faces faded gradually. I have the great strength true martial physique, but there are no strength path Immortal Gu among these Immortal Gu. He Lulan shook her head. She said with a regretful tone. Sigh? Fang Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path. If I use these Immortal Gu, Tai Bai Yunsheng was in the same state. There were no time path Immortal Gu among these Immortal Gu. Most of the Immortal Gu were soul path. Nu was silent. He was an earth path Gu immortal. There were 2 Immortal Gu here which were earth path, but his original Immortal Gu were still around anyway. Ing Wuxie nodded. The smile on his face did not fade. He knew that these were Immortal Gu that were destroyed during the Battle of Etian Mountain. These last days, the Immortal Gu House Regret Pool had activated, using the insignias left behind and the tributary of the River of Time to refine these Immortal Gu again. Thus, most of them were soul path. There were time path ones, but the refinement had failed. As for strength path Immortal Gu, there were none. That great strength true martial physique Immortal Zombie, Dali, was a rare cultivator of both wisdom and strength path, but when he refined strength path Immortal Gu, Shadow Sect had not yet built Regret Pool. He did not leave behind any insignia to refine Gu. No problem. You are all worried about conflicting Dao marks. I have a special method to allow you to cultivate another path, without having it clash with your original main path. There is such a thing. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared with wide eyes that were almost popping out. Nu's emotionless face had also changed. This method was simply unheard of. He Lulan squinted her eyes. She was suspicious that Ing Wuxie was trying to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She spoke. How can there be something as good as this? There has to be a downside. With such a special method, the drawback has to be severe. Ing Wuxie smiled. I can assure you, there are no side effects. He looked at He Lulan deeply, his gaze becoming darker. He had thought of Fang Yuan, feeling some gloominess. Compared to Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, what was so surprising about having 2 non-conflicting paths? Shadow Sect had researched and created Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It could allow Dao marks of all paths to coexist without any conflict between them. Inside the door of life and death, Spectral Soul had devoured the souls of countless Gu Immortals, obtaining an immense amount of cultivation experiences. Using 100,000 years to prepare, he had raised a multitude of paths to Great Grandmaster. Shadow Sect had the method to cultivate 2 paths since long ago. It was their initial version. At its final state, it was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. To refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years, using up the whole of the foundation of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. They even had to involve Spectral Soul's main body to succeed. But even the best-laid plans could go awry. Even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined, at the final moment, Fang Yuan took the fruits of their labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. Fang Yuan had already used it. There was no Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu left in this world. It could theoretically be refined again. However, the cost and risk to refine a second one was too high. Even Ing Wuxie did not have any confidence in it. Thus, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was essentially never going to appear again. unless I can capture Fang Yuan and use him as the main immortal material to reverse refine it. However, now is not the time to deal with him. I need to increase my strength. I need to gather the remnant forces in Eastern Sea and save my main body first. Ing Wuxie sighed internally. Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan had a score to settle, but he had his priorities. Now was not the time to fight against Fang Yuan. Time passed quickly. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Since Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity, more than a month had passed. Treasure Yellow Heaven had still not opened. There were no changes. Fang Yuan's plan of managing his immortal aperture was greatly affected. Left with no choice, he could only try to cultivate while deducing. Placing his focus on the chaotic scene in Northern Plains, he obtained information about the situation regarding the Hmph true inheritance. The earthly calamity occurred every 2 months. More than a month had passed already. In less than a month, Fang Yuan would face the third earthly calamity. Time in this world passed unceasingly. Fang Yuan could sense the third calamity already. What made Fang Yuan worried was, the third earthly calamity would be more dangerous than the second. And at the moment, his strength was not much higher than during the second earthly calamity. If I can obtain the Hmph true inheritance, I can likely make use of the Immortal Gu to slow the rate of time in the immortal aperture. This way, not just the third earthly calamity, even against future calamities and tribulations, I would have a great advantage. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of intel from Hmph. The Hmph true inheritance was very impressive. It came from the rank 8 time path great expert, Hmph. If he could obtain this true inheritance, he would be able to enter Hmph Grotto-Heaven. Not only could he become the Grotto-Heaven's owner, he could even obtain the time path Immortal Gu inside. Many Gu immortal true inheritances only had Immortal Gu recipes and immortal killer moves. They lacked Immortal Gu. This was because the feeding of Immortal Gu was very difficult. It was hard for them to live for long and to be inherited by successors. But Hmph true inheritance was different, because the Immortal Gu that Hmph left behind were still in his immortal aperture. For ideal management of a Gu immortal's immortal aperture, the first requirement would be that the immortal aperture satisfies the feeding requirements of their Immortal Gu. Gu immortals like Hmph were like the rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang in the current Northern Plains. The management of his immortal aperture was definitely ideal. If Fang Yuan could obtain the Hmph true inheritance, his capabilities would rise drastically. Once he slows down the rate of time in the immortal aperture, the dangerous situation would be lifted temporarily, or even settled completely. He would not be in this current situation, like he was walking on a tightrope. If he was careless, he would end up dead. These last days, due to Langya Sect, Fang Yuan gained a lot of intelligence regarding the chaos in Northern Plains. That was not to say that Langya Sect was skilled at gathering intelligence. It was the opposite. Because of the hairy man Gu immortals' identities, they could not obtain information easily, far inferior to the former Fairy Lishan. The crucial reason was, Northern Plains chaos was too big. The entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world was involved. Their conflict could be kept from mortals, but to Gu immortals, nothing could be concealed at all. A lot of intelligence did not need to be looked into to be found. They were available openly. Even though Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, he was very closely watching this situation. Hmph tribe was bearing too big of a blame. They were in a moment of crisis, at the risk of facing extermination. Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals, all three factions were like hungry wolves coming at them. Looking at Northern Plains map, Hmph tribe was at the southeast area of Northern Plains. They had a huge territory and controlled many resources. These resources attracted the greed of countless jackals. Initially, these wolves could still be restrained, but with immense benefits. Attracting them, Demonic Path Gu Immortals started to fight. The conflict between righteous and demonic continued to intensify. A notable event was the battle between Guan Shun Zhao and the traveling two elites. Guan Shun Zhao was outnumbered. The two Demonic Path Gu Immortals managed to snatch the golden wheat field. Thereafter, large numbers of Gu Immortals joined in. With Demonic Path Gu Immortals like the traveling three elites, Old Lu, Half Moon Brutemaster, and Zhuozhan, they competed over the resources of Hmph tribe. The scene was chaotic. The Righteous Path were caught off guard by them. Gushing Spring Forest was faced with a destructive plunder under such a situation. Hmph tribe's hundreds of years of management had gone to waste. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals became increasingly alert. They started to coordinate. Even with competing for the fragment world of immemorial Red Heaven, it was such an important resource, yet they still restrained themselves and did not go all out. The Gu immortal world had always been led by the Righteous Path, particularly Northern Plains Righteous Path. They were all part of the Huangjin family. They had the same origin. The Demonic Path Gu Immortals lost their momentum, but soon, as more than half of the resources were split among them, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, these rank 7 Gu Immortals started appearing, causing another wave of chaos. For the first time, The demonic path was pushing back the righteous path. At the start, He tribe's Gu Immortals were still defending their territories, but after experiencing some hardship, they gathered their remaining Gu Immortal battle strength and hid inside their headquarters, refusing to come out. This undoubtedly gave rise to the arrogance of the demonic path, Gu Immortals. Besides that, there were other reasons. Like earlier, old ancestor Shui, who had defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. As a member of the demonic path, he became the top expert in Northern Plains. And most importantly, the collapse of 88 True Yang building caused Immortal Gu to fly around randomly. Large numbers of demonic path and lone cultivator Gu Immortals benefited. Afterwards, Qin Bai Sheng held an auction. Many Gu Immortals obtained Immortal Gu that were compatible to them. Their battle strength rose drastically. This caused the powers of the whole of the demonic path and lone cultivator forces to rise. They were able to contend with the righteous path now. I destroyed 88 True Yang building and Imperial Court blessed land. In just a few years, this influence spread throughout Northern Plains. The current Northern Plains is already drastically different from the 500 years of my previous life. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The situation in Northern Plains had completely changed because of him. The other regions were still fine. But in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had lost most of his rebirth advantage. Of course, ever since he knew about Heaven's will, he had become quite suspicious regarding his so-called rebirth advantage. Fang Yuan waited patiently. Many resources in He tribe enticed him, but he did not take action. The most important resource in He tribe was the He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan could see this clearly. Some days later, eventually, Fang Yuan obtained information that Northern Plains Gu Immortals were attacking He tribe's headquarters. The He Fan true inheritance is hidden in He tribe's headquarters. It is time to act. Fang Yuan immediately left. He was very resolute, using the transportation formation to leave Langya blessed land. Langya land's spirit supported his actions, because this was a good chance to observe Northern Plains Gu Immortal world and become aware of all the respective forces' strengths. If they were lucky, they could obtain a lot of benefits. Langya land spirit did not dare to send Langya's sex hairy man Gu Immortals over, but Fang Yuan was a human and he was very crafty, a very suitable person to go. Fang Yuan did the same thing again. The moment he appeared in Northern Plains, he used dark limit, familiar face, and other methods to conceal his identity. At the same time, he used Sword Escape, Immortal Gu, and Blood Torrent to travel rapidly. He moved very quickly. He encountered no trouble. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were mostly gathered in He tribe's headquarters. This allowed Fang Yuan to travel unhindered. Not long later, He tribe's headquarters was right in front of him. He Fan true inheritance. I'm coming. Fang Yuan thought to himself, but he did not expect that Treasure Yellow Heaven had opened at this very moment. It was getting heated. Treasure Yellow Heaven's reopening caused all of the Gu Immortals who were waiting patiently to burst out with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan stopped moving. He fell into great hesitation on whether he should continue or go back. He received a piece of information coming from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan opened it and looked. It came from Chudu. Chapter 1105. He tribe's huge battle, 1/3, 2 days later. Blue skies and white clouds. The sun brightly shone in the sky. The surroundings were vast expanses of plains. One had unhindered vision. 2 Gu Immortals from Yao tribe floated in the air. They did not conceal themselves. They showed themselves confidently to everyone. A female Gu Immortal, Yao Ju, had a round face. She smiled. Today's weather is great. My mood has gotten better because of it. Beside her, another female Gu Immortal from Yao tribe, Yao Zihan, also sighed. The weather is great. We are in a good mood, but it is the opposite for He tribe. Her eyes shined with purple light, looking down at the empty grassland below her with much interest. On the other side of the cloud, there were 2 male Gu Immortals sitting. Both of them were middle-aged. They had thick beards. They wore armor and had exposed arms, bulging with muscles. Both of them were not wearing shoes, and their pants were very short, almost showing their knees. The only difference was, one of them had charcoal black skin, while the other had dark yellow skin. These were distinctive of 2 members of another Huangjin clan. It was Meng tribe. Meng Ji had dark yellow skin. He stared at the 2 female immortals from Yao tribe as he said, "That is Yao Zihan. Her eyes radiate purple light. That is because of Yao tribe's signature killer move. Purple jade eyes. This pair of eyes can see through blessed lands and Grotto-Heavens. Yao tribe has a clear awareness of the situation inside Iron Eagle blessed land." Meng Si, on the other hand, looked up and called out, "No big deal. If we really compete, our fists will do the talking." Saying so, he suddenly raised his head, looking towards the east, only to see that aurora burst out in the east. Golden light radiated as a beautiful palace flew over. Gong tribe is here. Impressive. They even brought their tribe's immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall. Gong tribe is very determined. Gong tribe has always been acting like this. They emphasize on extravagance. Don't bother about them. The righteous path Gu Immortals conversed. Most of their attention was on Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Iron Eagle Blessed Land was the headquarters of Hmph tribe. It was a public blessed land, placed in just one tiny spot. If the entrance was not open, the outside world could not observe it. Unless they had immortal killer moves similar to Yao Zihan's purple jade eyes. The righteous path Gu Immortals were patiently waiting. According to what they knew, the demonic path Gu Immortals had already joined up and attacked. As it turned out, during this chaos in Northern Plain, a rank 7 demonic path expert called Huang Di had interfered. He had high cultivation level and had obtained the true inheritance of a legendary person in Northern Plains, the Earth Path Great Expert Di Lao. He had methods to attack the Blessed Land. Because Iron Eagle Blessed Land was a public blessed land, it was assembled together and did not have the defense of a normal blessed land. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Huang Di went out first, bringing a bunch of demonic cultivators and lone immortals to attack. At some point, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was bound to collapse. That way, it would be full of loopholes. Even if the entrance was not open, Righteous Path Gu Immortals could enter freely. Everyone, Gong Air, would like to invite everyone to attack Hmph tribe together. Outside Gong tribe's Immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall, an old rank 7 Gu Immortal dressed in a golden robe spoke. It's that old fellow Gong Air. Our information was right. He indeed came. Gong tribe wants to lead over everyone. If we enter their hall, he would definitely be the alliance leader. This is Gong tribe's habit. But Gong tribe brought their Immortal Gu house here. They have the strongest power among us Righteous Path members. Who would be so foolish to let Gong tribe lead them? The Righteous Path Gu Immortals sneered internally. Nobody moved. Gong tribe was a Huangjin tribe, a super force. Their supreme elders had grand ambitions, wanting Gong tribe to be the leader of the Righteous Path. But among Huangjin tribes, none would submit to each other. Earlier, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had worked together but lost to old ancestor Shuehu. The last remaining Righteous Path rank 8 Gu Immortal was Prince Feng Xian. He was a member of Gong tribe. Gong tribe had been spreading news that only Prince Feng Xian could rival old ancestor Shuehu. Thus, they grew in boldness. Gong Air stood in front of the Immortal Gu house. He thought that he would be well received by the Righteous Path, but after a long time, nobody moved. There was not even any response or acknowledgement. Even though he was old and experienced, his expression could not help but turn ugly. Baizu tribe's Gu Immortals greet Senior Gong Air. At this time, 3 Gu Immortal flew over, getting close to Gong Air. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, while the other 2 were rank 6 Gu Immortals. The 3 Immortals were humble. They smiled and emanated warmth. Gong Air's expression soothed. He felt that the 3 Gu Immortals from Baizu tribe were amicable, and now, he could save his face, quickly inviting these 3 Immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals who saw this had complex expressions. Because Baizu tribe was not of the Huangjin bloodline, they had just become a Righteous Path superforce. This was due to the famous rank 8 Gu Immortal Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a lone cultivator, but after the collapse of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he saw hope of creating his own superforce. In the current Northern Plains, Righteous Path superforces were mostly Huangjin tribes. To become a superforce, Heavenly Lord Baizu got closer in his relationship with Yao Huang, working with him to deal with old ancestor Shuehu. Even though they lost against him in a 2-against-1, but Heavenly Lord Baizu's goal was achieved. He gained Yao Huang's friendship and Yao tribe's recognition. Heavenly Lord Baizu could create his Baizu tribe with his bloodline descendants. Baizu tribe's Gu Immortals were all nurtured inside Heavenly Lord Baizu's Grotto-Heaven. Even though there were few of them, right now, during these chaotic battles in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Baizu sent 3 to participate. Baizu tribe. Hmph. These Baizu tribe Gu Immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Baizu. We have differing viewpoints than Gong tribe. This caused Baizu tribe to gain benefits instead. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals were mostly part of the Huangjin bloodline. They had dominated Northern Plains. Even though there was internal conflict among them, they were more resistant towards outsiders, like Baizu tribe. It is a pity that Baizu tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu. We cannot touch them. Even so, we have many ways to deal with them. They want to establish a super force in Northern Plains, It is not so easy. At once, the Righteous Path Gu Immortals gathered and discussed on how to deal with Baizu tribe. Boom. The Immortals had just started talking. Before they had gone any further, they heard a loud explosion. Countless gazes looked down. They saw that on the grassland, space shattered like a broken mirror. The broken shards showed a gigantic expanse of scenery. The scene inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land was shown in front of everyone. Right now, Killer moves like purple jade eyes were no longer needed. The Immortals could see what was going on. All of the righteous path Immortals' attentions were drawn. Inside Iron Eagle blessed land, there was chaos. Large numbers of demonic path Gu Immortals were competing for He tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting aggressively. Crackle. Lightning shot everywhere, causing rocks to shatter and fly. Many deep pits were formed, they were charred black. Divine Lord Tian Du was covered in sparks as he shouted, "The lantern grass here is mine. Who dares to compete with me?" Old Lu and the others looked at each other. They could see that their gazes were filled with much wariness. Divine Lord Tian Du had gained 2 lightning path Immortal Gu. His battle strength rose drastically. "We should retreat." "That's right. This place is filled with treasures. Why must we compete with him?" These Gu Immortals were, without exception, all rank 6 bottom-tier Gu Immortals. They quickly discussed this matter and left. At the other end, a desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly, trampled by a boar. There was a demonic path Gu Immortal on the boar's back. He was burly and wearing armor. He held a pair of bronze hammers as he said smugly, "You are just a lowly beast. You dare to sneak attack me?" Saying this, his expression suddenly froze. He looked towards the east. A peacock was flying over. Immortal aura emanated as it spoke clear human language. "Zhuozhan." "Oh, it is Fairy Hirua." Zhuozhan's expression changed. He smiled and tried to leave a good impression on her. Peacock flying Immortal Hirua. Rank 6 transformation path, Gu Immortal. "Trade the desolate beast under your feet with mine? I have just captured a desolate beast shadowless horse." Hirua suggested. Zhuozhan's eyes flashed with brilliance. He quickly nodded. "Sure, let's trade. I am very willing to accede to Fairy's request." At another end, wind was intertwining like willows. It could be seen with the naked eye. Gusts of wind was moving about continuously. A figure descended from the sky. He said with agitation, "To think that a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, is here." It was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert Pai Shuihan. "Brother Pai, this immortal material is mine. Go elsewhere." A figure appeared as well. It was a scholar with graceful and elegant bearing. Pai Shuihan's pupil shrunk. He said coldly, "So it is you, unfettered scholar." Unfettered scholar smiled calmly. He was also a rank 7 expert. His reputation and abilities were not inferior to Pai Shuihan. "Last time in Taichio, we did not decide a victor. Let's fight now." Pai Shuihan took the initiative to request for a battle. Unfettered scholar's smile faded. "I heard that Brother Pai has created a new immortal killer move. Let me take a good look at it." All sorts of situations were occurring. The righteous path Gu Immortals were watching them unfold. Because of the demonic path Gu Immortal Huangdi, these demonic scoundrels had the initiative. No need to worry. Iron Eagle Blessed Land has a special structure. It is famous for nurturing desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. There is little ground in there, but the sky is huge and vast. The truly valuable thing are those round ball wooden eagle nests. Simply a rabble. He tribe's Gu Immortals have not shown themselves yet. The core resources have not even been uncovered, but they are already fighting among themselves. The righteous path Gu Immortals were ready to strike. But at this moment, a figure shot down at lightning speed. He was so fast. In an instant, he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He has sword path cultivation. It is a junior from Nian Air tribe. I think his name is Nian Air Pingji. The righteous path Gu Immortals were shocked. This person had been concealed. He did not interact with any of the other immortals. Who is it? In the Blessed Land, Qing Xianzi sensed something. He raised his head and called out. Sword light flashed across at an incredible speed. Qing Xianzi was beheaded. "The person who killed you, Nian Air Pingji." Sword light flashed by as a voice could be heard. Chapter 1106. He tribe's huge battle. 2 out of 3. Qing Xianzi might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but he had undergone a heavenly tribulation already. Yet he could not put up any resistance and was killed by Nian Air Pingji instantly. At once, the expressions of the righteous path Gu Immortals who were not fighting changed. Qing Xianzi's head fell to the floor, separated from his body. The headless corpse was spewing out blood as it twitched continuously. Qing Xianzi had died with his eyes wide open. Nian Air Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward, moving with imposing aura. "The next one dead is you," Nian Air Pingji said lightly. His clear voice resonated in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic path Gu Immortal. But Nian Air Pingji had already revealed himself. Such disturbance could not be hidden. Thus, the demonic path Gu Immortal did better than Qing Xianzi. He managed to retreat for a while before Nian Air Pingji caught up to him and killed him in one strike. The righteous path Gu Immortal's expressions changed again. A Gu Immortal from Lu tribe, Lu Zhuanshan, smiled towards the sky. "Nian Air Fu, This person is the newest generation sword child from your Nian tribe? Bam! Fog and smoke burst out. There was a voice that came from within. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but from his appearance, he was very young, resembling a fat 5 or 6-year-old boy. The fat boy chuckled. He looked around sneakily, answering in a mature tone. Indeed, this lad obtained the Sword Saint true inheritance, and was kept in the tribe by my first supreme elder for 10 years. Therefore, when he came out for the first time now, he is excited to this frenzied degree. Lu Zhuanshun and the others' expressions changed mildly. They transmitted to each other. Sword Saint Nian, we were still discussing it earlier. This person was a rank 8 Gu immortal of Nian tribe. He was like He Fan in history, leading Nian tribe to become among the forefront of the righteous path in northern plains. Sword Saint Nian was a prodigy. He had once cultivated light path, but switched to sword path successfully. After he died, he left behind the Sword Saint true inheritance. It has an extremely difficult and deadly test. It is rare to have actual inheritors for it. It is said that this Sword Saint true inheritance is split into 3 portions. After the first round, and obtaining the first portion of the Sword Saint true inheritance, one will be known as the Sword Child. To think that after 300 years, a new Sword Child true inheritor appeared in Nian tribe. Wariness rose in the righteous path, Gu Immortals. If this person is allowed to continue developing, in the future, he will definitely be an active person among the Northern Plains righteous path. If he can progress and become rank 7, if he passes the second round and inherits the second portion of the true inheritance, he will become the Sword Master true inheritor. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains would dare to look down on him. In fact, the Sword Child with just rank 6 cultivation was already a force to be reckoned with. In just a short time, he had once again killed another demonic path, Gu Immortal. Hmph roared with enthusiasm. He was extremely confident. He moved quickly, being one with his sword. Only sword light could be seen darting around. His body was a blur. Sword light changed directions, towards the closest demonic path, Gu Immortal. Sword light penetrated the demonic path Gu Immortal's body, but he showed a cold smile. Junior, just because you killed a few weaklings, you gained the courage to challenge me this brazenly? Old Monster Corpse Poison said this as purple smoke rose up from his terrifying injuries. The purple smoke dissipated, healing his body. But Hmp's sword light shattered, revealing his true appearance. Hmp's appearance could finally be seen. He had sharp brows and clear eyes. He was a handsome young lad. Black. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not stop the purple poisonous blood from flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fight me again. Hmph was heavily injured, but his eyes were burning with flames of enthusiasm. Then I will kill you before seeking the treasure here. Old Monster Corpse Poison smiled sinisterly. Hee hee. Youngsters these days, they are truly fearless and ignorant. Nian took a glance before retracting his gaze. Next, his figure disappeared in the air, before appearing beside Qing Xianzi's corpse at the next moment. Nian stretched out his fat little arm, waving at Qing Xianzi's corpse. Immediately, Qing Xianzi's body and head was held up by a formless force, flying into Nian immortal aperture. Youngsters are so energetic, they don't even want their loot. This is a Gu Immortal's corpse. Even though his immortal Gu cannot be obtained, all of his Dao marks are still here. Nian shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 Gu Immortal Senior, he was a greedy person. Even when Nian and Old Monster Corpse Poison were fighting, engaging in a tough battle, he did not help, but instead, he was taking the Gu Immortal corpse that Nian had left behind. Die? Die. This is mine. Nobody should try to take it from me. I, Mengji, am here. Who dares to fight me? The scene was getting more chaotic, because after Nian attacked, the other righteous path Gu Immortals also started taking action, entering Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This way, all sorts of conflicts rose up, battles occurred over all sorts of resources. The cries of eagles could be heard continuously. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, showing a deep human emotion of desire in its eyes. This was naturally the peacock flying immortal Hirua. So many Iron Crown Eagles. He Tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land truly lives up to its name. Hirua thought, if I can enslave all of these desolate beasts, Iron Eagle Blessed Land had less space on the ground and much more in the sky. The resources on the ground were much less valuable than the ones in the sky. He Tribe's Gu Immortals did not show themselves, but they had mobilized all of their Iron Crown Eagles, sealing the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles flew in the sky. Anyone who trespassed was assaulted intensely by them. Because of this, most of the demonic path Gu Immortals chose to take action on the ground. They wanted to first obtain the resources on the ground. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. To He Ruo, the Iron Crown Eagles held immense attraction, because in her cultivation plan, her next transformation was the Iron Crown Eagle transformation. The desolate beast peacock flew in the sky. It was fast. In a moment, He Ruo attracted the attention of several Iron Crown Eagles. He Ruo was alert internally. She quickly retreated from the Iron Crown Eagles that she lured. She was alone. She could not fight so many desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. She planned to lure one away and fight it alone, slowly capturing it. This is Affinity Wood. Murong Qingxi landed. Looking at the rootless tree growing in the pond, her eyes shone brightly. Fairy Murong, you are very perceptive, that is it. A lone cultivator Gu Immortal answered. He was named Yun Liang, known as Cloud Gentleman. He had arrived before Murong Qingxi. He was concentrating on collecting the Affinity Wood here. Murong Qingxi saw that Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang was taking action. She did not obstruct him. She only watched quietly. She patiently waited until Yun Liang succeeded in keeping all of the Affinity Wood. I am ashamed for making Fairy wait. Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang said with a polite and warm attitude. Murong Qingxi smiled. To tell the truth, this Affinity Wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, but it is very suitable for me. I wonder if we can spar, and Cloud Gentleman smiled before Murong Qingxi finished her words. He said, Affinity Wood is very fragile. The collection process cannot have any interference. Fairy, if not for your patience, how could I have obtained it? We can spar. If you win, I will hand all of the Affinity Wood to you. Murong Qingxi shook her head. No need for everything. I only need half. Fairy, please. Gentlemen, please. The two fought without using their true strength. A victor was not decided. Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang gave half of the Affinity Wood to Murong Qingxi. Both of them left with satisfaction. The vast majority of Righteous Path Gu Immortals conducted themselves with a lot of self-restraint and politeness. Nian Air tribes Nian Air Pingji and Nian Air Fu were exceptions among the Righteous Path. Even though Righteous Path was flourishing in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, suppressing the Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, the Righteous Path Gu Immortals who came just now could not match the numbers of the Demonic Path and Lone Immortals. The reason was, the rest of the Huangjin tribes had their own territories and resources to defend. Even though the Righteous Path had many Gu Immortals, they had to guard different places. Only these people could be sent out in the end. In contrast, the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators did not have such problems. There was another reason. The super forces had huge assets. They had mortal forces under them. They were quite tolerant towards lone Demonic Immortals and Lone Immortals. As long as their benefits were not touched, they would not fight it out. Gu Immortals were not easy to kill. If a grudge was established, they would go and attack their territories. It would be a huge headache, even for super forces. As the saying goes, he who is down need not fear falling. On the other side, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han had decided a victor. Pai Shui Han had a brand new immortal killer move, but he could not compete against Unfettered Scholar's trademark killer move, 1,000 Disintegrations. Pai Shui Han snorted, directly leaving without hesitation. It was not worth going all out just for some simple resources. Even though Demonic Path Gu Immortals were free, they often worked alone. When calamities and tribulations descended, they had to rely on themselves. They were not like Righteous Path forces with Gu Immortals in their tribes to rely on and seek help from. Thus, Demonic Path Gu Immortals and Lone Immortals were very wary of their calamities and tribulations. They often calculated the cost of fighting. It was okay to fight over resources, but if the immortal essence expenditure was too high, they would not proceed with a losing deal. In the sky of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating at the original spot, shining with dazzling golden light. Gu Immortals of Gong Tribe and Baizu Tribe had not acted. They were talking inside the hall. Gong Tribe's Gong Air was already anxious, but he showed nothing on his expression, mentioning casually, everyone is fighting over Iron Eagle Blessed Land's resources on the ground. There is barely anything left. Is your tribe not going in yet? Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling. The precious resources inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land are in the sky. Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals have not appeared yet. The battle is just in the middle stage now. Gong Air was amazed and surprised. Even though this Baizu tribe was in the righteous path now, protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu, its foundation could not compare to the Huangjin tribes. At this moment, Baizu tribe's Gu Immortals were acting calm and composed, with no anxiousness or hastiness at all. It was truly confusing. Chapter 1107. Hey Tribe's Huge Battle, 3-3. Fourth one. Peacock Flying Immortal He Ruo took down another Iron Crown Eagle. She was feeling very happy. Desolate beasts were not common. In the Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas, desolate beasts lived in groups. Few Gu Immortals dared to venture into them. And wild Iron Crown Eagles, and the ones He tribe nurtured had different battle strength. And because Peacock Flying Immortal had good battle tactics, she made great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles. He tribe is famous for raising Iron Crown Eagles. I really wonder how they did manage to raise so many Iron Crown Eagles here. Hirua sighed as she looked towards the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. They were a huge group. Hirua capturing 4 was nothing to the group. Strange. He tribe's Gu Immortals had not appeared since the beginning. Even after I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, they are not going to care. Hirua was wary. She was not overwhelmed by happiness over victory. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. A figure clad in wind and lightning rushed towards the eagle group. Hirua's pupils shrunk. She recognized this person. It is Moonlight Gu. They are in for trouble. Moonlight Gu came from New Air tribe, part of the Huang Jin bloodline, and a super force. Moonlight Gu had a small head and big belly. His body was disproportional. His eyeballs were popping out. While his limbs were dry as twigs, he had pale skin resembling a sick person, without any hint of pinkness on his face. But looks were deceiving. He was a famous expert among rank 7 Gu Immortals. He was on the same level as Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han in the demonic path. Moonlight Gu's charge angered the Iron Crown Eagle group. At once, more than 50 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. Moonlight Gu was shocked. He did not expect that he would draw so much attention. The Eagle group attacked, casting huge shadows and shrouded Moonlight Gu's vision. In the moment of crisis, Moonlight Gu used his signature Immortal Killer move. His body inflated rapidly, expanding to 6 times of the original, making Moonlight Gu look like a highly pregnant woman. Moonlight Gu stretched out his hand, patting his belly. Boom. A loud sound with huge sound waves caused the Eagle group's movement to halt. Boom, boom, boom. 3 huge sounds were made. Sound waves spread out one after another. The Eagle group's momentum was interrupted. Their formation became messy and disorganized. Moonlight Gu growled, as the surrounding Iron Crown Eagles instantly felt dizzy. Next, he flew rapidly away from the gaps between these eagles, getting out of their encirclement. The Eagle group chased for a while, before returning to their original spot. Moonlight Gu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating as he looked at the sky. His belly had shrunk already, but he still felt some lingering fear. On one side, one voice could be heard. Moonlight Gu, why are you so pathetic? Moonlight Gu looked over. He saw that the person was over 8 feet tall. He had bright red pupils and dark blue skin, with purple hair and sharp fangs. Moonlight Gu snorted coldly. Enough sarcasm, Guanzhou. If you have guts, charge in like me. Guanzhou snickered. 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms. I am not as stupid as you. Moonlight Gu was furious. He stared at Guanzhou, his eyes spewing fire. Guanzhou laughed coldly, staring at him fearlessly. Moonlight Gu was a famous righteous path rank 7 expert, cultivating sound path. Guanzhou was not weaker than him. He cultivated transformation path. The 2 were Gu Immortals from Guan tribe and New Air tribe respectively. They had an equally strong background. As expected of a famous expert, even though he looked troubled, he is unharmed. Hirua saw everything. She quickly retracted her gaze. Moonlight Gu is here, and Guanzhou's attention is also on these Iron Crown Eagles. This means that the resources on the ground are mostly taken already. Hirua quietly retreated. She was only a demonic path Gu Immortal with rank 6 cultivation level. She did not dare to get too close to these 2 righteous path experts. Iron Eagle Blessed Lands battle continued to rage like wildfire. All sorts of battles of different scales were unfolding. Some battles ended with a winner and a loser, while other battles involved deaths. Some made great gains, while some escaped with heavy injuries. On the ground of the Blessed Land, resources were dwindling. Some bottom-tier Gu Immortals were eliminated, either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while others had methods to preserve their lives. They hid somewhere and observed the situation quietly. More and more Gu Immortals placed their focus in the sky. Countless greedy gazes swept through the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky, as well as the hidden round ball wooden eagle nests that were concealed by the Eagle group. The scale of the Eagle group was huge. This was the accumulation of He tribe after countless years. They had expended so much time, effort, and fortune into it. These were among the most valuable resources in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even people like Moonlight Gu could not block the attacks of the Iron Crown Eagles. The number was too great. Of course, it was also because Moonlight Gu was unwilling to waste immortal essence. His goldfish eyes looked down, seeing more and more Gu Immortals. He shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. He tribe's Gu Immortals have not shown themselves yet. We should all go ahead and split up this Eagle group among ourselves." I concur. Unfettered Scholar was the first to respond. The 2 were in the righteous path and demonic path respectively. But in this situation, they came to a consensus. they should first deal with the Eagle group and get the benefits. The Eagle group was huge. There were many Gu Immortals. If they worked together, these Iron Crown Eagles were meat on the chopping block. Someone struck first, causing the start of the battle between Immortals and Eagles. Huge attacks were unleashed, driving intense fights. Eagles screeched shrilly, while humans were also yelling loudly. Attacks of all elements were shot out. Lightning flashed as golden lights flickered. Outside the blessed land, Gong Air sat inside the Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were rainbow-colored fireworks that covered the whole sky. But there was intense killing intent in the fireworks. At times, Iron Crown Eagles died. Their bodies were cut into pieces, while some Iron Crown Eagles were also captured. Gong Air's eyes shined. Scenes of battles between the righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals were secretly recorded by him using hidden Gu worms. This was precious intelligence. Ever since the collapse of 88 True Yang Building, large numbers of immortal Gu were obtained by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. After Qin Bai Sheng held the auction, Gu Immortals obtained the resources they wanted. After some time of adapting, many Gu Immortals gained new methods. Their battle strengths had increased drastically. Gu Immortals who were doing the same thing as Gong Air were not few in number. Everyone had the same intention. Intelligence was very important. Be it other super forces or lone Gu Immortals. In most cases, knowing what immortal Gu your opponent had meant that you could find a way to counter them. Even if you did not have any ways to do so, it was still good to be on guard against them. Gu Immortals fought the Iron Crown Eagles as they observed, collecting information. Underneath the intense battles were undercurrents of plots and schemes. Gu Immortals were assessing themselves and their enemies, confirming their status in the current Gu Immortal world. After this period of cultivation, did they get stronger or weaker relative to others? Who could be bullied, while who could not be trifled with? Iron Crown Eagles were just the material gain at present, while information was a long-term gain. Gong Air watched for a while, feeling more and more impatient. The 3x Zhu tribe Gu Immortals beside him had not moved at all since the battle in He tribe's headquarters started. Just now, he brought Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall in order to gain great benefits. That was the only way to make this trip worth it. Gong Air could not stand it anymore. He pointed down, telling the Gu Immortals that came with him, Iron Eagle blessed land is taking damage. There are over 1,000 flaws created. But now, not a single He tribe Gu Immortal has appeared. This is very strange. Go down and assist our comrades, and preempt He tribe's scheme. We of Gong tribe are the leaders of the righteous path. We have to defend our allies. Yes. The 2 Gong tribe Gu Immortals immediately acted. The 3x Zhu tribe Gu Immortals sat there inwardly laughing to themselves. The outcome of this He tribe battle was decided from the beginning. Even if something strange happened, there was no danger. Gong tribe's Gu Immortals acted like this out of their own interests. They had selfish motives, but they still wanted to pretend to be grand and selfless. At the same time, at the highest area of Iron Eagle blessed land, He tribe's Gu Immortals were gathered. They looked at the battle. They had heavy feelings and ugly expressions. Why is he not acting yet? At this stage, he has not done anything yet. Don't tell me. Our agreement has been cancelled? Some He tribe Gu Immortals asked this, feeling uneasy. He had already agreed. With his status, he will not go back on the agreement. Let's watch first. We set up 3 layers of defense. The Iron Crown Eagle group is only the first. He tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the Immortals. He-Ruah transformed into a desolate beast peacock, spreading her wings and fighting with 3 Iron Crown Eagles. This was just a small part of the huge battlefield, and she was just an insignificant Gu Immortal among countless others. In the absence of Rank 8, Rank 7 experts were the strongest. Some Rank 6 experts were attempting to gain benefits along the periphery. Suddenly, there was a weird fragrance. He-Ruah's heart jumped. She quickly held her breath. I'm poisoned. Sensing this, He-Ruah quickly used her healing Gu worms. 3 Iron Crown Eagles cried out. In an instant, they could not exert any strength anymore. They fell to the ground weakly. A figure flew into the sky, capturing these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them inside his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed sinisterly, purple gas coiling around him. After collecting the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at He-Ruah with an evil grin. He-Ruah's heart shook. She felt her body turning cold. Young lady, come with me. Old Monster Corpse Poison breathed out air towards He-Ruah. He-Ruah had just suppressed the poison in her body. When she suddenly lost control of her body, she felt weak and fell towards the ground after Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from a distance. I was too greedy. I wanted to obtain more Iron Crown Eagles and placed too much of my attention on them, neglecting the surroundings and being sneak attacked by Old Monster Corpse Poison. Seeing that she was about to be captured by Old Monster Corpse Poison, He-Ruah felt deep despair. At this moment, a sword light flew over. The sword light was fast as lightning. It boldly pierced through Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, before turning into Hmph 100 steps away. Old Monster Corpse Poison was bursting with rage. Little rascal, you are still finding trouble with me. Chapter 1108. Tragic because of his interruption, Hirua managed to suppress her poison and quickly escaped, regaining freedom. Hmpng's body was tattered. One of his arms was corroded until only bones were left. His face was turning purple. He was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying arrogantly, "You cannot leave until a victor is decided." Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious, but within his anger, there was also regret. Why did he attract this psycho? Every sword child in each generation is crazy, but this one is crazier than the rest. Far away, Hmph shook his head, waving his fat little arms. An iron-crowned eagle screeched in fear. It flapped its arms desperately, trying to escape, but with the power of Space Path, the iron-crowned eagle vanished, entering Hmphu's immortal aperture without resistance. Old Monster Corpse Poison's method was vicious. He attacked Hmph, but most of his attention was still kept on Hmph secretly. Hmph had rank 6 cultivation level. Even though he inherited a portion of the Sword Saint True inheritance, he was not the match of a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Hmph could survive until now because Hmph had been assisting him from a distance all along. Hmph was a Space Path Gu immortal. He had a deep cultivation level, with countless methods at his disposal. He was looting resources all over the place, gaining a huge fortune, while protecting Hmph, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret. Right now was a precious opportunity that one would not see in 100 years, but he was fighting with a Gu immortal here, while others were looting resources all over the place. Old Monster Corpse Poison was famous and had a deep background. He had once joined Zombie Alliance as a living person, before betraying them later on. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance tried to capture him, but failed each time. Hmph and Old Monster Corpse Poison fought, the battle getting more and more heated as time passed. Even though he could not win, he had become famous from the fight. From now on, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World would know that Hmph tribe had produced such an incredible genius. Actually, Gu Immortals from other super forces would not offend a demonic path Gu Immortals so thoroughly. But Hmph tribe was different. This Huangjin bloodline tribe was different from the other Huangjin super tribes. Their tribesmen lived in blessed lands or Grotto-Heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. This way, they had little reservations. Even if a demonic path Gu Immortal wanted to attack them, they could not. After all, there were few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if one could get in, they would be in the enemy's territory. They would lose a lot of their advantage inside. Youth is really wondrous. Hmph sighed. He spoke with an aged tone, but he had the appearance of a chubby boy. It was a really weird sight. Only Old Monster Corpse Poison could feel his terrifying power. During this battle, Hmph had already attacked dozens of times. Not only did he save Hmpng's life, he even successfully injured Old Monster Corpse Poison secretly a few times. After capturing several Iron Crown Eagles again, Hmphu's field of vision was cleared. A huge round ball wooden eagle nest was floating in the air, without any defense. I had heard of Hmph tribe having this special rearing method. They used some sort of metal or immortal materials that could increase the rate of the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction and speeding up the rate of their growth. What kinds of precious immortal materials would be in this nest? Hmph was about to move, when his expression suddenly froze. A figure moved like the raging winds, flying out of the nest before him, rapidly leaving towards the horizon. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Hmph. This was a rank 7 wind path expert, publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang could not stop him. He had first joined Shadow Sect. Before submitting to Heavenly Court, his identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In a situation filled with chaos, Hmph could act freely like the wind. Not only was he fast, he was agile. He displayed the greatest advantage of wind path to its limit. Soon, Hmph saw that Hmph easily passed through countless obstacles, entering another eagle nest. Sigh, this lad is simply blocking me from my fortune. Hmph gazed at Hmph, sighing loudly at the sky. The battle between humans and eagles came to an end. The number of Iron Crown Eagles decreased. All of the round ball wooden eagle nests were invaded by Gu Immortals. Good. It is the rank 7 Immortal Material Domination Copper. Gu Immortal Sure Ho cheered. He had made great gains. This damned Hmph, he dares to snatch what is mine. Meng Ji was furious. He stared fixedly at Hmph, who was flying away. Hui Fengzi did not speak, but he felt very troubled. He did not touch that eagle nest. It seemed that someone who had already sneaked in made him take the blame for their actions. Within the round ball wooden eagle nests, there were ranked 7 immortal materials in each one, either metals or ores, and they were huge in quantity. Gu Immortals made great gains. They expressed joy on their faces. This was simply a feast. They were looting all of He Tribe's hard work. The stronger the Gu Immortal, the greater the gains. The law of the jungle in the Gu Immortal world was displayed here in full view. He Tribe's Gu Immortals were deadly silent. They looked at the round ball wooden eagle nests that were fuming with smoke. Some had fallen to the ground. Some were incredibly damaged, spinning in the air. These nests were the pride of He Tribe, the symbol of their strength. But now, they were trampled and snatched away. Anger, indignance, hatred, fear. All sorts of emotions were in these He Tribe Gu Immortals. They almost could not breathe. Enough. A He Tribe Gu Immortal stood up abruptly. He had a huge body. He looked around with an angry gaze, fixing it on First Supreme Elder. When are we going to wait until? You are counting on him? Can't you see? He had agreed to us on purpose, so that we would not keep the resources according to the agreement. We are trapped inside the blessed land and cannot leave. This is a scheme. He is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Don't you feel hatred? Will we sit here and wait for death, or go out and fight like courageous heroes? This is our home. But now, these outsiders are plundering and destroying it. Taisheng, Second Supreme Elder, had a complex expression. He called out to this furious He Tribe Gu Immortal. First Supreme Elder, say something. He Taisheng stared at He Tribe's First Supreme Elder with an indomitable gaze. Everyone also looked at First Supreme Elder. He Tribe's First Supreme Elder was silent for a while before saying, in this situation, resources are just external things, so what if we give them up? If we do not receive his help, we will have no place in the whole of Northern Plains. We will wait and see. He Taisheng heard this, and his body shook. He took in a deep breath, stabilizing his body. He did not feel rage now, just intense sorrow. Seniors, in my humble opinion, I think that Lord He Taisheng is right. This time, a rank 6 Gu Immortal from He Tribe spoke. I have the same opinion. If we do not fight now, when will we wait until? The worst case is death anyway. More and more He Tribe Gu Immortals stood up. He Taisheng saw this and felt a strong surge in confidence. His gaze regained its sharpness. You, Second Supreme Elder, was shocked. First Supreme Elder remained silent. He Taisheng suddenly laughed loudly. 3 layers of defense. Even if we have 30 layers of defense, what can we do in this situation? Go. Let's face these enemies. How can He Tribe's glory be tarnished? He Tribe's resources are not so easy to take. They will pay with blood and their lives. He Taisheng took huge steps forward. He turned around and left the hall. 7 He Tribe Gu Immortals said nothing, but they followed him with firm expressions. First Supreme Elder, won't you talk to them? Third Supreme Elder was uneasy. Forget it, let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed. He seemed to have aged by 100 years. He Tribe's first layer of defense was broken already. The Iron Crown Eagles were either dead, injured, or captured. None were left. The Gu Immortals flew up higher into the sky, seeing dragon eagles. A large number of dragon eagles formed the second line of defense. So many dragon eagles. Someone's eyes flashed. Even though the dragon eagles are not as numerous as the Iron Crown Eagles, they are still a huge fortune. Someone critiqued. Some impatient Gu Immortals had already started attacking. The Gu Immortals gasped. Some were surprised. They found something strange. These dragon eagles are not normal. That's right. I've interacted with desolate beast dragon eagles before. How can they be so hard to deal with? These dragon eagles have stronger vitality and faster speed. Is that rumor from long ago true after all? The Immortals were reminded by this. 50 to 60 years ago, there were rumors in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world that He Tribe had obtained a huge breakthrough in nurturing the dragon eagles. They created a brand new species of desolate eagles. They looked like dragon eagles, but were different. These are not dragon eagles. They are resonance eagles. These eagles were not created by He Tribe. They were the fruits of my Qiao tribe's labor. A Gu Immortal said with much anguish. Everyone looked over. It was Qiao Dong. He was a righteous path Gu Immortal, the first supreme elder of Qiao tribe. Qiao tribe was a subordinate of He Tribe. Long ago, Qiao tribe had wanted to leave He Tribe, and were taught a lesson by He Cheng, who went to pressure them. No wonder Qiao tribe and He Tribe had a conflict. There was lots of hidden background information. The Immortals had differing expressions, but they said nothing about this. The law of the jungle was very common after all. This Qiao Dong could become an immortal because of He Tribe's support. Now that He Tribe was in trouble, he joined in and attacked Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Most righteous path Gu Immortals, the supreme elders of the Huang Jin tribes, looked towards Qiao Dong with coldness and animosity. They did not like people who bit the hand that fed them. But behind Xiao Dong, there was Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshan. With a single glance, it was obvious that Xiao Dong was now under Lu tribe. Lu tribe and He tribe had a poor relationship. Xiao tribe was a subordinate of He tribe. But now that He tribe was going down, Xiao Dong went over to Lu tribe. It was not strange. This traitor deserves death. At this moment, a thunderous voice came from afar. Chapter 1109 of No sooner said than done. A shadow resembling a mountain crashed towards Xiao Dong. In an instant, Xiao Dong was immobilized. He could only scream, "Elder Lu, save me." Lu Zhuanshan swiftly appeared in front of Xiao Dong. His body shone with white light, causing all of the darkness to fade away. "Hey Tai Sheng, with me here, you cannot harm Xiao Dong." Lu Zhuanshan looked at the person with intense battle intent. The Gu Immortals started stirring. Be it the Dragon Eagles or Resonance Eagles, they were not important. The important thing was, He tribe's Gu Immortals had finally acted. With the rank 7 Gu Immortal He Tai Sheng as the leader, 7 rank 6 Gu Immortals followed behind him, standing before the Immortals. He Tai Sheng looked around. Before his gaze fixed on Lu Zhuanshan, he snickered, asking, "Is that so?" Lu Zhuanshan's expression turned to shock. He turned around and looked. Xiao Dong was still standing behind him, floating in the air, but his expression had frozen with shock. He had no vitality left. He was dead. Immortal killer move life, draining darkness. Lu Zhuanshan shouted before feeling intense anger, but his anger soon faded as only sadness and admiration remained. He and He Tai Sheng were old rivals. They had fought for more than 100 times. He was clear that this life-draining darkness was powerful, but it could not be used easily. Each activation had a huge cost. Lu Zhuanshan had never seen He Tai Sheng use this trump card at the start of the battle. From this, he understood. His rival for many years had prepared himself to die. He had the mentality of killing as many enemies as possible before going down. He Tai Sheng looked at Xiao Dong. The morale of the He tribe Gu Immortals behind him rose. He Tai Sheng was an experienced person. Using this chance, he used his methods. At once, the Resonance Eagles formed into groups, moving in formation. Each of the He tribe Gu Immortals went to an area and defended territory. With Gu Immortals here, the second line of defense stabilized. They were hard to deal with. This made many Gu Immortals who invaded He tribe furious. Ruining a person's wealth was like killing their parents. This hatred was huge, and because He tribe was weak, they lost their only immortal Gu House Dark Prison. The only problem was Green City Rampage. But in this situation, He tribe was only struggling at death's door. "I'll fight you," Pai Shuihan pounced. He waved his hand as tides began to form, charging towards He Tai Sheng. The tides flew into the air and stopped, turning into glaciers as the temperature fell. "Be careful, this is Pai Shuihan's signature killer move, Flood Glacier." A rank 6 Gu Immortal from He tribe shouted. He Tai Sheng laughed lightly. He and Pai Shuihan had deep enmity too. He was not surprised that Pai Shuihan attacked him. He is just a loser, so what? He Tai Sheng's eyes shined with dark light. He did not move. He only looked over. The white glacier was covered with black water. In a few breaths' time, it disintegrated. Pai Shuihan grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling from the sky. Against so many enemies, consecutive killer moves are not easy to use. A figure appeared behind He Tai Sheng. It was Huang Di. This was the rank 7 Demonic Path Gu Immortal who communicated with the other Demonic Path members, entering Iron Eagle Blessed Land first and causing the Righteous Path to lose the initiative. He had earned immensely. Right now, he was using the chance to attack and kill He Tai Sheng. He Tai Sheng did not move. He did not even turn around. He only waved his sleeves. Immediately, dark light burst out like waves, sending Huang Di far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide, showing shock on his face. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood. He drilled into the ground without even a bit of hesitation, vanishing. "Simply a rat. What can you do?" He Tai Sheng snorted, looking around, shouting, "Who is next?" Nobody came. He Tai Sheng had incredible battle strength. He was even stronger than Pai Shuihan. The Immortals could tell this person was prepared to die. He was oozing with fighting intent and was fighting without reservation. In this situation, his battle strength was at its peak. Why did everyone come to Iron Eagle Blessed Land? To gain fortune. If their goal was fortune, why would they fight with this person to the death? The Gu Immortals moved away, evading He Tai Sheng. Battle commenced. One side was the collaboration of righteous and demonic. They had great numbers, but He tribe had the territorial advantage and large numbers of desolate beast Resonance Eagles to help them. Battles raged on. He tribe's Gu Immortals were all prepared to die defending their home. Their battle intent was high. The Demonic Path Gu Immortals just wanted a fortune. They did not want to die. They were heavily restricted. The intelligence of Gu Immortals could not be matched by Iron Crown Eagles. At once, the second line of defense was extremely stable. He Taisheng saw that everyone was avoiding him, so he approached them instead. Meng Ji, hand over your life. He Taisheng shouted angrily, pouncing towards the Meng tribe rank 7 Gu immortal who was closest to him. Humph, would I be afraid of you? Meng Ji fought back courageously. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought as the sky rumbled. Intense shock waves were sent out. After several rounds, the proud and arrogant Meng Ji turned around and fled. He was courageous, but He Taisheng was beyond courageous. He was a lunatic not afraid of death. He fought with Meng Ji by causing injuries to both of them. He was trying to go down together. After several times, Meng Ji could not stand it anymore. He immediately retreated. He Taisheng was going to chase him, but he heard the He tribe Gu Immortals cry for help. He turned around to help them out. Guanshou, take this. He Taisheng charged forward. Dark light burst out and engulfed the surroundings. Guanshou was a transformation path Gu Immortal. He had turned into a lion. He roared as he crashed into He Taisheng. At the next moment, the lion that Guanshou had transformed into flew out like a rag doll. He Taisheng charged at him again. Guanshou screeched, turning into a little bird and flying away. Coward! He Taisheng could not catch up. He snorted. His gaze swept around. He targeted the rank 7 Gu immortal who was closer to him, Lu Zhuanshun. Lu Zhuanshun was very perceptive. Seeing that He Taisheng was approaching, he retreated. He Taisheng chased after him. So Lu Zhuanshun went over to Divine Lord Tian Du. Divine Lord Tian Du's body shook. He turned around and left. Lu Zhuanshun then lured He Taisheng towards Unfettered Scholar. He snorted as a three-way battle started. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, in an intense clash, Lu Zhuanshun and Unfettered Scholar were forced back. He Taisheng continued to fight everyone. He was unstoppable. In the sky, He tribe's first supreme elder sighed. Taisheng, this child. He knew that He Taisheng had a special technique. He could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer moves. He was fighting by consuming his life. The righteous and demonic Gu Immortals did not want to die. That was true. But with just this reason, there was no way anybody could contest him. He Taisheng was a huge setback to the Gu Immortals. These were all people with high cultivation level and impressive methods. In the earlier battles, the weaker Gu Immortals were already eliminated. But no matter how strong He Taisheng was, he could not reach the level of rank 8. He could not turn around the situation single-handedly. Resonance Eagles were captured or killed, while He tribe's Gu Immortals died one by one. Fight. A fight to the death. Towards the end of the battle, He Taisheng was the only one left. He was bathed in blood. He stood proud and straight. Looking at the Gu Immortals around, he laughed loudly. All right, come. And kill me. The Immortals looked around, but nobody moved. Lu Zhuanxun's expression was complex. He knew that He Taisheng was already out of steam. His immortal essence was expended. He was not a threat, but he was unable to attack. He Taisheng moved his lips. Then let me. Saying so, he charged towards the Gu Immortals in front. Charge. His final charge. He died while charging. It was tragic. It was courageous. He Taisheng died. The Immortals had no obstacles left. They went towards He tribe's final line of defense. 12 flying eagles blocked them. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent. Absolute eyebrow eagles with divine aura. Shadow eagles with indistinct figures. Whale-swallowing eagles with huge muscular bodies. Without exception, they were all ancient desolate beasts, having rank 7 battle strength. He tribe's first supreme elder and the other 6 elders descended from the sky. At this moment, they no longer placed further hope in being saved. They came out to battle. Ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. The top 4 supreme elders joined forces. Their might could rival rank 8 Gu Immortals. The righteous and demonic Gu Immortals split up at once. Resources were more important. By now, everyone had already earned a lot, but they paid a huge price too. Their mental energy was depleted. Their immortal essence was also expended. Who would fight against Green City Rampage in this state? Whoever got caught would simply be unlucky. In the sky of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there were 12 eagle nests that were in peculiar shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wooden eagle nests. They held precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu Immortals fought over them. The battle was a chaotic mess. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree. Lots of unlucky people died in the top 4 supreme elders' hands. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. This is too dangerous. Let's go, let's go. Nian Er Fu grabbed the unconscious Nian Er Ping Ji as he sneakily retreated. I cannot stay here. Pai Shuihan also retreated. He had obtained some eagle nests and had gained large amounts of rank 8 immortal materials. Some astute Gu Immortals were leaving. The 12 eagle nests were all lost. Suddenly, in the air, there were ripples as a 13th eagle nest appeared, drawing everyone's attention. The Immortals shouted, pouncing over. This is mine. Chu-Du suddenly appeared, blocking all the Immortals. Domination Immortal. The Immortals were shocked, stopping their movement. Chu-Du was powerful, far stronger than He Tai-Sheng. Lu tribe's entire strength as a super force could do nothing to him. In the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world, only people like Qin Baisheng could fight him. At this stage in the battle, everyone was in poor conditions. But this was the first time Chu-Du was acting. At once, nobody dared to go forward. Chu-Du successfully deterred the Immortals. It was to obtain this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage came crashing. A voice was loud as thunder. Chu-Du, you dare? Chu-Du laughed coldly. Why wouldn't I? Boom. The two sides clashed. The giant that Green City Rampage transformed into was sent flying by Chu-Du in one move. The ancient battle formation is powerful, but it is powered by you people. In your condition, none of you can match me. Chu-Du stood arrogantly in the air, looking at the Immortals. The Immortals wanted to attack, but they also wanted others to do the work so that they could reap the benefits. Simply a mob. Chu-Du commented, before going ahead to grab at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. An immortal Gu house appeared, crashing towards Chu-Du's head. Modest thatched hut. A Gu immortal yelled. He recognized that this was Dongfang tribe's former immortal Gu house. Scram. Chu-Du slapped, creating a huge sound. Thud. Bam. Modest thatched hut was actually sent flying by his slap. Gasp. Everyone took in a deep breath of shock. Chu-Du successfully placed the 13th eagle nest into his own immortal aperture. Next, his gaze fell on Green City Rampage. The four supreme elders felt a wave of despair. Wait. Just as Chu-Du was about to deal the killing blow, a voice resounded in the entire place. An immeasurable aura, like a formless mountain, enveloped the entire area in an instant. Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. The Immortals were shaken. The identity of the voice appeared in their minds. At this point in the battle, a rank 8 Gu Immortal had finally shown up. It was not certain that he came in person. After all, only his voice was heard. Wasn't it agreed upon that the rank 8 great experts would not personally interfere? Some righteous path Gu Immortals who knew some inside information were confused. At the next moment, the Immortals heard Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice. He Tribe's battle ends here. The remaining members of He Tribe have submitted to me. From now on, this is Baizu Tribe's territory. We are willing to change our surnames to Baizu. He Tribe's elders responded. The Immortals were shaken. This matter was huge. The situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world would immediately change. Smarter people knew. Heavenly Lord Baizu could say this because he had come to an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. No need to leave. I am holding a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights for everyone. Heavenly Lord Baizu said again. The remaining He Tribe Gu immortals' faces twitched. This battlefield, which was still filled with blood from the battle earlier, was going to hold a banquet. The change was too sudden and abrupt. Congratulations to Baizu Tribe. Congratulations to Heavenly Lord. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals quickly came to an agreement, giving many responses. The Demonic Path and Lone Immortals were uneasy and agitated. Hmph. Chu-Du snorted coldly. It was loud and shrill. He left with a billowing of his sleeves. Under everyone's gazes, he flew away into the horizon. Novel. Ha! He is Domination Immortal indeed. I am leaving too. Amidst the silence, Hmph laughed loudly. Next, winds moved around his body, assisting him in his quick departure. Countless gazes focused on him as well. Hmph was the fastest person in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him, but failed. That was Hmpho's greatest and proudest achievement. Chu-Du and Hmph had huge guts. They did not give Heavenly Lord Baizu face. The other immortals had differing ideas, but nobody dared to leave. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not say anything. He watched as they left. He Tribe's first supreme elder quickly shouted, reporting to Heavenly Lord. Forget about Hmph, but Chu-Du has taken the 13th eagle nest. He Fan true inheritance is inside it. The immortals heard about this and went into a commotion. They secretly started conversing quietly. Everyone had heard of He Fan's reputation and fame. This person was the pride of He Tribe's history. He was the one who led He Tribe to their current status as a super force. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack He Tribe? No need to worry, I know about that. Heavenly Lord Baizu spoke again. The tone of his voice was extremely calm and plain. First Supreme Elder's heart jumped. His lips trembled. He wanted to speak, but no words came out of his mouth. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, reporting to Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to break apart. If we set a banquet here, it might not last for even half a day. Don't worry, we have already been prepared long ago. At this time, 3 Gu Immortals appeared together. The Immortals took a look, showing expressions of realization. These three immortals were none other than the three Gu immortals from Baizu tribe. During the entire battle in He tribe, they were watching from the side. It turned out that they were following Heavenly Lord Baizu's orders. They were in charge of settling the aftermath of the battle. Next, Baizu tribe's three Gu immortals worked together, unleashing an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect showed immediate result. In a moment, Iron Eagle blessed land which was shaking and breaking apart managed to stabilize. Seeing this, a lot of the righteous and demonic immortals had changes in their expressions. This immortal killer move had incredible effect. This was the first time they were seeing it. It had never been used in past records. They realized that Baizu tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu alone. The other Gu immortals were also formidable characters. Gong Air greets Heavenly Lord. Next, Gong tribe's Gu immortal Gong Air came forward alone, entering Iron Eagle blessed land and paying respects towards the sky. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the dominating overlords. Gong Air was a proud person, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be polite, even though he was feeling moody on the inside. During the final moments of the Battle of He tribe, Gong Air wanted to use the immortal Gu house Golden Dawn Hall to snatch the resources inside. But the Gu immortals of Baizu tribe smiled as they told him not to act rashly for his own sake. Gong Air would naturally not listen to them, but soon, he received a message from Prince Feng Xian. The content was, "Do not act rashly, otherwise, you are making enemies with Heavenly Lord Baizu. If Heavenly Lord Baizu is displeased and kills you, you deserve to die. I will definitely not take revenge for you." Gong Air heard this and did not dare to act. Even though he was extremely unwilling internally, he had suffered a huge loss of face. He had mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to come here and control the situation, but his effort did not match the gains that he had. Originally, Gong Air wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huang Jin bloodline Gu immortals paid no heed to him at all. Baizu tribe's three Gu immortals listened to him and went into Golden Dawn Hall as guests. Even though this gave Gong Air some face, the three immortals had hidden intentions. Gong Air represented Gong tribe. He had to come out. When he greeted Heavenly Lord Baizu, he felt extremely displeased towards Prince Feng Xian. Damn it. Curses. This time, I completely lost to Prince Feng Xian. Hmph, he is not one of us after all. He is just a son-in-law of Gong tribe, an external supreme elder in our tribe. Normally speaking, super forces with family-based systems rarely had external supreme elders. This was unlike Central Continent sects. They could easily take in others as their external supreme elders. External elders who joined super clans or tribes usually had a close relationship with one of the tribe's Gu immortals. For example, they could be husband and wife or bloodsworn brothers. Fairy Zhang Yu had once joined He tribe. She had been He Cheng's concubine on the surface. Prince Feng Xian's true identity was that of a spy from Spirit Affinity House that had entered Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He was in charge of the great plan of looking over Imperial Court blessed land and controlling 88 True Yang building. In his early days, he had become the husband of a female Gong tribe immortal. Under Spirit Affinity House's secret help, he had become a rank 8 Gu immortal. He stayed out most of the time and did not interact much with Gong tribe. Prince Feng Xian stayed inside his own Feng Xian Grotto-Heaven. He did not pay attention or communicate with his Gong tribe wife. He only stayed with his two female attendant Gu immortals, Yu Lan and Lu Yao. Gong tribe was very unhappy because of this, but Prince Feng Xian was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Gong tribe's Gu immortals could do nothing but hold in their anger. This time, after old ancestor Shui who defeated the combination of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Gong tribe came up with a plan. They went ahead to brag that Prince Feng Xian was the only person who could defeat old ancestor Shui. This way, they could use Prince Feng Xian's reputation to elevate Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they could also force Prince Feng Xian to become enemies with old ancestor Shui. If the two of them fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would benefit Gong tribe. This plan hit two birds with one stone. But could a rank 8 Gu immortal be schemed against so easily? This time, Gong Air was taught a huge lesson. Prince Feng Xian secretly came to an agreement with Heavenly Lord Baizu. One could guess that Heavenly Lord Baizu definitely paid a price for it. Prince Feng Xian concealed this matter, not informing Gong tribe about it. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits and kept the gains for himself. But at the crucial moment, he sent a letter. He did not leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Gong tribe could only endure this silently. After all, Heavenly Lord Baizu only gave face to Prince Feng Xian. Gong tribe did not have any other rank 8 expert. Strength was the foundation for talking on equal terms. The three Baizu Gu immortals stabilized Iron Eagle blessed land. It was not only safe now, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days, Iron Eagle blessed land held a huge banquet. In He tribe's former headquarters, Baizu tribe's rise was declared. The intention was quite extraordinary. There was profound meaning behind it. Almost all the Gu Immortals joined the celebration, other than exceptions like Domination Immortal and Hui Fengzi. Other than these two, there could have been others. For example, the mysterious Gu Immortal who appeared during the battle in He tribe. The person who controlled modest thatched hut. It was unknown whether they were hidden among the Immortals now, or whether they had left secretly already. The righteous path Gu Immortals mostly joined in the celebrations on the first day before taking their leave. Gong tribe with Gong Air as the leading Gu Immortal was the first to leave. When they left, Gong Air walked with confident steps, but people could tell that Gong tribe was in a dejected state. The second was Nian Air tribe. Only 2 Gu Immortals from this superforce came to He tribe. One was the rank 7 space path, Gu Immortal Nian Air Fu, while the other was the current generation sword child, Nian Air Pingji. Even though the latter had only rank 6 cultivation level, he had gained much reputation in this battle in He tribe. He became famous overnight. But he paid a hefty price. Old Monster Corpse Poison stared at Nian Air Ping Ji with much hatred. He was gritting his teeth. The grudge of both parties was immense now. Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, New Air tribe, Yi Lui tribe, and the others took their leave one by one. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, Guan tribe. These 3 tribes Gu Immortals attended for the entire banquet, staying until the end. After 3 days and nights, they took their leave. They gave Bai Zhu tribe ample face. It was because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes. They were quite close to the current Bai Zhu tribe's territory. They needed to establish good relationships. As for the demonic path and lone Immortals, they left entirely after 3 days and nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. There were also certain Gu Immortal experts who stayed back, attempting to get close to Bai Zhu tribe. If it were the other Huangjin tribes, when holding a celebration, they would not invite all of these people. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had been a lone Immortal in the past. The lone Immortals and demonic path Gu Immortals could accept his invitation and stayed here. See you. Until we meet again, forgive us for not sending you off. During these 3 days, Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired. The Blessed Land's entrance opened. He tribe's Gu Immortals and Bai Zhu tribe's Gu Immortals stood at the entrance, speaking in polite tones as they sent off all of the leaving Gu Immortals. The leaving Gu Immortals, regardless of their faction, sighed to themselves. After this battle in He tribe, the entire situation in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world changed. He tribe's Gu Immortals surrendered. They had to send off these Gu Immortals who invaded their homes. They definitely felt uneasy and unhappy. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made them do this. He was humiliating them. Among them, He tribe's first Supreme Elder could feel it the most. During the battle in He tribe, he suffered the heaviest injuries. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu personally used his healing methods to heal the rest of the He tribe's Gu Immortals, except him. He was pale. He sent off the guests in an injured state. He spat out blood from time to time. He looked so pathetic. All of his face was gone. He tribe's first Supreme Elder understood. I purpose exposed the fact about the He Fan true inheritance earlier. I wanted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to attack Chu Du if he was killed. We could take revenge for Chu Du's invasion. If he failed and Chu Du escaped, with his personality, he would definitely exact revenge on Bai Zhu tribe. To think that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu chose to do nothing. He knew that this was my scheme. Thus, he has been suppressing and punishing me secretly these last 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions tangled together and filled He tribe's first Supreme Elder. After sending the final Gu Immortal off, Gu Immortals of He tribe and Bai Zhu tribe went to meet Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. In the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the original discussion hall of He tribe, everyone met with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Greetings to Heavenly Lord. The Immortals stood on the spot, paying their respects. Everyone has worked hard. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sat at the highest position. He smiled. From now on, He tribe's Gu Immortals will change their surnames to Bai Zhu. He tribe's resources have been taken by Northern Plains Immortals. That is an established fact. This is also the result that I had gotten after negotiating with the other rank 8 experts. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to take revenge. The Immortals quickly responded in acknowledgement. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu paused for a while before saying, but the He Fan true inheritance is not a small matter. It involves a rank 8 expert. Even if I do not cultivate time path, I can use it as reference. Ignore Chu Du for now. I already know the location of He Fan Grotto-Heaven. After some time, we can forcefully attack it and obtain everything inside. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not anticipate obtaining the He Fan true inheritance. This true inheritance could not even be obtained by He tribe's own members, not to mention him as an outsider. The true benefit was He Fan Grotto-Heaven and the countless resources accumulated inside. This was enough to entice any rank 8 Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder heard this and felt incredibly shocked. Hey Fan, Grotto-Heaven's location is the biggest secret in our tribe, including me. Only the rest of the top 4 Supreme Elders know. How can Heavenly Lord Baizu learn about it? Don't tell me. Someone secretly submitted to him before this? This secret was told to him. Learning about this, Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder felt a chill going down his spine. His body shuddered in fear. He knelt on the floor immediately, kowtowing to Heavenly Lord Baizu in an extravagant manner. I have failed in my task. I am greatly at fault. Please punish me, Heavenly Lord. Oh, what failure is it? Heavenly Lord Baizu looked at Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder, showing an expression of a vague smile. Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder felt cold sweat on his forehead. He could not tell the Heavenly Lord Baizu about his scheme 3 days ago. That would be offending the great expert. Thus, he shifted the topic. In this battle in Hey Tribe, we anticipated that Fang Yuan would appear to reap some benefits. In the entire battle, we had used investigative immortal methods continuously, but we could not find him at all. I have failed in capturing Fang Yuan. It was my mistake. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Your investigative method is quite unique. It can actually expose an otherworldly demon. I am afraid that Fang Yuan truly did not come. That is a pity. If he appeared, I would have captured him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price. As it turned out, Hey Tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed to set a trap against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the culprit behind the matter of Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was widely known. The Northern Plains Gu immortal world knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel and spring Autumn Cicada. Hey Tribe's battle was an opportunity not seen in hundreds of years. To think that Fang Yuan did not come. This was out of their expectations. After all, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. It was easy for him to show up. They did not know about the matters after the Battle of Etion Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of Heavenly Court. As for the investigative immortal killer move that could expose an otherworldly demon, it also had a peculiar origin. Hey Tribe had once had an otherworldly demon. When he was a Moonlight Gu master, he displayed incredible talent and attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The Quartet Sparrow battle tactic that he came up with was a game that the top 4 Supreme Elders of Hey Tribe loved. They could not stop playing it even until now. After soul search, Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals did thorough research on his body. Even though his life was lost in the process, they obtained an immortal killer move that could expose an otherworldly demon. This secret was only known by Hey Tribe's top 4 Supreme Elders. The rest of the Hey Tribe Gu Immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued. Never mind that Fang Yuan did not come here. Your Hey Tribe was smart and knew to join my Baizu tribe in the nick of time. It is a good thing. 3 days later, I will help you get rid of your problem. You will be able to separate and move on your own. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely forget the past and live on as a Gu Immortal of Baizu tribe. Think in the interests of our tribe and contribute to the tribe. I will definitely notice and reward you for your hard work. Yes, we obey the orders of Heavenly Lord. Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals quickly responded. Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder even knelt on the floor, shouting loudly with an attitude of gratitude and joy. Heavenly Lord, you are magnanimous. You forgave us for our incompetence. We are truly in awe at your grace. You even thought about our problem and are going to help us resolve it. You are truly the savior of our tribe. Saying this, he kowtowed with his head heavily hitting the floor. Tears were flowing endlessly down his cheeks. But inside, he felt icy chills. Heavenly Lord Baizu was highly skilled. He immediately wanted to get rid of their Green City rampage. This formation would no longer belong to Hey Tribe's top 4 Supreme Elders from now on. Heavenly Lord Baizu was extremely pleased. He allowed them to leave after saying some words of encouragement. He sat and did not move. He was thinking in his head. Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals have just joined us. Their status fell drastically. They are definitely not in a tranquil state. They will need a lot of time to adjust to their new life. However, it is good that Hey Tribe's first Supreme Elder has this attitude now. My effort of suppressing him was not wasted. I can spare his life. It is too bad that Fang Yuan did not show up. Otherwise, if I could capture him, my gains would be greater. Now, I can only pay the price myself. To ensure that the other rank 8 experts did not act, Heavenly Lord Baizu paid a hefty price. He felt pain thinking about it. However, there can only be gains after putting in the investment. Right now, Baizu tribe finally has the foundation to firmly stay in Northern Plains. And there is also Hey Fan Grotto-Heaven. If I can take it down, my losses will be replenished. Of course, I cannot rush this. I need to let the tribe recuperate now and ensure that there is peace. After this battle, I have gotten on the nerves of the righteous path. If I attack Hey Fan Grotto-Heaven now, the other rank 8s will not watch me quietly from the side. Thankfully, He tribe lost all of their fortune now. The righteous and demonic immortals are satisfied by their gains. These forces would conflict and restrain each other. For the short term, they will not find problems with Baizu tribe. Heavenly Lord Baizu thought about all these things. In this short period of time, he clearly assessed the circumstances of Baizu tribe and himself. He was clear about his goals and was prepared to start his future plans. Chapter 11:11. Fang Yuan's third earthly calamity, southern border. Mountains were standing tall. Greenery was widespread. Mountains' winds howled endlessly. More than 10 Gu immortals, thousands of li apart, formed a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an old Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating as he set up the formation. The framework of a formation was already placed, covering a gigantic surrounding area. A huge illusory light lump was within. This huge light lump was shining in many colors, dazzling and bright. It was the giant dream realm. After the battle of Etion Mountain, the place was in shambles. Spectral soul was plotted against by heaven's will. Fang Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, and his main body was trapped in the dream realm, constantly getting weakened by it. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know about the details of the battle of Etion Mountain, they knew about the immense benefits involving this giant dream realm. The Gu immortals here came from the respective righteous path super forces in southern border. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement. They were going to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important. None of the super forces could take it down alone. They were afraid of the demonic path and lone immortals coming to gain benefits. Thus, the righteous path joined up and occupied this place, setting up a super Gu formation here so that they could slowly devour the benefits of the dream realm later on. Rise! The old Gu immortal in the sky suddenly shouted. Profound light shone from all directions around his body. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals put in effort. Large amounts of immortal essence was expended. Countless mortal Gu were flying. Immortal Gu flew out of the Gu immortals one by one, landing in their respective spots. Many Gu immortals were sweating and nervous. Some of them had trembling fingers. They had already spent 9 days and nights here setting up the Gu formation. Now, they were at a crucial moment of arranging the super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we not taking action yet? If we don't do it now, Sai, there is no chance. Around them, there are hidden Gu immortal experts. I suspect they have immortal Gu houses defending them. In that case, conversations were quietly taking place. Demonic Path and lone immortals understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, this place had undergone a mysterious battle. There might be some Gu immortal corpses or inheritances left behind. They were all treasures. But the righteous Path Gu immortals acted with caution. They did not give these demonic Path and lone immortals any chance. Without any chance, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge pillar of light burst up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and vanished just as quickly. A huge super Gu formation gradually concealed itself, vanishing from the immortals' sights. After so much hard work, it is finally completed. The old Gu immortal who set up the formation slowly descended. The righteous Path Gu immortals gathered together. In setting up this formation, my Wu clan used 5 immortal Gu. Thus, 30% of this dream realm should belong to my Wu clan. This makes sense. But, my Luo tribe contributed just as many immortal Gu as your Wu clan. What are you talking about? If we did not work together and used our immortal essence, could we have created this super Gu formation? In my opinion, in terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chu Yu, was the main person in charge of setting up the formation. He definitely ranks as the highest contributor. Even though the super Gu formation was set up, the righteous Path Gu immortals had not decided how to split up the super dream realm yet. At once, sounds of discussion became louder and louder. They were progressing towards an argument. Arguments would have no use in terms of getting a result, of course. The righteous Path Gu immortals left unhappily, starting to plan for their own share of this pie. A few days later, Shangliang Mountain. Xinci greets Lady Qing Qing. Shang Xinci paid her respects. Shang Qing Qing looked at Shang Xinci, nodding in satisfaction. I was right about you. You have done well as the clan leader. The members of Shang clan are starting to show some unity. I was able to achieve this all thanks to Lady Qing Qing's nurturing. Shang Xinci said with sincere gratitude. Shang Qing Qing went into the main topic immediately. I called you to come here because I have some questions. After becoming clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the arrest warrants of the black and white demons. But do you know, that brother He-Tu of yours is not Fang Zheng. He is Fang Yuan instead. Fang Yuan. Shang Xinci was perplexed. She did not expect that Lord Shang Qing Qing had called for her to talk about brother He-Tu's day. After Shang Xinci became Shang clan leader, her vision had broadened. She learned many secrets. She knew that the beautiful lady in front of her was a high and mighty Gu immortal who transcended mortals. This Gu immortal was actually talking to her regarding a mortal Gu master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qingqing had a solemn expression as she said, Xinci, you have to listen to my following words very carefully. They are very important. Yes, I will listen and learn. This black demon that you know of as Fang Zhang, his real name is Fang Yuan. He has a startling background. He is not an ordinary person. He appeared out of nowhere and is extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu immortal. He committed a huge crime. Not only southern border, but central continent, eastern sea, northern plains, and western desert Gu immortals are all pursuing him now. Shang Qingqing said in a solemn tone. Shang Xinci opened her mouth. She was in shock. At once, she felt like her ears were playing tricks on her. Since when did Brother He Tu become an immortal? And he was so dangerous that Lady Shang Qingqing felt wary of him. Don't suspect your hearing. Why would I joke about these things? You and the demon Fang Yuan had some friendship back then. Tell me everything about it now. Shang Qingqing questioned. Yes. Shang Xinci regained her senses after some time. She began to recall. I first met Brother He Tu in the merchant caravan. He was such a kind person. He saved me from that horrible predicament. Shang Xinci recalled the past. As she got deeper into it, a hint of tenderness was showing on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qingqing listened on the side, not saying a word. After Shang Xinci finished, she mustered up her courage and tried to explain for Fang Yuan. Lady Qingqing, is there a misunderstanding? Fang Zhang, Brother Fang Yuan is clearly a mortal Gu master. How can he be such a great demon? Shang Qingqing showed a mocking smile. If he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and deviousness is not something you can imagine. He turned the entire northern plains Gu immortal world upside down. Central continent's heavenly court has not even managed to catch him yet. Nobody knows where he is, or what evil scheme he is planning next. Your encounter with him might not be as simple as you think. I can tell that there was a scheme involved in this. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my Shang clan is facing great pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From now on, you have to keep a clear distance between you and him. There cannot be any relationship between the two of you. Be a good Shang clan leader. You may leave. Shang Xinci could only leave. You are letting her go? After Shang Xinci left, a figure appeared, standing beside Shang Qingqing. He was thin and looked very pale. It was Shang clan's Gu. Immortal Shang Tan Mo. Shang Qingqing smiled. What else can I do? Shang Tan Mo said solemnly. We cannot listen to her words alone. We need to soul search and see it for ourselves. Shang Qingqing smiled even wider now. Look at this. Saying this, she stretched out her hand from her sleeve. Her hand was no longer a human hand. It was like a twig. There were flowers growing on her nails. Shang Tanimo saw it and was dazed. I forgot that you have this immortal killer move. It is more reliable than soul searching. I already know all of Fang Yuan's interactions in Shang Clan City. He came here for a fortuitous encounter in cultivation, as expected and worthy of the user of Spring Autumn Cicada. This is nothing much. He did not set up any hidden schemes after all. Shang Qingqing said. Shang Tanimo nodded. Then I am assured. But how will we explain this to the outsiders? Shang Qingqing smiled coldly. Them? They are just using Fang Yuan as an excuse to get a bigger share of the dream realm. Now that I have this result, I can shut their mouths. Shang Tanmo's eyes shined. He looked up. His gaze pierced Shangliang Mountain as he looked at the giant dream realm. Maybe my Shang Clan's Gu immortals have been too polite for a long time. People think we are no longer adept at fighting. The situation was still changing. Over in northern plains, the battle at He tribe had ended. There were just some loose ends. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as the lone immortals, had their own gains. He tribe was history. Baizu tribe took them over and changed the situation in the Gu immortal world. In southern border, they were fighting over the giant dream realm. The righteous path Gu immortals worked together and managed to keep the demonic path and lone immortals out of it. But within the righteous path itself, a competition for shares of the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter where and when, people will always fight over benefits and resources. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture, looking at the sky, muttering. Finally, this is the third earthly calamity. Heaven and earth chi rumbled. There were no clouds or fog. There was a peculiar and strange scene of tranquility in the sovereign immortal aperture. Flying birds appeared from thin air. They were glowing with a slight green light. They flew extremely quickly. In Fang Yuan's vision, he saw long lines of light caused by their movement. The cry of the birds was extremely crisp, filled with endless vitality. Spring Dawn Jade Oriole. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized these flying birds. They might have tiny bodies, like sparrows, but they were genuine desolate beasts. These birds are very special among desolate beasts. They have a lot of rule path, life, down marks in their bodies, but they have very short lifespans. After the egg hatches, they can fly in the skies immediately. Everywhere they go, their down marks will rain down and change the terrain of the environment, pouring down endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, their lifespan would be expended and they would die. Fang Yuan muttered in his mind. He could see that in this area of many northern plains, the thin layer of ice on the ground was already starting to have sprouts growing out of them. Soon, under the influence of the spring dawn jade orioles, grass grew taller, rapidly growing, and there were even wildflowers mixed among them. What is going on? What earthly calamity is this? Heaven's will is trying to help me develop my immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was confused. The cries of the birds were unceasing and pleasing to the ears. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, many northern plains was originally wilderness covered in frost, but now, green plants could be seen sprouting rapidly. The power of the earthly calamity was huge. In just a dozen breaths of time, a gigantic area surrounding Fang Yuan was already covered in greenery. It was a grassland. Grass, trees, and flowers grew rapidly. It was as if this was an entirely new place. Fang Yuan stood on the peak of Danghun Mountain. He had a heavy expression. He focused his mind. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Danghun Mountain with him again. But the situation now was very strange. The earthly calamity involved spring dawn jade orioles. It was helping Fang Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fang Yuan did not choose to go Hey Tribe and take a risk. Instead, he went back and developed the sovereign immortal aperture. He had developed many areas, but because many northern plains was the place where Fang Yuan would be undergoing tribulation, he did not develop it. Right now, this earthly calamity was helping Fang Yuan to do it. This was out of his expectations. This was a good thing for Fang Yuan. But Heaven's will can act in unexpected ways. It is not so kind. There are surely traps that it set. I need to inspect for them. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, observing vigilantly. Many northern plains was huge. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity could not fill the whole of many northern plains. It only covered the part of the frosted land that was around Danghun Mountain. Looking at it, the greenery was growing thicker. Soon, sprouting trees grew taller, rising at an observable pace. At this rate, a huge forest was going to form. Fang Yuan felt surprised and joyful. The power of the earthly calamity was usually used for destruction against regular people. When used to develop the immortal aperture, it had truly shocking effects. If Fang Yuan wanted to transplant this huge forest into his immortal aperture, it would cost him a lot of time and effort. The spring dawn jade oriole had a short lifespan. As they died, they turned into jade green life force, fading in the air, but at the same time, more spring dawn jade orioles formed, moving forward in their place. At once, the sky was filled with the figures of these desolate birds. They were so numerous, like a flock of sparrows. It was a grand sight. Wait! Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go! He suddenly thought of something. He called out as he pointed. Instantly, sword light flew out, moving at lightning speed. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, flying sword. Spring dawn jade orioles were fast, but they could not match the speed of this sword light. But they could move agilely. They did not travel linearly. Fang Yuan used up some effort to kill one. A wave of true meaning rushed in soon, entering Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt like a spring dawn jade oriole, from the start of life to flight, and until his death. In a short period of time, he experienced life and death. His mental state was transformed. Fang Yuan fully absorbed this true meaning, clarity returning to his eyes. Right now, he was a transformation path grandmaster. It was no longer as hard for him to absorb Reckless Savage's true meaning. If he was like an empty basin earlier trying to hold buckets of water, he was like a well now, taking in Reckless Savage's true meaning in huge quantity, with much greater ease than before. Fang Yuan frowned. At this moment, he realized the scheme of Heaven's will. Fang Yuan's earthly calamity was very unique. Because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method and the nature of the northern icy plain, his earthly calamity had two portions. One was controlled by Heaven's will. The other was influenced by Reckless Savage's true meaning. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by Heaven's will formed. First, before the part of the earthly calamity formed by Reckless Savage's true meaning appeared. But in this third earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning appeared at the start. Fang Yuan did not expect this. This was the first time he was seeing this. Fang Yuan suffered a minor loss. Between Reckless Savage's true meaning and developing the Blessed Land, the former was much more important than the latter. Because Reckless Savage's true meaning could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, it could only be obtained during each tribulation. The costs and risks involved were high. As for developing the Blessed Land, he could do it at any time. Heavens will knows about my vigilant nature. This is a good scheme to prevent my transformation path attainment level from rising rapidly. I wasted a lot of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Fang Yuan smiled, not feeling dejected. He flew out like lightning. In the air, his body shook, as countless Strength Path phantoms appeared. Strength Path killer move, Myriad Self. Myriad Self charged forward, forming a huge tide of humans, rampaging towards the Spring Dawn Jade Oriole flock. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were desolate birds. They could move freely among the Myriad Self army, while chirping continuously. Myriad Self had little effect. Fang Yuan quickly used other methods. Sword Path killer move, triple layered sword wave. Swish, swish, swish. Silver-white sword waves burst out like tides, containing an unstoppable sharpness, pushing forward. The speed of the Spring Dawn Jade Oriole was faster than the sword waves. Fang Yuan sent out 3 sword waves. Even though some were killed, the result was not many. He frowned, understanding. In the previous 2 earthly calamities, Heavens will already learned a lot about my foundation. Be it Myriad Self or triple-layered sword wave, it knows about their weaknesses. In this earthly calamity, the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles counter my 2 killer moves. Heavens will is plotting against me by intentionally setting up these situations. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind flowers with sharpness like blades. But Fang Yuan had Danghun Mountain. Using it as his base, he could defend himself to a great extent. But now, even though Fang Yuan brought Danghun Mountain, the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were formed from Reckless Savage's true meaning. He could not sit around and defend himself. He needed to go on the offense, or he would lose his greatest benefit. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword Light rampaged according to his will. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fang Yuan's hands, but more and more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If Fang Yuan did not kill them, he would not receive infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Heavens will purposely cause this. Fang Yuan's losses were not small. This was not just a loss of Reckless Savage's true meaning, but also his green grape immortal essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Gu was powerful, it was rank 7. Each activation needed a huge amount of green grape immortal essence. But each attack only hit 1 Spring Dawn Jade Oriole. Fang Yuan was wasting a lot of his resources for limited results. It seems that I need new methods in the next tribulation. Old moves are losing effectiveness. Fang Yuan thought of Wisdom Gu. If he had the light of wisdom, this problem was easy to solve. With his Grandmaster attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could very easily deduce new immortal killer moves. But even though Fang Yuan had his immortal zombie body, he did not dare to use it. After 15 minutes of the earthly calamity, there were still Spring Dawn Jade Orioles forming. Many northern plains was not just budding with greenery. There was a huge forest. The trees inside the forest were huge. They were dozens of meters tall. Each of the tree trunks resembled pillars. At this time, Fang Yuan tried other methods like poison. Spit. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was very effective, but now it was useless against the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles. Growl, growl, growl. In the huge forest, trees raised their heads and cried out loud. Next, they uprooted from the ground, becoming huge tree men. Fang Yuan noticed the changes on the ground and snickered. So this is the portion controlled by Heaven's will. Hee. I was vigilant and got rid of half the forest in advance. Now it seems that my preparation was not in vain. Countless tree men pulled out their roots from deep underground, charging towards Danghun Mountain. They moved slowly, but each of them were huge. Fang Yuan changed his mind and chose to defend. He landed on the peak of Danghun Mountain, looking at the tree men moving towards him. It was a scene of greenery. It was like the entire forest was pushing towards him. He felt suffocated. Fang Yuan stretched out his finger and tried to attack. Flying Sword Immortal Gu charged over, turning into a bright light, piercing a great distance ahead. Many tree men were penetrated. These tree men stopped moving, but soon, their injuries were healed, and they continued climbing towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan used triple-layered sword wave again. The dazzling sword waves engulfed the tree men with sharp sounds. There was nothing left of them. The effect was great, but soon, tree men behind filled up the gaps. Fang Yuan frowned. These tree men are not desolate beasts, but they are close to that level. Not only are they very durable, they can absorb life force and recover rapidly. The life force naturally came from the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles. Ever since the first earthly calamity, Event though Heaven's will could not control the entire earthly calamity, it could influence reckless savages' true meaning and create a combination. Last time, it was the snow moons and wind flowers. Now it was the tree men and spring dawn jade Orioles. They combined perfectly, gaining huge effect. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of poisonous air. The poisonous air spread around the tree men. Dozens of them started to move slowly. Their green leaves turned purple. In a few breaths' time, their movement became slower and slower, until they collapsed on the ground. The entire tree's branches and leaves started rotting, turning decayed. Poison Spit's effect was quite good, but Fang Yuan could not continuously use this killer move. There was a huge drawback. He needed to get rid of the poison in his body first, otherwise he would die. The tree men started to climb Dang Hun Mountain. Soon, these tree men experienced the power of Dang Hun Mountain. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, many leaves fell. However, there were too many tree men. They advanced forward, pushing each other up the mountain. Dang Hun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the base of the mountain, 100 tree men died. Fang Yuan did not use any immortal essence. Fang Yuan looked at the scene. His frown was deepening. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they had little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fang Yuan could attack from a distance and kill these tree men slowly. Fang Yuan felt something amiss. This earthly calamity is too easy, don't tell me, because Heaven's will felt that it cannot kill me this time. Its focus went to depleting my foundation instead. To eliminate these tree men, he would need to expend a lot of immortal essence. The number of these tree men was greater than the first earthly calamity's snow monsters, and they had strong regenerative abilities. Fang Yuan could see many severed twigs that were stabbed into the ground growing with new budding leaves. Unless he used killer moves like triple-layered sword wave to completely decimate these tree men, to avoid any future problems. Otherwise, when these trees grow, they would expend a great amount of the earth chi inside the immortal aperture. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal Gu to kill these tree men was too wasteful. If I were a fire path Gu immortal, this would not be a problem to me. Fang Yuan thought of this when he suddenly heard a sound. Fire was starting from those tree men's corpses. The fire burnt rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spread and covered countless tree men. The fire continued to rage on these tree men's bodies, turning these tree men into charcoal. Their leaves were completely incinerated. A great number of them died. The fire was nourished by the tree men and became larger. It was almost 20 meters tall. Raging flames advanced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was stunned. What is going on? Evidently, this was part of the earthly calamity. But why did the earthly calamity start burning itself? What was Heaven's will trying to do? Was it trying to resolve Fang Yuan's problem? Fang Yuan quickly ruled out the possibility. What a joke. How could Heaven's will help him? Roar. There was a huge figure standing among the roaring flames. In the orange-red flames, a 60-meter-tall giant stood up. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant disaster blazing tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. In history, immemorial Red Heaven often had these giant disaster blazing trees. But this type of ancient desolate plant was rarely seen in the 5 regions, although not extinct. Giant disaster blazing trees could be created from any type of tree. When a forest fire starts, after countless life forms are killed, there was a chance of forming this giant disaster blazing tree. The giant disaster blazing tree's body was covered in raging flames. It burned endlessly, nothing could get close to it. More impressively, this giant disaster blazing tree would cause bad luck to whatever life forms got close to it. Heaven's will, truly insidious. Evidently, Heaven's will has noticed the protection of dogshit luck on me. It created this giant disaster blazing tree to destroy my good luck. Fang Yuan felt a huge challenge. Normally speaking, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would wisely choose to evade it. But now, this giant disaster blazing tree directly appeared in his immortal aperture. It was draining his immortal aperture's earth chi and bringing him disaster and bad luck, negating dogshit luck's effect. If he left it alone, soon, Fang Yuan would be extremely unlucky. Nothing would go right. He might even face a huge disaster. As for refining immortal Gu, he could forget about it. Flames raged on. Crackling sounds could be heard from the burning trees. The blazing tree had appeared in a very peculiar location. It was close to Dang Hun Mountain. Even though Fang Yuan activated his defenses, the huge flames were still causing his eyebrows and hair to dry up. This is only the periphery, but the temperature is already like this. What would the center of this blazing tree be like? Fang Yuan sighed, leaving. He left Dang Hun Mountain. He had landscape as before. He could restore Dang Hun Mountain before it was completely destroyed. The problem was how to kill this giant disaster blazing tree, which reached partway up Dang Hun Mountain in height. Sword marks targeting death. Triple layered sword wave. Poison spit. Fang Yuan used many killer moves, but they were ineffective. The poison in the air was completely eradicated by the flames. Flying sword Immortal Gu pierced the giant disaster blazing tree and returned to Fang Yuan, but the giant disaster blazing tree only shook intensely before turning to normal. As for triple layered sword wave, it managed to put out the flames. It got to the blazing tree and destroyed many branches and leaves. But soon, the flames spread again as the blazing tree returned to normal. Its injuries vanished after a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Immortal aura burst out around him as he cried out, "Strength path, giant hand." Bam! A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air and grabbing at the blazing tree with an unstoppable aura. But the blazing tree was huge too. It was almost half of Hmph Mountain's size. The strength path, giant hand grabbed the giant disaster blazing tree and tried to lift it up. But after some time, even after trying hard, there was no effect. The giant disaster blazing tree had countless roots. They were like snakes deeply rooted in the soil, sucking in earth chi fiercely. It also had the spring dawn jade Orioles flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was stable as a mountain, unmoving. As time passed, the entire strength path giant hand started melting in the flames. Almost half of it was gone. Fang Yuan dispelled this giant hand. He had an idea after some inspiration. Rumble. A second strength path giant hand flew out, but this time, it grabbed at Hmph Mountain instead of the giant disaster blazing tree. Fang Yuan could not lift the giant disaster blazing tree, but strength path giant hand had the power of pulling mountain. He could lift Hmph Mountain. Whoosh. Wind currents blew. Hmph Mountain was brought into the air by Fang Yuan before he tossed it directly towards the giant disaster blazing tree. With a loud sound, the entire ground shook intensely. The giant disaster blazing tree was suppressed under the mountain. The huge flames were no longer apparent. There was only a ring of fire left around the mountain's base. Fang Yuan floated in the air, staring at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant disaster blazing tree could not move. It was attacked by Hmph Mountain's soul path down marks, but it had incredible vitality and tenacity. It was still struggling intensely. Blazing flames started to roast Hmph Mountain, liquefying some of its rocks. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant disaster blazing tree. Fang Yuan was in a heavy mood, looking around. It was a scene of red, a sea of fire. The flames had spread to the entire forest and even the grassland. As expected, Heaven's Will's arrangements were just to nurture the growth of the giant disaster blazing tree. How could it be so nice to him? Fang Yuan's breathing became rougher. He saw that more and more giant disaster blazing trees were forming in the sea of fire. Their roots were digging into the ground as they sucked in earth chi to strengthen themselves. The first plant was not destroyed yet, but so many others were forming. Not just that, these giant disaster blazing trees were growling. They stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They had only one target, Fang Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Under Hmph Mountain, the first giant disaster blazing tree also became a treeman. It was not giving up, attempting to flip over this mountain. It had incredible strength. Each time it struggled, Hmph Mountain shook intensely, causing a huge and scary sound. In an instant, the situation became as bad as it possibly could. Fang Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier and slowly kill them, but he could not ignore these giant disaster blazing tree men. Even though they moved slowly, they had a terrible influence on the immortal aperture. Not only did they suck away earth chi and damage the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation, they would even bring Fang Yuan a lot of bad luck. What should he do? The light of the fire flickered on Fang Yuan's face. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Thankfully, I made my preparations. At the same time, Shang Xinci, who was in southern border, stared at the lamp in front of her in a daze. In the fire, it seemed to show Fang Yuan's former appearance. Brother He too, Shang Xinci thought to herself. Clan leader, clan leader? She heard something close to her ears. Oh. Shang Xinci regained her senses. She looked at Xiao Lan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan, and her other subordinates. Sorry, my mind was wandering again. Shang Xinci quickly apologized. Miss, this is the third time you've gone into a daze. Xiao Lan muttered. I was disrespectful. I am truly sorry. Shang Xinci quickly said again. Zhou Quan and Lady Wei glanced at each other swiftly, before coughing. Now, let's continue the topic from before. How will we take in the Gu master groups that were controlled by Shang clan's former young clan leaders? After the meeting, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, how is the clan leader? Why is she constantly in a daze? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai showed an expression of worry. I am not sure too. It seems that after the higher-ups met with her, she became like this ever since. Higher-ups. Zhou Quan's expression changed. He already knew about the existence of Shang Clan's Gu Immortals. This was not something that he could settle or interfere in. Yi Fan could not hold it in anymore. Let me go talk to Lady Xinci. Maybe as an outsider, I can learn something from her. Young Master Yi, you are not an outsider. Xiaolon smiled. We will trouble you, young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing with this. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Shang Xinci's study room. The doors were shut. Through the small hole in the center, Yi Fan saw that Shang Xinci was holding onto a piece of paper, looking at it carefully. She was so deep in thought. Even when Yi Fan walked with heavy steps, she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough and remind Shang Xinci that he was here. But suddenly, he heard Shang Xinci's soft whisper. Brother He Tu, what kind of person are you? Yi Fan's heart jumped. He instantly understood. The paper in Shang Xinci's hand was none other than the Black Demon's arrest warrant. It was his drawing. Yi Fan felt a sense of hollowness in his heart. His strong limbs were turning frail. He stood outside the door. He hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving. From start to finish, Shang Xinci did not discover him. Yi Fan walked out of the mansion, arriving at the street. This was the inner core of Shangliang Mountain, an important place in Shang Clan. It was flourishing with bustling activity. But Yi Fan had a worried expression. He had a question inside him. Hey Tu, what kind of person are you? Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's arms were behind his back. He watched this vast icy plain. Suddenly, his body shook. It's here. He received Fang Yuan's transmission and quickly used the Immortal Gu in his hands. Rank 7 Calamity, beckoning Immortal Gu. At the next moment, the Sovereign Blessed Land's entrance opened. First, Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were sent out of the entrance by a formless force. Next, one by one, the giant disaster-blazing trees were dragged out without managing to put up resistance. They were unwilling. They were furious. The sky was rumbling with thunder. Heaven's will was furious too. But it was no use. 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Fang Yuan collected his immortal aperture, appearing in the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained quite a bit of Reckless Savage's true meaning. He cried out with an excited tone. Walking on a long road for countless years, today I obtained the blessing of azure clouds. Flying above rivers and lakes on these clouds, nothing can obstruct my view of this world. His voice resounded over the surroundings. The disposition of the domination immortal was fully emanated. May I ask you for your name? Chu Du greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Obstacles and difficulties fill this road. Life and death matters little against calamities and tribulations. My body flies like willows with the wind. Regardless of wind or mud, I still fly free. After pausing, he returned the greeting to Chu Du, saying plainly, I am Lu Guanyi. Chapter 11:14. Obtaining one of 2 true inheritances. Time passed quickly. Several days went by. Langya blessed land. Inside a cloud city, Fang Yuan was sitting in his secret room, cultivating. Using connecting heaven Gu, his divine sense communicated with a certain female Gu Immortals will treasure yellow heaven. Your pill azure incense is of lower quality than Gu Immortal Shizi. The price should be cheaper. Fang Yuan bargained. But that female Gu Immortal was not like Fang Yuan, who used his divine sense to conduct the deal. She had left her will in treasure yellow heaven to manage transactions with goods. And unfortunately, this was a resolute will. It was obstinate in nature. It would not give in. As expected, the female immortal rejected with no hesitation at all. The price is like this. Buy it if you want. It is up to you. Fang Yuan was not giving up yet. He continued, will you reconsider? I am buying in bulk. The resolute will was obstinate. It did not agree. Fang Yuan was a little annoyed. These last days, when developing the sovereign immortal aperture, he had to trade in treasure yellow heaven, to sell his own resources and buy all sorts of resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he felt that his transactions were not going smoothly. The female immortal's resolute will was one of them. But this was quite a good situation already. Fang Yuan had been encountering this recently. Gu Immortals would come in and raise prices with ill intent, or he might see some shortage of certain materials. After rank 8 Gu Immortal experts bulk purchase everything. Even though I have dog shit luck's protection, in the third earthly calamity, the giant disaster-blazing tree destroyed a lot of my good luck. Thinking about his third earthly calamity, Fang Yuan sighed. If I did not think about it carefully and decided to work together with Chu Du before the third earthly calamity, I would have been done for. Even if I passed the tribulation, I would be heavily injured and stuck with bad luck. Currently, I am only facing some small obstacles. They are of no real concern to my cultivation. Fang Yuan quickly gathered his thoughts. His divine sense continued to negotiate with the female immortal in treasure yellow heaven. Since she did not agree to lower prices, Fang Yuan could only accept this. I will buy your pill azure incense. The female immortal's resolute will was stunned. Fang Yuan was making a huge purchase. He had to pay almost 10,000 immortal essence stones in this deal. But Fang Yuan was not shaken. With his accumulation from before, he was extremely affluent. Even though the third earthly calamity expended a lot of his green grape immortal essence, he could still afford 10,000 immortal essence stones. After buying the pale azure incense, Fang Yuan retrieved his divine sense, no longer staying in treasure yellow heaven. After inspecting it, he ensured that the pale azure incense had no problems, transporting them into his sovereign immortal aperture. His consciousness quickly entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was split into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fang Yuan placed strength path immortal zombies in all the different areas. Soon, one strength path immortal zombie flew over under his manipulation, using goo worms to store the pale azure incense. There was no choice. His sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. He could only use these strength path immortal zombies as laborers. Every time he was in this situation, Fang Yuan thought of who immortal land spirit and star form land spirit. If he had a land spirit, the job could be handled by them. He did not have to waste so much time on this. The land spirit was basically the steward of the blessed land. They were very convenient to have. But it was a pity. Fang Yuan had never heard of any land spirits appearing in an immortal aperture before the Gu immortal dies. This pale azure incense resembled jade smoke. It constantly blew around, creating a hazy area. Fang Yuan placed all of the pale azure incense into mini azure heaven, causing this huge area to become more misty. Even though the strength path immortal zombie could not smell anything, the pale azure incense was very fragrant. It was very amazing. It had the smell of ink and grass, extremely elegant and long-lasting. After placing the pale azure incense, Fang Yuan set up some Gu formations. These Gu formations were made with mortal Gu. Their only use was to keep the pale azure incense within a certain area, preventing it from dispersing away. I accumulated so much now. It is enough to feed change soul immortal Gu 3 times. Fang Yuan was satisfied. The pale azure incense would not renew itself. When he used it, it was gone for good. If he had to produce pale azure incense himself, it would be troublesome. Pale azure incense grew in places with primeval essence as well as pale crane groups, azure pine forests, ink bamboo forests, and herb incense Gu. These 4 things, including beasts, plants, and Gu, were needed, and each of them had to be of a certain quantity. Otherwise, they could not produce pale azure incense. And this exact amount was a trade secret. Gu immortals who sold pale azure incense had a firm grasp of this secret. They prevented the secret from leaking. At this point, Fang Yuan could only temporarily store the pale azure incense. Pale azure incense was the food that changed soul immortal Gu ate, but the good thing was, it was widely sold in treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of it now. It could last for some time. After more inspections, Fang Yuan modified the Gu formation. He took a final look before leaving, only to see that mini azure heaven had a small area of thick azure spots. It was different from before. Even though Fang Yuan placed great emphasis on developing his immortal aperture, on the whole, the sovereign immortal aperture was still very barren. The point was, the sovereign immortal aperture space was simply too big. Fang Yuan placed so many resources inside. If it were the normal aperture of any other Gu immortal, it would be filled already. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had quite a lot of Dao marks. But in influencing such a huge area of space, the Dao marks effect was very small. Fang Yuan retrieved the divine sense inside mini azure heaven. The pale azure incense was already placed. The development of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fang Yuan had already bought several batches of resources. He settled the feeding requirements of sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, and the other rank 7 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu and rank 7 immortal Gu already have their food. Now, the development of my immortal aperture should be to resolve the feeding requirements of my rank 6 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan assessed. The first criteria of development for a Gu immortal's immortal aperture was to be self-sufficient in feeding one's own immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie previously. His immortal aperture was dead. He did not follow this rule. After reviving, he went steadily and surely, settling the feeding requirements of the rank 8 and 7 immortal Gu to some degree. Next were the rank 6 immortal Gu. There was a need to say, Fang Yuan simply had too many immortal Gu. It was a shocking quantity. But there was no choice. Fang Yuan had to raise so many immortal Gu, not only to resist the tribulations as well as heaven's will, but also against other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's circumstances were bad. In the past, he had Shadow Sect, which concealed him from deductions. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, this protection was gone. Heavenly Court placed his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had deep hatred towards him. because Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 True Yang building. This was something that created more enmity than digging the graves of these Huang Jin bloodline tribes. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert Gu Immortals were all after the luck path true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the true inheritance of all living beings' luck, nobody would believe him if he said it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A lot of Gu Immortals were trying to find him. Earlier, during the Battle of He Tribe Gu Immortals had worked with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to try and ambush Fang Yuan. In the end, because he was vigilant, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know this currently. Thus, Fang Yuan traveled outside using a fake name, Lu Guanyi. If he said his true identity, Chu Du's attitude might have been completely different. Currently, Fang Yuan had worked together with Chu Du half a month ago. When Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fang Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du stated the situation clearly. He informed Fang Yuan that Flying Sword Immortal Gu had an information path inheritance's clues. At that moment, Fang Yuan was enticed. Earlier, he was still thinking about the benefits of information path. With strong information path methods, he could set agreements with others and not be afraid of them being broken. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement that was on him. He could easily betray or break his word without any restraints. He could even collect intel and make wiser decisions after knowing more details. Information path and wisdom path were complementary. Information path searched for information, while wisdom path used this information to deduce. They assisted each other. The information path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Gu was incredible. Even the wisdom path Gu Immortal Tian Xiaoxian was interested and wanted it from Chu Du. Chu Du had told Fang Yuan about this situation. He wanted Fang Yuan to know about the value of the true inheritance, so that he could change his mind. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to deal with Chu Du. He agreed to let Chu Du get Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to compensate him. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du snatched the 13th Eagle Nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. Days after that, he and Fang Yuan met in Northern Plains secretly, making a transaction for both sides. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Gu and the Eagle Nest, while lending out Calamity, beckoning Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan could not give the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method to Chu Du, even though this was an Immortal Killer move. An Immortal Gu were unique, but Chu Du could use other Immortal Gu in place of these. Different Gu worms could produce similar Immortal Killer moves after all. Chu Du was a powerful rank 7 expert after all. His reputation made him a legendary figure in the current Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. In the first 2 times, he was gravely injured. The situation was too dangerous. But in this third earthly calamity, he only suffered some setbacks. The biggest problems were resolved by Chu Du. Calamity, beckoning Immortal Gu, was simply too incredible. No wonder Mo Yao wanted to use this Immortal Gu to help her lover Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But eventually, she failed. Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu was only rank 7, but Bo Qing was undergoing the myriad tribulation that would lead him to rank 9. Fang Yuan did not want to seek the information path true inheritance with clues on Flying Sword Immortal Gu yet. The turbulent Flow Sea area was a problematic place. It was easy to get lost, and many Gu Immortals often traveled in it. Fang Yuan placed his attention on the Eagle Nest. The 13th Eagle Nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually concealed. It only appeared when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was near the point of breaking apart. Inside this nest, there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had explored it for some time. He had some gains. Compared to the information path true inheritance, the He Fan true inheritance, which could delay the time in his immortal aperture, was far more useful and important. Fang Yuan had decided, while he still had this period of free time after undergoing tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Chapter 11:15. Opening Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest # Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Purple Heaven. A faint purple light was shining in the haziness. In the vast sky, there was a floating eagle nest. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building. There were no doors or windows. It was like a huge crystal. A type of translucent crystal, twice as thick as a human's forearm, interlinked with itself, forming this tight eagle nest that had the same color throughout. This crystal was extraordinary. Fang Yuan had recognized that this was Heavenly Crystal, a rank 8 immortal material. Heavenly Crystal came from the sky. It was very light and could float in the sky. It would never fall to the ground unless there were external forces. Regardless of what was inside the eagle nest, just the outer nest itself contained 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this heavenly crystal alone had immense value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest, in Iron Eagle blessed land. Its value surpassed the sum of all the other eagle nests, firmly holding the highest position. After Fang Yuan and Chu Du collaborated, Chu Du went to Iron Eagle blessed land, and at the final moment of He Tribe's battle, he displayed great strength and took this eagle nest. However, before Chu Du left the battlefield, He Tribe's first supreme elder shouted and let all of the Immortals know that the 13th eagle nest had clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This was a problem for Fang Yuan. After Chu Du knew this, he renegotiated with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew he had to concede. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, the Eastern Sea Information Path true inheritance, and this 13th eagle nest, as well as He Fan's true inheritance, they had a lot of value when put together. Even though Chu Du was solely a strength path cultivator, that did not mean he could not sell these for a good price. Thankfully, Chu Du was firmly set on Fang Yuan's tribulation method. Fang Yuan exploited this to deepen his cooperation with Chu Du. He spent a lot of effort and much discussion to barely reach an agreement. Chu Du would use Calamity beckoning to get Reckless Savage's true meaning from Fang Yuan. In the future, he will take 30% of Fang Yuan's gains from these two true inheritances. Chu Du is a normal Gu immortal. He does not want to cultivate information path and time path on the side. Thus, he has little interest towards the two true inheritances. Unlike me, I can cultivate all paths. Any true inheritance can be used for my own cultivation. Even so, I really admire his resolute decision. He can give up when needed to. Northern Plains Domination Immortal. He is truly formidable. His title is well-deserved. Fang Yuan inspected the eagle nest as he gathered his thoughts. He and Chu Du were allies in terms of benefits. They had little relationship, they were just making use of each other. Against Chu Du, Fang Yuan felt quite wary. He knew that Chu Du was not giving up. He still wanted the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method. Chu Du had brains and brawn. He was not a stupid domination immortal. His brawn allowed him to single-handedly cause trouble to the Huangjin Superforce, Lu tribe. During the Battle of He tribe, he caused the Immortals present to be unable to attack. His mind was not to be underestimated. After Lu tribe's battle, he rarely appeared. He nurtured his disciples in secret, helping them become Immortals, luring out Reckless Savage's true meaning. During the negotiation with Fang Yuan, his eloquence made Fang Yuan recognize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Domination Immortal had grand ambitions. How could he be satisfied with just Calamity beckoning? And the bigger worry for Fang Yuan was, Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly Calamity, which was their first collaboration, the latter two lines of his poem were flying above rivers and lakes on these clouds. Nothing can obstruct my view of this world. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. 1. Vaguely, it seemed like he was pointing out Fang Yuan's true identity. Of course, he could be overthinking it. But many things had happened. Fang Yuan would rather be overly vigilant than miss out any important details. Chu Du's appearance was very suspicious. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan was suspicious. Chu Du was influenced by heaven's will and was a part of a plot, the human calamity, against Fang Yuan. Cooperating with a person like this was simply asking favors from a tiger. Thus, during the first cooperation, after the third earthly calamity was over, Fang Yuan did not talk much to him. He quickly left. Chu Du let Fang Yuan leave without saying anything. First, Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu was in his hands. Second, he and Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement. The information path Immortal Gu used was borrowed from other Gu Immortals. Third, he could not catch Fang Yuan in terms of speed. With Chu Du's strength and skill, he had a wide network and knew many people. Fang Yuan considered one point as well. To guard against heaven's will, Fang Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fang Yuan did not need to worry that heaven's will would cause any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be very careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If I make a mistake, it would lead to a disastrous end. Fang Yuan alerted himself mentally. He placed his attention on the strength path Immortal Zombie again. He controlled the strength path Immortal Zombie and slowly got closer to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days, he had been using investigative methods and collecting clues, looking into He Cheng's memories to aid with his deductions. If I am not wrong, this time, Fang Yuan had confidence as he used his Immortal Gu. The strength path Immortal Zombie, which got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest, went through a complete transformation. It was originally emanating death energy, but in a moment, it became alive, turning into He Cheng, indiscernible from the real one. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest, placing his hand on the eagle nest. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to explore, entering the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, coiling around He Cheng as they flew in a spiral. Refinement Path Killer moves were used one after another, impacting on the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. These Refinement Path Killer moves were all mortal killer moves. They were modified by Fan in the past, passing down for generations. Before Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any new member of tribe who became an immortal must learn these Refinement Path methods. After several generations of research by tribe's Gu Immortals, they gradually understood. These Refinement Path Killer moves were the key to opening the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Many tribe Gu Immortals had used the Refinement Path Killer moves on the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest in order to get Fan's true inheritance. Of course, they all failed, because they lacked the most critical element, Attitude Gu. In these Refinement Path Killer moves, there was a crucial step that needed the aura of Attitude Gu to activate. This step obstructed generations of tribe Gu Immortals. Nobody could inherit Fan's true inheritance. Tribe's Gu Immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately went to search for Attitude Gu. After a lot of effort by generations of tribe Gu Immortals, they finally found some clues. They gained a breakthrough in this. By the current generation, there was Su Xian's night elopement. She became Cheng's wife. In the end, she joined tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not learn about deep secrets like Fan's true inheritance. But she came with a motive. With her sister Blazing Heaven Demon's help, she stole the information about Fan's true inheritance that generations of tribe immortals had accumulated. Using these results, she found some suspicious points. But when she was close to success, there was a change in the situation. Cheng killed Su Xianair. Fairy Lishan had a falling out with Blazing Heaven Demoness as a result. Su Xianair left behind the crucial clues, as well as a lot of familial emotion and immortal essence to her daughter, Lulan. After becoming an immortal, Lulan used these clues to get back the Attitude Gu that had been lost in the northern icy plain for many years. But after some twists and turns, this immortal Gu ended up in Fang Yuan's hands, being heavily used by him. These last days, Fang Yuan had been familiarizing himself with the Refinement Path Killer move. He even disguised himself to ensure that there were no issues. Refinement Path Killer moves were used, turning into flames and lightning, attacking the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Each hit caused the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest to shake slightly, giving off a clear sound. Gradually, the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest's movements became larger, and the sounds it made became louder, until it resounded in the sky. The final blow. Fang Yuan was nervous. With his skillful method, he drew a trace of Attitude Gu's aura and fused it into a translucent ripple as it flew towards the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. The ripple fused into the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest, vanishing immediately. The Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest continued to shake. Light was emitting from within it. Gradually, the entire Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest started shining in 9 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. 9 colors filled the world. The light was dazzling and forced Cheng to retreat to a distance. Ding ding ding. As the light faded, the sound of chimes could be heard in the sky. In front of Cheng, this Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest that had been closed for years finally opened itself. Each of the pillars of Heavenly Crystal started moving and unraveling, making Fang Yuan think of a Rubik's Cube. The 9-colored Heavenly Crystal weaved and moved. Eventually, an entrance was formed on the surface of the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. The entire process was fluid and dazzling. He subconsciously held his breath from the incredible sight. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He understood the method that Fan used. The heavenly crystals were originally colorless and translucent, but they no longer are now. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should come from the respective immemorial 9 heavens. But Fan fused them together, using these rank 8 immemorial immortal materials through refinement path methods. He caused their colors to fade away, so that they looked like a whole entity. Before Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these methods, one could reverse refine these heavenly crystals, allowing them to regain their original appearance and open up the eagle nest from the inside. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan's assessment of the heavenly crystals' value increased again. Heavenly crystals were an immortal material that could be produced naturally in Grotto-Heavens with deep foundations, other than in the immemorial 9 heavens. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these heavenly crystals were formed in Fan Grotto-Heaven, but in fact, they came from the immemorial 9 heavens. They had higher value as a result, because there were only 2 heavens left from the immemorial 9 heavens. The other 7 were destroyed already. In the past, when Fan searched for these heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens, he definitely spent a lot of effort. Right now, it was getting harder for Gu Immortals to get these heavenly crystals. The only source was the scattered fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens that were hidden in the 5 regions. Hey Fan, true inheritance, here I come. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement as he controlled Hey Chung, carefully entering the eagle nest. Chapter 11:16. A dead egg. Fang Yuan controlled Hey Chung, slowly getting into the eagle nest. Light in 9 colors shone on Hey Chung's face interchangeably. His vision was covered by heavenly crystals. It was a grand and beautiful scene, like something out of a dream or illusion. The eagle nest was not big, it was like a small room. At the center of the room, there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. Hey Chung glanced at it. His gaze was focused on this egg. This egg was the height of a young man. It was oval-shaped and had a glass-like shell. It was reflecting the light of the 9 colors. It was extremely beautiful. But Fang Yuan sensed acutely that this egg was covered in death energy. It was devoid of life. Sensing this, he no longer cared about it. He placed his attention on the other aspects. He searched and explored. After some hours, other than the heavenly crystals, he had no other gains. How can this be? Hey Fan was a time path great expert. How can the true inheritance that he left behind only have one empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path Immortal Gu? Where are his immortal killer moves? Fang Yuan thought quickly. Soon, he placed his attention on the dead egg again. Perhaps to find Hey Fan's true inheritance, that dead egg is the key. Fang Yuan guessed. At this stage, the memories that he had obtained from Hey Chung were no longer useful. Fang Yuan had surpassed the generations of Hey Tribe Gu Immortals. He was at a step that they had never reached before. To obtain Hey Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to rely on himself. Hey Chung walked around the dead egg, using his Gu worms to observe and research it. A moment later, Fang Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. An absolutely dead egg. There was no disguise. This way, Fang Yuan's guess that Hey Fan's true inheritance was hidden inside the eggshell was thwarted. Don't tell me. Hey Fan's true inheritance has already been stolen by someone. The immortal Gu stored here are taken away already? I am not the first person in here. Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. This world had too many secrets. After Fang Yuan's secret transactions with Sixth Hair, he did not dare to underestimate anyone. Even though he was a transmigrator, in this world, he was not the only one. There already was one who did well enough in life to become a rank 9 venerable. Righteous path, demonic path, lone cultivators, countless elites and geniuses, heroes and conquerors. Throughout history, they were shining like brilliant stars in the sky. Fang Yuan was just one of the stars. Fang Yuan's guess was not random. He had his evidence. According to the intel obtained from Hey Chung, Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals had realized that Attitude Gu was the key. While searching for Attitude Gu, they also researched their methods, replicating Attitude Gu's aura, attempting to deceive the heavenly crystal eagle nest to open. In Hey Cheng's memories, Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals did not succeed. But that did not mean that nobody had succeeded. A Gu Immortal might have secretly opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest, taking Hey Fan's true inheritance for themselves, while nobody knew. And this might not even be a Hey Tribe Gu Immortal. This example was very common throughout history. The most famous example was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This person was the ultimate thief. In his life, he stole many Gu Immortals' true inheritances. Countless forces hated him greatly. Fang Yuan inspected it a few times over. There was indeed nothing else. With his current methods and knowledge, if he found nothing, there was likely no Hey Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan felt very disappointed. He was banking on Hey Fan's true inheritance to slow the rate of time in his immortal aperture. Of course, he had Chu Du's help now. He did not need it temporarily. But what about the future? If one did not have huge worries, they would worry about smaller things. Cooperating with Chu Du was dangerous. He was asking for favors from a tiger. Heaven's will would also seek to instigate him. Even if Fang Yuan did not need it now, with this assurance, he could have many ways out in the future if he encountered trouble. Even if there is no Hey Fan true inheritance, this heavenly crystal eagle nest is an entire nest of rank 8 immortal materials. It has great value. In fact, other than the immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, all of his other resources accumulated could not match half the value of the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Of course, this was excluding Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were in Langya Blessed Land, and the trade of Guts Gu was solely handled by Langya sect now. He only took his share of the profits monthly. However, what is this dead egg? I actually could not recognize it using my own knowledge. If Hey Fan's true inheritance is still around, this dead egg might be the clue that Hey Fan purposely left behind. Even though hope was slim, Fang Yuan was intending to follow this route and investigate. He first went to Treasure Yellow Heaven, because cultivation experience and knowledge was also sold here, among which there were desolate beast encyclopedias, maps of southern border, books on ancient desolate plants. Fang Yuan's divine sense looked around. Choosing carefully, he bought some and looked at them. Last time, he spent nearly 10,000 immortal essence stones to buy a large amount of pale azure incense. But this month's profits were not here yet. His funds were low. But after seeing these, even though Fang Yuan learned something, he did not manage to find information regarding this mysterious dead egg. Fang Yuan was not disappointed. Instead, he was a little happy. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the deeper its origin, and the greater hope he had regarding the clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is very likely to be an immemorial desolate beast's egg. Fang Yuan's readings were not without result. But in this case, the knowledge from Treasure Yellow Heaven was basically useless, because this knowledge were mostly limited to ranks 6 and 7. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 Gu Immortals would not sell their knowledge in Treasure Yellow Heaven. They had no lack of such money. In any case, most Gu Immortals would not buy them, because with their level, they could not interact with immemorial desolate beasts. In the current world, most immemorial desolate beasts were inside White Heaven and Black Heaven. Other than that, they were in the forbidden or catastrophic areas in the 5 regions, like the Northern Plains 10 Great Fierce areas, or places like Earth Trench and Earth Abyss. Should I ask directly in Treasure Yellow Heaven, putting up a high price for the origins of this egg? Fang Yuan thought about it and denied this idea. It was too eye-catching. He Tribe's Gu Immortals were not all dead. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals could easily deduce some information. This was not good for Fang Yuan. If rank 8 Gu Immortals were drawn to him, they would be a problem. Fang Yuan could not afford to face these existences yet. He did not feel much dejection from Treasure Yellow Heaven's uselessness, because he knew that he had someone who could help him with this problem. That was Lang Yulan's spirit. Lang Yulan's spirit was the obsession of Long-Hair Ancestor. He had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a refinement path supreme grandmaster. He was famous throughout history and had great reputation. Which paths would have Gu Immortals with the widest knowledge? Wisdom Path, Information Path, and Refinement Path. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals could deduce secrets. Information Path Gu Immortals could search and find intel. While Refinement Path Gu Immortals had to refine Gu, they needed to know lots of immortal materials. As one of the greatest Refinement Path experts in history, Long-Hair Ancestor's knowledge was undeniably immense. Fang Yuan sought help from Lang Yulan's spirit. This was not a smooth process. Fang Yuan was troubled by Lang Yulan's spirit's attitude. Recently, Lang Yu sect was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. They felt that he was cultivating for himself and did not contribute to the sect. Now, Lang Yu sect was developing in Taichio. The Falling Star Hound was causing them problems. Their progress was minimal as a result. Fang Yuan, if you kill the Falling Star Hound, I will let you read such books in our inventory. If you want to exchange for it, use 100 contribution points. Lang Yulan's spirit said coldly with a low tone. Fang Yuan smiled. I will exchange for it. 100 contribution points was almost all that he had now. However, even so, Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for it. He did not plan to go to Taichio. Lang Yulan's spirit snorted. He was about to speak again, but Fang Yuan said, First Supreme Elder is truly impartial, handling matters according to sect rules. Lang Yu sect's rise is inevitable. Lang Yulan's spirit was so angry his chest was puffing. His hair stood on ends as he breathed roughly. He contained his anger. I heard that you have a deep relationship with 12th Hair. I remember this child had praised you before. Recently, he challenged the Falling Star Hound. He suffered great injuries, and his desolate beasts all died. He is very dejected. Are you going to visit him? Thank you for the concern, First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful face, as if the one injured was not 12th Hair, but himself. After exchanging for the books, I will go to 12th Hair. Fang Yuan assured. Lang Yulan's spirit was helpless. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted, going to 12th Hair's Cloud City along the way. But he did not meet with 12th Hair in person. A mortal Gu master said, My master is unwilling to meet guests. Please go back. Fang Yuan was not welcomed, but he did not leave. He asked with concern. However, the attitude of this mortal Gu master was very cold. Fang Yuan could not get any results. He had to leave helplessly. If not for the land spirit's awareness of matters in the blessed land, Fang Yuan would not even put up this show. He knew clearly. How could a mortal hairy man Gu master act like this to a Gu immortal? Evidently, he was backed by a hairy man Gu immortal. And this person was none other than 12th Hair, who held a grudge against Fang Yuan. My relationship with Lang Yu sect has reached this stage. Of course, a lot of the credit goes to 6th Hair. Lang Yu sect has a lot of value. I need to restore and maintain a good relationship with it in the future, but that is not an urgent matter. Returning to his own Cloud City, he checked the information and was not disappointed. So this egg is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Upper extreme heavenly eagles were immemorial desolate beasts with rank 8 battle strength. After his surprise, Fang Yuan was filled with joy. He realized his hard work was not in vain. If this was an egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, then Fan's true inheritance was not taken away yet. It was waiting for him. Chapter 11:17. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan had known about this immemorial desolate beast since long ago, but he did not know what its egg looked like. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagles were space path immemorial desolate beasts. A mature adult Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle could freely travel in the immemorial 9 heavens or in Grotto-Heavens. This ability was amazing. Outside of the immemorial 9 heavens, there were extremely thick heavenly wind-chi walls. Grotto-Heavens were situated in the sky. If they did not open up, it was hard to detect them from the outside world. But as long as the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle had gone to a place before, it could follow its instincts and travel through space, returning to a former location. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. Fan could obtain an egg of the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. He must have paid an extremely high price if it was not by chance. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle's only weakness was its lifespan. It only had 80 years of lifespan. Ordinary mortals had about 100 years of lifespan. The great immemorial desolate beast, Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle, had less lifespan than even a mortal. It was truly astounding. Other immemorial desolate beasts often had hundreds of thousands of years to live. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle could not compare to them. However, it had the ability to prolong its life. When it died of old age, it would produce an egg. Inside this egg, there would be all of its memories as well as the accumulated space path down marks over its entire life. When the chick breaks out of the shell, the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle would live another life. It would grow up again, but with its previous life's memories and down mark accumulation. Without any unexpected mishaps, the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle would only become stronger. Of course, when it is an egg or eagle chick, the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle would be at its weakest. After understanding this, Fang Yuan had a bold guess. This Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle's egg must have been left behind by Fan. Why did he leave behind this egg? Evidently, the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle had gone to Fan Grotto-Heaven before. It was the key to entering it. Tribe's Gu Immortals had always been searching for the Grotto-Heaven that Fan had left behind. But in Cheng's memories, they had no gains. Fan's true inheritance must be inside his own Grotto-Heaven. This is not strange, because if he did not have food path methods, it would be best to keep all of his immortal Gu inside the Grotto-Heaven and sustain their own feeding. That has most assurance. And Fan Grotto-Heaven has no tribulations. According to Cheng's memories, Fan had obtained a certain fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens before his death. If I am not wrong, he must have fused this fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens into his immortal aperture before dying. It is a pity. Even though he has no tribulations, he had no lifespan Gu. His lifespan extension methods were also at their limits. He could only die. But why is the heavenly eagle egg inside the eagle nest dead? Fang Yuan was faced with a difficult question. There were 2 answers. One was that the heavenly eagle egg had naturally died. Fan left the living egg behind, preventing it from hatching. He used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to create an arrangement. But because nobody came to inherit it after a long time, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was not opened. The egg died eventually after a long time. The second possibility was that the heavenly eagle egg had no life force left because Fan did it. This egg was not truly dead. It needed a special method to unseal it. If it was the first possibility, Fang Yuan naturally could not obtain any benefits. He could only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial egg. They had great value in themselves, but that was all. From Fang Yuan's perspective, he would naturally prefer the second possibility. But if that was the case, what was the special method that could unseal the egg? Assuming the second case, how can I unseal this dead egg to let it regain life force and even hatch? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time, but there were no answers. It was not strange. This egg was quite literally dead. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have confirmed this at the start so easily. If I were Fan, I would definitely leave behind clues to resolve this problem after setting up this dead egg, so that descendants could inherit this. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He realized he had subconsciously ignored something. It was the refinement path methods that Fan had once modified and left behind on purpose. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. If I use these methods again, will it work on the dead egg? Fang Yuan had a bold assumption, but he did not act yet. Because this was just a hypothesis, there was no proof or evidence backing it. Fang Yuan was vigilant. He started using wisdom path methods. He went deep into analyzing these refinement path methods, placing focus on deducing them. He quickly discovered something strange. What was strange? Some refinement path killer moves were very strangely modified. The original versions were better and had stronger effects than the newer versions. Fan's modifications were simply going the reverse direction. What was he trying to do? Fang Yuan suddenly thought about some historical records regarding Fan that were inside Cheng's memories. Fan was a rank 8 Gu immortal. During his later years, he liked to nurture juniors, but he often taught them. When learning, you have to think for yourself. Don't just blindly follow and idolize your seniors' experiences. Only by thinking for yourself and learning them can you go further on the path of a Gu immortal. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at the refinement path killer moves with new ideas. He tried to remove the failed modifications that Fan did in those killer moves. He made a shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves are not failures. By combining them, they form a brand new killer move. Fan had purposely added in unnecessary steps in these refinement path killer moves. They are failures individually. But together, these parts can combine into a whole. What made Fang Yuan more surprised was that this new killer move was a type of blood path method. The great rank 8-time path Fan, researching blood path? This was not strange. Ever since Blood Sea Ancestor appeared, blood path's power was known to all. All the super forces restricted the growth of blood path, while researching it secretly themselves. This was something happening even in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, not to mention Northern Plains, a region with Gu Immortals that sought battle strength greatly. Fang Yuan was much more confident in blood path than refinement path. He was a blood path grandmaster. Blood path was his most used path in the past. With some research, Fang Yuan realized Fan had purposely concealed this blood refinement killer move. It was to be used on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But this blood refinement killer move was not complete. With Fang Yuan's knowledge and blood path attainment, he could tell that this blood path killer move was not complete. It was only a portion. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes were shining brightly. Fan must have the complete blood refinement killer move. He used the first half to process this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle dead egg. He only left the other half to his descendants. But he did not pass down this blood path killer move directly to his descendants. He used a unique method to conceal it. His first motive must be to test his descendants, so that a skilled Gu immortal who could think for themselves inherits this. The second reason was that blood path was notorious. If the great Fan's true inheritance used a blood path method, it would cause a huge commotion. Fan did not want that to happen. Fang Yuan was scheming and shrewd. He could easily tell what Fan was thinking in the past. After clarifying this, he was even more assured that this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not truly dead. It was just processed by Fan through a special method that made things easier. Fang Yuan was no longer an immortal zombie. He could easily draw blood from his own body. However, just as he was about to use blood refinement, he stopped his actions. So close. I almost failed to notice Fan's intention. Fang Yuan's forehead was filled with sweat. Why did Fan leave a blood path method for his descendants? Wasn't it really strange? Everyone knew that Fan was a time path great expert. At this level, he could easily use time path methods to leave his inheritance behind and imitate methods of other paths. But he used blood path instead of his strongest time path. Why was that? There was only one possible reason. The blood path method could do something that time path could not. What else could it be? As a blood path grandmaster, Fang Yuan first thought of bloodline recognition. The inheritance that Fan left behind was meant for tribe descendants. The inheritance of a super forces Gu immortal was usually kept to the clan or tribe itself. The first condition was to be blood-related. Very few Gu immortals would leave behind inheritances that could be obtained by others. Attitude Gu, the refinement path method left behind for generations, they were just the first two precautions. The blood refinement method that uses one's bloodline was the third. If the inheritor is not a tribe descendant and does not have tribe's bloodline, then blood refining this dead egg might cause a backlash. Or rather, the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme Heavenly Eagle that hatches would be the enemy of this Gu immortal. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt even more sweat on his forehead. Especially the last part. If he truly became enemies with an immemorial desolate beast of rank 8 battle strength, he would be in deep trouble. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was very fast. Fang Yuan could not outrun it. He had weak defenses as well. He would definitely die. It seems that I can only use a proper bloodline to refine the egg. Fang Yuan wisely stopped. Some days later, in a part of the sovereign immortal aperture, Cheng's hair was a mess. He had a very tired and weak expression. Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie, flying towards him. Cheng jolted like he was hit by lightning. His body shook as he shouted in fear and shock. What do you want? Earlier, Fang Yuan had soul searched him. Forget about that. Now, he was using all sorts of methods to torture Cheng. He was truly in misery. He felt that he was better off dead. Hmph was Fang Yuan's captive. At this stage, he had already given up. His Gu immortal demeanor was gone, but he could not even bite his own tongue to suicide. Fang Yuan had thought. Hmph still had some value. Even though He tribe was gone, He Lu Lan was alive. Thus, Hmph was in a state where he could neither die nor live in peace. Don't worry, this is likely to be the last time. I am confident of it. Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie, smiling as he got closer. Hmph was about to cry. He struggled intensely. You say that every time. It is always the last time. No, no, no. Hmp's expression was distorted. He screamed in great agony. Fang Yuan did not care. He continued to use his blood path killer move. With blood asset Immortal Gu as the core, this blood path killer move was an immortal killer move. Because of this power, Hmph felt immense pain. Blood from all over his body and even bone marrow were drained out, gathered into a lump. Next, Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie and swallowed it whole. Hmph was drained of much of his blood and fainted. His entire body was skin and bones. He had a pale expression, like he had died. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Several mortal Gu flew out, entered Hmp's ears, going into his bloodstream and traveling. These blood path mortal Gu were huge. When they traveled in Hmp's body, there were bumps over his body, as if rats were moving rapidly in him. Soon, these rats became smaller and smaller. Hmp's body started inflating, color was restored on his face. But he was exhausted mentally, as if he had just overcome a huge sickness. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the strength path immortal zombie. He muttered, "Spare me, spare me. I am willing to surrender. I will be loyal to you." Fang Yuan did not reply to him. Hmph had said this many times. Fang Yuan did not care to have a subordinate like Hmph. Fang Yuan was already wary of the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong, not to mention Hmph. With the outside situation as it was, Fang Yuan could only trust himself. In fact, sometimes, he did not even trust himself. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan had lost his memories. After knowing the secrets of Heaven's will and his rebirth, he realized that the fortuitous encounters that he remembered in his previous life were likely arrangements set by Heaven's will. Right now, Fang Yuan's focus was on manipulating the strength path immortal zombie. After swallowing Hmp's blood, the strength path immortal zombie's body shone with a thin layer of blood-red light. Under Fang Yuan's expectant gaze, this blood-red light slowly faded, entering the strength path immortal zombie's body, turning into blood which those of He tribe's bloodline had. Success. After several inspections, Fang Yuan was excited. These last days, he had been preparing to refine the egg. Disguising his bloodline was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He was a blood path grandmaster. He had a deep foundation in his previous life. But he had to take into account He Fan's blood refinement method. It was a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan had to deduce and modify it several times. After torturing Hmph many times, he finally succeeded. With this blood, I still cannot use it on the egg. I need to integrate this blood path killer move into familiar face, so as to be certain. For the next 10 days, Fang Yuan focused on deductions. But he had high attainment levels. Blood path and transformation path were both grandmaster. Ordinary Gu immortals could not achieve this, but he completed it in less than half a month. Looking at the time, a month had passed in total. He was only about a month away from the fourth earthly calamity. With everything ready now, Fang Yuan made good use of his time, immediately targeting the egg. As he had expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless egg started to produce life force. As more and more blood went in, this life force also grew stronger and became more amiable with Fang Yuan. 8 days and nights later, the shell cracked from inside, as a small bird came out. This bird was newly hatched, but it was not small. It could stand at the height of a youngster. The small eagle looked at the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan had become. It had a warm gaze. Affection could be seen from within its sharp eagle eyes. It was like a child seeing their parents. Come here. Fang Yuan manipulated the immortal zombie, saying. The little eagle quickly jumped to the immortal zombie, looking at him with dark eyes that showed an innocent gaze without any wariness. The immortal zombie stretched out its arm, patting the eagle's head. There was only a layer of yellow feathers on the young eagle's head. It was very sparse. Fang Yuan could feel its scalp. It had a good feeling of warmth. While patting it, the young eagle lowered its head without any resistance. Not just that, the eagle's eyes were shut. It opened its beak and chirped cutely, as if it was trying to get Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan could discern many things. He internally praised. He Fan is amazing. He actually removed the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle from its previous life. Only its space path Tao Mark foundation is left. If it had its memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle as an immemorial desolate beast, would be hard to control. And this blood path killer move can actually enslave an immemorial desolate beast. No, enslave is not the word. The true effect is to make the immemorial desolate beast feel close to me. It is the sense of kinship, of being a close bloodline relative. This way, it should not be hard to get it to carry me and find Hmph Grotto-Heaven. Just when he had that idea in his mind, the eagle chirped anxiously. Its body was wavering unstably. Hungry, Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie, pulling back his hand as he pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Go eat. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's food were heavenly crystals. After getting permission, the little eagle chirped happily. It jumped over and pecked, causing a small piece of heavenly crystal to fall out. The little eagle carried the heavenly crystal in its beak. It did not swallow it. Instead, it turned to the strength path immortal zombie. The strength path immortal zombie smiled at the little eagle, saying warmly, "Go eat." The little eagle understood. It raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heavenly crystal. Next, it continued to eat. The hard heavenly crystal broke apart like tofu inside its beak. Fang Yuan watched, slightly startled. One could not look down on this bird. It was a genuine immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme heavenly eagle. This means, from now on, I control battle strength on the level of an immemorial desolate beast? No, it is too young. It cannot have such high battle strength. It seems to understand my words. That must be Hmph doing. Since he can erase its memories, he can also make it learn human language. However, there is a huge flaw. I need to disguise my bloodline, so that the upper extreme heavenly eagle feels close to me. The real me would not do. I would even get attacked by it. After all, such immemorial desolate beasts are very prideful. They are naturally aggressive. Fang Yuan considered the other aspects. For the next few days, Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie, staying with the young eagle, watching it eat. The young eagle did not eat all the time. It ate for a while before going to the strength path immortal zombie, snuggling up to it, and sleeping. It was extremely trusting of the strength path immortal zombie. It did not guard against it. For the next few days, half of the heavenly crystal eagle nest was consumed. This consumption speed gave Fang Yuan a headache. In order to get an immemorial level battle strength, spending such immortal materials was needed. But the price of feeding it was truly very high. The young eagle grew quickly. It was the height of a youngster initially, but in a few days, it was as tall as Fang Yuan. It stood on the ground, raising its head. It had a strong body and thick layer of feathers. It had sharp eagle eyes and dark sharp claws. When it scratched, heavenly crystals broke like thin paper. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan was not going to wait any longer. He recalled the strength path immortal zombie, taking back all of the immortal goo and mortal goo in it, using familiar face on his own body. The current familiar face had exceeded the original version by adding in blood asset, immortal goo and other mortal goo. This way, Fang Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Fang Yuan chose to leave Langya blessed land, choosing a spot with nobody around, opening his immortal aperture and letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Fang Yuan's true body. It did not have any suspicions. Coming over to peck at Fang Yuan's palm lightly, it lowered its head, using its head to rub Fang Yuan's shoulder. It had a very warm attitude. Fang Yuan smiled, instructing the young eagle. Quickly bring me to Hmph Grotto-Heaven. I need to inherit Hmph's true inheritance. The young eagle went in a daze. It remembered a certain part of its memories, chirping loudly as it spread its wings. Fang Yuan saw the chance and jumped onto the eagle's back. The eagle screeched, carrying Fang Yuan as it ascended, flying towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were wildly blowing past his ears. Fang Yuan activated his goo worms, sitting on the eagle's back stably. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed. It was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was an infant eagle. It was far from maturity. It had yet to fully develop. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, multiple times the size of a whale. Fang Yuan also estimated. Its current battle strength had not reached rank 8 yet. Currently, it was at rank 6 level. Even though it had a lot of space path down marks, it did not have wild goo. A major influence on desolate beasts and plants in their battle strength was their physical bodies. This was different from humans. Humans had weak physiques, but desolate beasts had naturally powerful attack, defense, as well as recovery. Not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Fang Yuan was interacting with the upper extreme heavenly eagle. His earlier assessment of it having rank 8 battle strength upon hatching was wrong. Even though he was disappointed, it was sure to grow into having rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle traveled quickly. Fang Yuan sat on its back. Once in a while, he fed it heavenly crystals. During other times, Fang Yuan was not slacking. He was analyzing He Fan as a person. From He Qing's memories, there was lots of praise towards He Fan. This time path expert who had led He tribe to a glorious era in history was not simple. Fang Yuan reviewed the process of unraveling He Fan true inheritance. It was as if he was fighting against He Fan in terms of wits. This was truly an extraordinary contest. He Fan left behind the refinement path killer moves, Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest, Dead Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle Egg, and the Hidden Blood Path killer move. They revealed to Fang Yuan this time path great expert's meticulousness, his shrewd planning, and proud nature. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. He Fan was an expert at rank 8. His true inheritance was not easy to obtain. He tribe's Gu Immortals tried for so many years without success. Of course, this was also due to the loss of Attitude Gu. But it was undeniable that anyone else would have failed. Only a shrewd and astute individual like Fang Yuan would be able to make progress while exploiting the appropriate opportunities, eventually making his way to He Fan Grotto-Heaven. After I get to He Fan Grotto-Heaven, will I get to obtain the true inheritance? I have a feeling that He Fan's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more extraordinary the true inheritance. This is not a bad thing. Chapter 11:19. Entering He Fan Grotto-Heaven 1.5 days later, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle carried Fang Yuan and flew to the sky of an unknown location. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed decreased. It started to fly around the air. After a while of flying, it seemed to have confirmed the location. It pecked at a certain spot. Instantly, Fang Yuan could hear a clear sound of a bell, as space tore open and his vision changed. In an instant, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle brought him into He Fan Grotto-Heaven, disappearing from northern plains sky. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle can truly cross space and enter Grotto-Heavens. It is so amazing as an infant. When it matures, it will surely be a huge help. Fang Yuan praised in his mind as he looked around. This Grotto-Heaven was huge and vast. It was an extraordinary sight. Below Fang Yuan, there was an ancient forest. It was green and huge. Birds and beasts lived in it. There was much life within. Musical trees. There were trees with rainbow-colored leaves and countless birds flying on them, landing on the branches as they chirped, creating a beautiful melody. Chi-death birds. One of the types of birds had plump bodies that pressed down on the branches. They were covered in chi currents and had distinct voices. Tea stream. Between trees, there was a smooth flowing stream. The water was a clear, pale green. It was steaming hot, making the leaves inside resemble tea leaves. Fang Yuan took a look, finding many cultivation resources inside the forest. He looked at the sky. This Grotto-Heaven sky was azure in color. It seems that He Fan obtained a fragment of the immemorial azure heaven. After fusing it into his Grotto-Heaven, the sky never changed color again. Fang Yuan made an initial confirmation that this was He Fan Grotto-Heaven, because in He Qing's memories, he knew that He Fan had once grew musical trees and famously sold them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This entire forest was made of musical trees. The scale was shockingly big. Just as Fang Yuan was looking around, the entire world suddenly started to ring with sounds of a bell. The bell rang 10 times. Next, a brass bell appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Heavenly Spirit. There's indeed a Heavenly Spirit. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He got nervous. He did not have He tribe's bloodline after all. Even though he deceived the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he still had to deceive the Heavenly Spirit to obtain the true inheritance. In the northeast part of He Fan Grotto-Heaven, there was a tall mountain. The locals named it Wangu Mountain. They revered it. There was a cave in the mountain. In the cave, 3 Gu Immortals were conversing. Without taking risks, how can we have great gains? To break free of this cage, we need to take on the risks of doing so. Gu Immortal Feng Jun had an agitated expression. The other 2 Gu Immortals looked at each other with hesitation. One of them, Gu Immortal Zheng Tua, looked at Feng Jun. This is a huge matter. If we are careless, we will die. How can we not act carefully? The other Gu Immortal, Zhou Min, was female. She had beautiful features. Brother Feng Jun, please calm down. It is very difficult to deal with the Heavenly Spirit. We need to plan this wisely. We are not in a rush. Don't worry. The 3 of us are sworn siblings. We will work as one and move forward together. Feng Jun raised his head and sighed. The Heavenly Spirit is not scary. We have already gained its trust. Using the killer move, Bloodlight Spirit Suppression, that I created, I am very confident of success. Zheng Tua looked at Feng Jun. Brother, I do not want to say this, but why are you in a rush? You said earlier that Bloodlight Spirit Suppression was created recently. This immortal killer move has just been created. It is not perfected. Even if it is perfected, we need to practice it first. Why are you so hurried? That's right, brother. Zhou Min also said, to deal with the Heavenly Spirit, we are not sufficient. We might as well convince old immortal Hmph to the west. He has 3 Gu immortals under him. Feng Yuan snorted, saying in disdain, Hmph is useless. He is about to die, yet he still acts so conservatively. We should not rely on him. Feng Yuan shook his head. Zhou Min frowned. Brother, even if you look down on old immortal Hmph, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we have to get him to watch on the sidelines and not interfere. Sister makes sense. Zheng Tuo added. Feng Yuan had a grim expression. After some hesitation, he said, I am not going to lie. You both know I cultivate luck path. Recently, I have had an ominous feeling. Something bad is going to happen. I have this indescribable sensation. If we do not take the chance now, we might not have a chance anymore. These words were simply Feng Yuan's assumption. He had no proof at all to back him up. But the other 2 immortals had grim expressions. Zhou Min said, Brother, you once had gone up Immortal Succession Mountain and cultivated the luck path inheritance that was on it. Even though your cultivation level did not reach rank 7, as the first inheritor, your Dao marks are not less than that of a rank 7 luck path Gu immortal. I heard that with a certain number of luck path Dao marks, the Gu immortal will have a mystical promotion. On the side, Zheng Tuo also added, That's right, for refinement path Gu immortals, their Gu refinement abilities would rise sharply. When refining Gu, they would be able to sense minute details. For fire path Gu immortals, they would have a certain sense towards fire path immortal Gu and desolate beasts. For wisdom path Gu immortals, even without using any Gu, their own deduction abilities would be very strong. As for luck path Gu immortals, they would have some sensation towards their own luck or the luck around them. That's right. Feng Yuan sighed, his expression calming down. Since Zhou Min and Zheng Tuo could understand him, that was good. After all, the killer move, Bloodlight Spirit Suppression, that he made could not be used alone. All 3 of them needed to activate it together. Suddenly, at this time, the sound of a bell from outside became clearer. Did someone else ascend Immortal Succession Mountain, obtaining a true inheritance? Zheng Tuo's eyes flashed. Regardless of who it is, we have to get them over to our side. Zhou Min immediately said, Listen, there are 5 rings already. Feng Yuan's attention was drawn. Impressive, this person got to this point. In the past, even you, brother, only got this far. Zheng Tuo praised. But soon, their expressions changed. 7 times. Zhou Min cried out. How can this be? Not only was I surpassed, even old immortal Hmph was surpassed. Feng Yuan could not believe it. He was aware of the difficulties of going up Immortal Succession Mountain. But next, a 10th bell sound rang out. It resounded in the entire world, continuing to spread. The 3 immortals were like statues. They stood in their places, unmoving. A moment later, Zhou Min snapped back to awareness. Shock was expressed all over her beautiful face. Did I hear wrongly? The bell rang 10 times. Feng Yuan's expression was dark. According to the stone tablet on Immortal Succession Mountain, 10 rings of the bell means that the person from the main tribe, who is qualified to inherit old ancestor Hmphan's true inheritance, is here. Don't tell me my bad feeling is due to this person. After so many years, I thought that nobody would inherit the first true inheritance on Immortal Succession Mountain. To think that, Zheng Tuo shook his head, showing a complex expression. He looked at the 2 immortals beside him. They also had differing expressions. Zheng Tuo let out a breath of air, stabilizing his mind. Let's go. According to the rules, when the proper inheritor appears, the heavenly spirit will welcome them personally. We need to go ahead and pay respects to them too. Pay respects? Pay what respects? Feng Yuan's body shook. He said shrilly. Regardless of who it is? Why must we go and pay respects to them? We are also He tribe descendants with He tribe's bloodline. Just because our ancestors were criminals, we have to be subservient to the main tribe forever. Zhou Min quickly consoled him. Brother, you make sense, I agree. Even though this is sudden, the result is not out of control yet. According to the rules on the stone tablet, even though the inheritor is here, the time has passed already. To inherit Hmphan's true inheritance, they would need to pass a test. Whether we are going to find trouble with them or take down the heavenly spirit, we need to stay calm, stay cool. Feng Yuan was reminded. His mind cleared up. Sister, you are right. We still have a chance. Go. We will go immediately. We cannot expose any flaws. I want to see how amazing this inheritor is. Do they have 3 heads or 6 arms? The brass bell floated in front of Fang Yuan. After ringing 10 times, it went silent. Fang Yuan tried to ask, Are you the heavenly spirit? I am He Chang. I opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest and hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I am here to inherit ancestor Hmphan's true inheritance. But the brass bell remained silent. It floated in front of Fang Yuan, unmoving. As expected, after devouring the fragment of immemorial azure heaven, Even the heavenly spirit has become mindless. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He understood the reason. This intel was obtained from Shadow Sect as well. After absorbing a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, even though the Grotto-Heaven would have no tribulations, if the Gu immortal dies and becomes a heavenly spirit, they would not have control and would be mindless. All in all, it was because of Heaven's will. Heaven's will originated from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Ordinary Grotto-Heavens were small worlds independent of the outside world. But once they absorbed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, they would let Heaven's will in. Their personal authority would be greatly diminished due to Heaven's will. Shadow Sect had deep research in this. In the past, a Shadow Sect member, one of the 7 original split souls, 7-star child, had went ahead to devour a fragment of immemorial blue heaven, attempting to research a way to deal with Heaven's will. Unfortunately, Heaven's will made use of it and caused 7-star child to be stuck inside star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, unable to get out. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, because starry sky Grotto-Heaven had shattered and broken into many pieces, landed in many areas of central continent like all of the other Grotto-Heaven fragment worlds, among which, on a nameless mountain, Fang Yuan was invited by Immortal Crane Sect to explore it. Coincidentally, inside this fragment world, Fang Yuan explored the dream realm and obtained crucial pointers. Eventually, on Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan obtained the result of Shadow Sect's plan after 100,000 years. From this, one could see that by absorbing any 9 heavens fragment, the Grotto-Heaven world would be under the supervision of Heaven's will. It was not safe for Fang Yuan. The safest place for him were blessed lands or Grotto-Heavens like Langya Blessed Land. They were privately owned. Heaven's will could not look inside. Longhair Ancestor was a very famous figure. It was not hard for him to get some immemorial 9 heavens fragments. But from start to finish, he did not let his Grotto-Heaven absorb any fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. Thus, this Grotto-Heaven is far less valuable to me than Hmph true inheritance. Once I inherit Hmph true inheritance, I will give this Grotto-Heaven to Chu Du. It will fulfill that agreement of splitting 30% profit with him. Fang Yuan was still planning when a few people appeared from the sky. Their immortal auras were unconcealed. They rapidly got closer. What is going on? Hmph Grotto-Heaven has Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan was surprised. Chapter 1120. Shocking the Immortals from far away. For Gu Immortals approached. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. He watched without blinking. This situation was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu Immortals here? Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this Hmph Grotto-Heaven's heavenly spirit was too dull. It did not respond. Fang Yuan felt a gloomy sensation. After a while, the 4 Gu Immortals got close, but there was no animosity from them. Fang Yuan prepared himself without showing any changes externally. I, criminal immortal Qin Chi, greet the superior immortal from the main tribe. The leader was an old Gu Immortal. He wore a tall crown. He had a green-gray robe and white hair. After seeing Fang Yuan, he paid respects with a solemn expression. Criminal immortal? Fang Yuan thought over this, but he quickly responded. I am not worthy of being called a superior immortal. My name is He Cheng. I was fortunate to have inherited Hmph true inheritance. To think that I could meet so many immortals after entering the Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan had turned into He Cheng's appearance. This was after careful consideration. After all, with Treasure Yellow Heaven's existence, even though Hmph Grotto-Heaven was isolated from the outside world, they could still find out about He Tribe's information. He Cheng had gone missing, and he lost He Tribe's immortal Gu house, but that did not hinder him from inheriting Hmph true inheritance. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had all of He Cheng's memories. He could disguise as him perfectly with no flaws. Qin Chi raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan. He sighed in admiration. He Cheng was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains. He had a gentlemanly grace, and many women had crushes on him. At this moment, even though Fang Yuan was in disguise, he even had a superior flair to He Cheng. With his looks, he was extraordinary and charming. He could take one's heart easily. Of the 4 Gu Immortals who came, 2 were female. Seeing Fang Yuan's looks, their hearts involuntarily beat faster. The other was a young man with an ordinary appearance. Qin Chi bowed again. Superior immortal He Cheng. You have dazzling disposition. Us criminal immortals of He Tribe have waited for so long up until you finally came. Heaven truly is not blind. I am flattered, but why do you call yourselves criminal immortals? What does that mean? I do not understand. Fang Yuan frowned, asking directly. Qin Chi was about to answer, when a voice came from afar. Superior immortal, it is normal that you do not know. Our ancestors were guilty of a heavy crime in He Tribe. Back then, old ancestor He Fan's granddaughter, He Fengyu, carried attitude Gu and roamed the icy plain. She was targeted by a mysterious Gu immortal. At that time, our ancestors were her guards, but they failed to take care of her. Fang Yuan went missing, and even attitude Gu was lost. Old ancestor Fan doted on his granddaughter Fang Yuan, but he searched for her to no avail. Our ancestors could not make up for this failure. They could only submit to punishment and were locked inside this Fan Grotto-Heaven by old ancestor Fan. They were our lineage, continuing to live here over the generations. So that's it. Fang Yuan understood. He meticulously observed them. There were 3 new immortals that just came here. 2 males and 1 female. They were Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and Zheng Tuo. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were rank 6. Fang Yuan took a glance at them. Zheng Tuo flew in front. He was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was the one who answered Fang Yuan earlier. He had his rank 7 cultivation level unconcealed. He had an ordinary face with a hunched back. When he flew over, there was a thin line of blood behind him. He was a blood path cultivator. This made Fang Yuan surprised internally. A blood path Gu immortal appeared openly like this, but the other Gu immortals were completely unfazed. They seemed used to it. Unless, this person does not cultivate blood path primarily, but only as a secondary path. Even so, it cannot be shown openly. Fang Yuan was a bit puzzled. If this was in the 5 regions, this blood path demonic immortal would have already been a target of pursuit. But at the moment, it seemed like he was doing pretty well. Not only was there no animosity, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 were really daring. They were not afraid that this leader would attack them to increase his own battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer and greeted Fang Yuan as well, having a respectful attitude. But Fang Yuan could tell clearly. This Feng Jun was not sincere. He held animosity towards Fang Yuan. He took several glances secretly with an unkind expression. Actually, the rest were also like this. Be it Qin Shi or the other Gu immortals, they were solemn and cautious regarding Fang Yuan. While expressing kindness, they had ill intentions hidden. Their attitudes were strange. After greeting Fang Yuan, the 3 immortals talked to Qin Shi and the immortals behind him. They spoke plainly, but they did not gather together. They floated in the air, forming 2 clear groups. Fang Yuan saw all of these. On the surface, he was talking to them warmly, but on the inside, he was memorizing these details. How many of you are there in this Fan Grotto-Heaven? Fang Yuan thought about this and asked. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here, there are only 2 others. Qin Shi replied. They will be here soon. Superior Immortal, when you arrived, the heavenly spirit came to welcome you. 10 rings of the bell resounded. They have also gone up Immortal Succession Mountain before. They know what it meant. Immortal Succession Mountain. Fang Yuan noted this name, but did not ask about it yet. As expected, 2 more Gu immortals appeared soon after. They were both males. They paid respects to Fang Yuan. Like the other Gu immortals, they also had strange expressions. After the Gu immortals gathered, the heavenly spirit finally made a move. It suddenly shook, creating a loud sound as it drifted forward. The heavenly spirit wants to direct us to Immortal Succession Mountain. Superior Immortal, please follow us. Qin Shi saw this and said. Fang Yuan nodded. He followed the brass bell heavenly spirit cautiously. In this situation, he was alone, but the other side had 9 Gu immortals, 2 rank 7 and 7 rank 6. If they suddenly attacked him, it would be a chaotic brawl with an unpredictable result. However, even though the heavenly spirit was mindless, it could still welcome Fang Yuan. That showed that it carried Fan's will. It was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Fang Yuan could already tell that these people were not united. They were in different groups. The last 2 that came even seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Fang Yuan decided to travel with them. He wanted to observe them first and did not take action yet. The heavenly spirit did not fly quickly. Thus, Fang Yuan did not use the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He let it fly alongside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme heavenly eagle in his immortal aperture. If anything happened, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their firepower. Along the way, Fang Yuan talked to the Gu immortals. Initially, they were very wary of Fang Yuan. They spoke with him cautiously. There was a huge distance between them. But what had Fang Yuan experienced? In the 500 years of his previous life, he had interacted with countless people. He had shocking interpersonal skills in communication. Soon, Fang Yuan got closer to them. Gradually, there was even laughter coming from this group. Sister, look at Chong. He is truly a superior immortal from the main tribe. He is so charming and attractive. No wonder it was him. Only people like this are worthy of old ancestor Fan's true inheritance. In the group, a female Gu, immortal with long hair and 2 buns and bubbly nature, looked at Fang Yuan as she transmitted secretly. This was one of the female immortals who came with Qin Shi. The Gu immortal who had been referred to as sister was more elegant and mature. She heard the words and transmitted in a cheeky tone. Hee hee. It seems that you, sister, are infatuated. But yes, he is truly a dragon among men. He seems to be young and have high cultivation level. He also has such charm and speaks with great experience. He has a convincing tone and makes people feel engaged when talking to him. Sigh. I wonder if people like him are rare in the outside world. What kind of place is Northern Plains? Fang Yuan's ears twitched. He listened to all these words without missing any. These Gu Immortal sisters used an ancient transmission method that had gone out of favor in Northern Plains long ago. This was exactly why Fang Yuan could eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a Grotto-Heaven, Immortal Gu could be prevented from being used, Fang Yuan did not receive a restriction in this aspect. He felt some assurance. Actually, not just these two female Gu Immortals. The other Gu Immortals were also conversing, but they were not speaking as frequently as these two. The other Gu Immortals were discussing Fang Yuan's background and battle strength. These matters were more important. To think that this person has ranked 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old Immortal Hmph and brother Zhengtu match his cultivation level. Even though he is not displaying any Immortal Gu aura, the eagle flying beside him is extraordinary. This eagle is strange. It seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not normal. We have desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in our Grotto-Heaven, but their aura cannot compare to this young eagle. After some discussions, someone could not control himself anymore. He asked, Superior Immortal, I see that your eagle is not ordinary. It looks very imposing. We do not know about it. May I ask what its origins are? Fang Yuan took a look. It was the Gu Immortal named Feng Jun. Fang Yuan thought for a moment. He smiled. Such good perception. You can tell that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is an upper extreme heavenly eagle. Have you heard of it? If fully grown, it is an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can only be used for traveling. It cannot compare to my other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the Immortals gasped. Countless heated, shocked, and amazed gazes focused on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, observing it carefully. Fang Yuan spoke casually, but he threw a bomb into these Immortals' minds. These Gu Immortals had varying emotions. They could not conceal their shock. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more polite and restricted. Fang Yuan did not act with a forceful stance. He smiled like before. But his smile, when they saw it now, felt completely different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, an immemorial desolate beast. Who is this person? He actually has an immemorial desolate beast with him. It seems that even in the main tribe, he has a high status. Chapter 1121. Finally seeing Hei Fan's true inheritance, this upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast. No wonder it gives off such an abnormal feeling. If we are going to attack him, we will need to deal with the eagle first. Did you forget what he said? Other than this eagle, he also has other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu Immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu Immortal, he would be easier to deal with. This path is vulnerable to direct attacks. Even if he is an immortal, we are also Gu Immortals. That might not work. Don't be hasty. We will see on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even up until the Immortals arrived at Immortal Succession Mountain, some Gu Immortals were still talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. An immemorial desolate beast which had rank 8 battle strength upon maturity. This news was a shock to the Immortals. Fang Yuan listened to their words, but he still showed a calm and composed expression. There were no flaws in his acting. Unwittingly, the Immortals' guesses of him had already distorted from reality. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong things they assumed, the greater his advantage. If he was really treated as an enslavement path Gu Immortal, then they would get to see the power of a transformation path and strength path Gu Immortal. Conversely, during the conversation, Fang Yuan continued to probe and obtained a lot of precious intelligence. These Gu Immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long. They are not good at confrontations or dealing with people. Not just in terms of words, they are not as crafty as Gu Immortals outside. I could easily probe their background. They have barely any shrewdness, and their methods are outdated. All in all, these Gu Immortals are split into 2 groups. One is led by old Immortal Hmph. The 4 Gu Immortals are related by bloodline. The other group are the 3 blood-sworn Immortals. They are Zhou Min, Zheng Tuo, and Feng Jun. They actually have a blood path leader. The final 2 are loners. As expected, they do not work with the groups. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven was no exception. But evidently, the conflict here was small and low level. The Gu Immortals were not skilled at competing against one another. It truly paled in comparison to Northern Plains. And most importantly, these Gu Immortals had very little knowledge. Fang Yuan had already probed. These Gu Immortals could not get into Treasure Yellow Heaven, or rather, they did not even know about its existence. But Look at their identities. They were descendants of criminals. It made sense that old ancestor He Fan prevented them from connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven. If they could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would be different. Not only would they have updated methods, they would be able to trade and gain knowledge. Even without trading, they would grow in experience. It would be an immense growth. Immortal Succession Mountain was a tall, lone mountain. It was not a famous mountain or river. It had 10 levels, getting smaller towards the top. There was evident signs of man-made design in it. Around the mountain were forests that had lots of resources in them. Fang Yuan was quite amazed. Even though He Fan Grotto-Heaven was isolated from the world, it had no calamities and tribulations, and because it could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, the resources inside were truly too rich from generations of accumulation. The Immortals followed the brass bell Heavenly Spirit, landing in the single stone pavilion near the mountain peak. The stone pavilion was very simple in structure, but even though it was just a pavilion, it had a grand atmosphere. The pavilion was supported by 8 thick pillars. There was a stone tablet in the pavilion that was eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant. It took up almost all of the space. In the pavilion, there were words carved on it. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit entered the stone pavilion. Hanging on a pillar of the stone pavilion, there was a hook there. It stopped moving after getting into position. Old Immortal Chen Chi said, "Superior Immortal, you have just arrived. You must have many questions. Look at this stone tablet. It will answer a lot of your questions." Fang Yuan was prepared. He looked at it patiently. A while later, he finally understood everything. It turned out that back then, He Fan's most beloved granddaughter, He Feng Yu, had vanished, along with Attitude Gu. He Fan lost his precious granddaughter, but there was nothing he could do. His lifespan was almost expended. He could only place his immortal aperture down and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. The few He Tribe Gu immortals who could not take care of her were locked in He Fan Grotto-Heaven. Not only was their freedom taken away, their immortal apertures were even taken out and fused into He Fan Grotto-Heaven. This way, He Fan Grotto-Heaven became even bigger. Before He Fan absorbed the fragment of immemorial azure heaven, he had already made his arrangements, leaving behind his true inheritance and the heavenly crystal eagle nest. But he could not stop thinking about his granddaughter. He wanted his descendants to look for her. Thus, he added an additional step. That was the aura of Attitude Gu which was needed. From his perspective, even if he did not show up, with He Tribe's power at that time, they could definitely find He Feng Yu's location and get back Attitude Gu. But in truth, he was too optimistic. Or rather, because of kinship, he refused to accept the truth. He felt that He Feng Yu was still very likely alive. Because of his miscalculation, He Fan's true inheritance went uninherited for all this time, until now, after Fang Yuan disguised himself and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This had to be considered an error by old ancestor He Fan. But he was a rank 8 great expert after all. Before his death, he sensed this error as well. He thought, if nobody from the main tribe inherits his true inheritance, what would happen? If that happened, either He Tribe would be wiped out or become weakened, without any worthy descendants. What He Fan thought of was, in that case, he might as well prepare another batch and let the people in the Grotto-Heaven inherit his true inheritance, passing it down in that way. They had He Tribe's bloodline after all. Thus, after setting up the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before his death, He Fan added a new rule to his true inheritance. He set a timing. Several hundred years later, if nobody from the main tribe obtains his true inheritance, then the descendants in the Grotto-Heaven would be allowed to roam Immortal Succession Mountain and find their own opportunities. This was stated in the tablet. Old ancestor, He Fan, left behind his key true inheritance on Immortal Succession Mountain. He set up a lot of smaller inheritances as well before his lifespan ran out. The other He Tribe criminal immortals cried and grieved. They felt that they let him down. They died together with him. But before dying, they imitated He Fan and left behind their stone tablet inheritances on Immortal Succession Mountain. Their true inheritances were hidden inside. The He Tribe members who were in Northern Plains were searching for Attitude Gu, but there was nothing they could find. Time passed. The time limit that old ancestor He Fan set had long since elapsed. Thus, in He Fan Grotto-Heaven, Immortal Succession Mountain was opened up to the mortals to explore. As a result, Gu immortals started appearing in He Fan Grotto-Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain. Although many mortals obtained the true inheritances, and a portion of them became Gu immortals, there had never been anyone who got to the mountain peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, if the person who obtains the first true inheritance becomes a Gu immortal, they would be the owner of He Fan Grotto-Heaven. They would have the authority to forgive the sins of these criminal immortals. They would regain freedom and return to He Tribe. But before this, No matter how many generations had gone by, they could not have the He surname. They could only have other names. It would remind them of their identities as criminals. After reading the contents of the stone tablet, Fang Yuan finally understood. The confusion inside him was lifted. No wonder these Gu Immortals have such complex expressions and emotions towards me. They have both kind and ill intentions at the same time. Fang Yuan thought about it from their perspective. If it were him, he would be having even more complex feelings. According to He Fan's rules, the time limit was over, so be it the He tribe main Immortals or these criminal Immortals, they were qualified to vie for He Fan's true inheritance. These Immortals had been enthusiastically raising descendants to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, to open up the Grotto-Heaven and regain freedom. As for these Gu Immortals, they had already obtained other inheritances. They were not qualified to compete for He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the Gu Immortals and He Fan Grotto-Heaven did not have much conflict normally. They lived quite peacefully. Originally, they did not think that anyone from the main tribe would come. After all, it had been so long, but nobody came. With Fang Yuan's sudden appearance, their preconceptions were broken. And because of the rules on the stone tablet, they had to go welcome him, even though they were against his arrival and mentally not prepared. From their perspective, He Fan's true inheritance belonged to them already. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one day, someone would ascend the mountain peak and obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Fang Yuan's arrival, but they had no choice but to follow the rules. The heavenly spirit might be mindless, but He Fan had considered this before dying. Even though it was rather unreliable, it still firmly carried on He Fan's will after his death. And He Fan still had one method of restriction. Becoming a Gu Immortal would have calamities and tribulations. Whenever they are unable to pass the tribulations, these Gu Immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask the heavenly spirit for help. The heavenly spirit would use the immortal Gu in the first tablet's true inheritance to stall their calamities and tribulations. Even though they could be safe for the moment, they would be under the heavenly spirit's control. The heavenly spirit only had to use a certain method in the true inheritance to remove the method of stalling calamities and tribulations, causing them to die. Many Gu Immortals were able to pass the calamities and tribulations early on, but they did not know about Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though He Fan Grotto-Heaven had a lot of resources, there was a limit to its variety. These Gu Immortals' cultivation needs could not be fulfilled. Thus, after many calamities and tribulations, when they got stronger, these Gu Immortals were gradually unable to pass them. Eventually, they had no choice but to seek help from the heavenly spirit. They all fell into He Fan's trap and became controlled by the heavenly spirit. Even though He Fan had died for many years, he still had great control over He Fan Grotto-Heaven as a result. Old ancestor He Fan, as expected and worthy of the champion that led He tribe to its most glorious era. Even after he died, he still had complete control of He Fan Grotto-Heaven. These Gu Immortals all revere him. But what this tablet states might not be too factual. I don't believe that those criminal Immortals were willing to die together with old ancestor He Fan. Evidently, regardless of their wishes, He Fan still acted in this ruthless and cruel manner. He is truly praiseworthy. If they were allowed to live, He Fan Grotto-Heaven might have been broken through from the inside already. Thoughts flashed past his mind rapidly. Fang Yuan's gaze retracted from the stone tablet. He slowly raised his head to look at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He asked, "Then, what should I do to obtain this true inheritance?" Once he said that, the other Gu Immortals held their breaths and concentrated, looking over with concerned gazes. The stone tablet in the pavilion stated, "Be it a main tribe member brought over by the heavenly spirit or a criminal immortal who ascended the mountain, they had one final, most important test before inheriting He Fan's true inheritance." But the contents of this final test were not written on the stone tablet. They had to ask the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit was mindless, but remembered He Fan's instructions. Thus, Fang Yuan asked it. Soon, the Immortals heard the brass bell heavenly spirit shake, creating a long and loud sound. When the sound vibrated off the pillars, there were changes to the tablet. At the end of the original content, new lines were appearing. The Immortals gasped upon seeing it. This says that He Fan Grotto-Heaven is the true inheritance itself. Whoever obtains the true inheritance becomes He Fan Grotto-Heaven's owner. But to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, there is one final test. It is actually this? No wonder old ancestor He Fan set a rule that if the inheritor appears, all of us need to go and welcome him. Old ancestor is magnanimous. He planned meticulously. Even though we are criminals, he had never forgotten us. He is still concerned about us descendants. The Immortals discussed. They felt admiration towards old ancestor He Fan. Some had red eyes as they almost cried. Fang Yuan looked at the new information. He was frowning. His expression had turned heavy. The contents clearly told him what the test was. As long as I pass the final test, I can obtain Fan's true inheritance. But what is this? It wants me to obtain the votes of half of the Gu Immortals inside Fan Grotto-Heaven? And I must complete it within 3 years in the Grotto-Heaven's time. Fang Yuan shook his head. Old Ancestor Fan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was siding with the Gu Immortals inside Fan Grotto-Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain their support. But Fang Yuan soon reacted. He understood Fan's intentions. Old Ancestor Fan set the rules to encourage his inheritor to take in these Gu Immortals within Fan Grotto-Heaven. After all, Gu Immortals were hard to nurture. By taking them in, it would benefit tribe greatly. Thus, this not only tested the inheritors' abilities, their interpersonal skills were also tested, whether they could be a skilled leader to unite others or not. Fan was using his true inheritance to choose a leader for tribe. He was not just looking for a Gu Immortal expert. Old fellow, you are already dead. Why are you considering so many things? It is so troublesome. Fang Yuan thought, but on the surface, he sighed as he spoke in heartfelt fashion. Ancestor Fan was thinking for tribe the entire time. He put in so much effort. As a descendant, I am deeply moved. Yes, yes. The Immortals heard his words and responded. Originally, these Gu Immortals were feeling very worried. After all, if Fang Yuan obtained Fan's true inheritance, they did not know what would happen to criminal Immortals like themselves. But now, with old Ancestor Fan's arrangement, their welfare was assured. Fang Yuan kept his moved expression as he turned around, standing before the stone tablet. Facing the Immortals in the pavilion, he asked, "Then, how can I obtain all of your support?" As Fang Yuan had expected, what he obtained was silence. Times were different now. Initially, they were wary of him, but now, Fang Yuan needed to get half of the Gu Immortals' recognition. In that case, the situation was reversed. It was completely different. The Immortals looked at each other. Nobody spoke. Only their gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Earlier, they were cautious and tried to express kindness while concealing their ill intent, but now, they had distant gazes. They got on their high horses and thought about it internally. Fang Yuan was not rushed. He stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, the most experienced and oldest Gu Immortal, Hmph, could not hold it in anymore. He coughed. Today's matters progressed too quickly. We are simply unprepared for it. Sigh, maybe I am getting old. All this thinking is making my head hurt. I cannot process it yet. Superior Immortal, you must have had a long journey to reach here and are tired, right? Why don't you go take a rest first and relax? We can think about this later. This old fox. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Old Immortal Hmph's words were well received by the Gu Immortals present. They answered him with great enthusiasm. They were fragmented earlier, but now, it looked like they were united, dealing with the outsider Fang Yuan together. However, so what if I agree to your stalling? Fang Yuan had expected them to respond in that manner. His expression did not change. He nodded and said reluctantly, "Immortal Hmph, you have a point." Hmph showed a smile of victory, but soon he concealed it. "My accommodations are crude, but we have some tea for you. If you do not mind, it would be my great honor to accommodate you." Hmph invited warmly, but he did not give a clear reply to Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan smiled in a reluctant manner, nodding, "I will trouble you in that case." He called it crude, but old Immortal Hmph was naturally just being humble. His accommodations were not crude at all. Instead, they were very elegant and grand. A number of palaces sat on top of a mountain peak. This mountain seemed to be man-made. The top was flat. Palaces were erected all over it. There were golden bricks and green tiles, with many beautifully crafted pillars. Hmph and his Gu Immortal subordinates lived here. Not just them, a large number of Gu Masters and mortals as well. "These are all my descendants." Please excuse them, Superior Immortal. At my age, I enjoy having descendants and nurturing them. Hmph explained. Fang Yuan nodded. This shows that you are someone who values relationships. Hmph looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Who would not like people who values relationships and loyalty? He. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed too. Seeing Hmph and Fang Yuan talking so harmoniously, the other 3 Gu Immortals had relaxed emotions. Just like this, Fang Yuan stayed here for the time being. Strangely, since the first day, Hmph had not shown himself again and did not meet with Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He waited patiently. For days later, in the palaces, Fang Yuan and Chun Lu strolled in the long walkways. Chun Lu was one of the female Immortals. She had long hair in 2 buns and a bubbly nature. In terms of bloodline, she was old Immortal Hmph's great-granddaughter. Young Master Chung, look at that lotus. I love its color. Chun Lu pointed at the lotus pond and smiled. This walkway was quite special. It crossed over the entire lotus pond. There were lotuses inside the lotus pond of all colors. They were floating aimlessly. It was a beautiful sight. These last days, even though old immortal Qinchi did not meet with Fang Yuan, Qinlu was keeping him company to look at all the scenic sights in the palaces. This yellow lotus is cute, pure and innocent. It really suits you, Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled. Qinlu lowered her head. She was embarrassed. She said faintly, "Young master, what are you saying?" Lu Er. Lu Er was just happy from seeing these flowers. "I feel very happy seeing you as well, Lu Er." Fang Yuan smiled as he extended his arms, holding Lu Er's hands. Chun Li's body shook. She subconsciously wanted to get free, but Fang Yuan's hands were holding her tightly. Chun Li's face was bright red. Even with her Gu immortal cultivation level, her brain was in chaos. She struggled as she murmured, young master, you." Fang Yuan took a step forward, his body almost completely touching Chunlu. Chunlu quickly moved back. Because her body was unstable, she fell backwards. Fang Yuan held her in his arms as she fell. "Be careful, don't fall." His gentle voice entered Chun Li's ears. When Chun Lu reacted, she was already lying in Fang Yuan's arms. Chun Lu raised her head. She saw Fang Yuan, who was smiling with a hint of cheekiness in his gaze. Chun Lu was extremely embarrassed. She punched Fang Yuan's chest softly. "Young master, you are too naughty. You bullied me." Saying this, she struggled out of Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan gasped. He took a step back, showing intense pain on his face. Chun Lu quickly moved forward, asking him with deep concern, "Young master, how are you?" Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. "To speak the truth, not long ago, I engaged in a fierce battle. It is not easy to inherit Hmph true inheritance. Many Gu immortals in the tribe are not willing to see it happen. So you were injured? Why didn't you tell me?" Chun Lu stomped her feet. Her embarrassment was gone. She looked at Fang Yuan's chest as she asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It is a small injury. It is no issue. But with higher cultivation level, my Dao marks are deeper. The injuries I suffered are more severe." Fang Yuan smiled, before shifting the topic. "However, your great-grandfather refined Gu and suffered injuries. He is in a similar state as me, right? Otherwise, why would he not meet me for the last few days?" Panic flashed across Chun Li's eyes. She stammered and tried to respond to Fang Yuan. Old immortal Qinchi could not refuse to meet Fang Yuan without any reason. Thus, the excuse he gave was that he had suffered a backlash from Gu refinement failure. His injuries were severe, and he could not meet guests. Of course, at this timing, how could he suddenly get injured from refining Gu? Both parties knew the reason. They did not speak it. On that night, the 4 Gu immortals, including Qinchi, engaged in a secret discussion. Chun Lu reported, "Ancestor, young master He Chung asked me about your injury today." "Oh, he finally lost his patience, huh?" Qinchi smiled. "Thankfully, I managed to conceal it. He was not suspicious. But as time passes, I am afraid." Chun Lu was worried. The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other, smiling. Chun Lu was well protected by her family. She was unhardened and innocent. She did not know that Fang Yuan knew about it clearly. The fact that he asked about Qinchi's injuries was a subtle reminder. The male Gu immortal Chun Liji thought for a moment before saying, "It seems that we have to talk to this He Chung properly." Old immortal Qinchi shook his head. He said with an unmoved expression, "So what if we wait a few more days? There is no rush." Chun Liji said worriedly, "He understands the situation. If we drag this out, he might get annoyed. If he is forced away and goes to Zheng Tuo's side, it would be troublesome." "Little Ji, don't worry." Chun Chi smiled, analyzing. "The final test of the true inheritance requires half of the Gu immortals in Hmph Grotto-Heaven to support He Chung. Right now in Hmph Grotto-Heaven, disregarding He Chung himself, there are 9 Gu immortals. We have 4 people on our side. We are nearly half of the total. This is a huge quantity. As long as he gets our support, he would already be one step from winning. As long as he gets one more person's vote, he would succeed. There is no way he did not consider this. Even if he gives up on our side and go to the other Gu immortals, he would face trouble. The situation is different now. He is an outsider. If he wants our support, he has to give up some benefits. He needs to put up something for our gain. Moreover, those 3, Zheng Tuo and the others, are more ambitious." Chun Liji did not speak. Instead, Chen Wanyan said, "Old ancestor, actually, I have an idea. If He Chung cannot get half of the Gu immortals' votes, wouldn't he fail? As long as He Fan true inheritance remains on Immortal Succession Mountain, one day, our descendants would ascend to the top and obtain it, right? We have been guarding He Fan's true inheritance for countless generations. Even old ancestor He Fan gave us the rights to vie for it. Are we really going to give it to an outsider?" "He Chung is not an outsider. He is from the main tribe." Chen Lu rebuked. "Lo Er, don't forget, the main tribe is enjoying freedom and glory in the outside world. As for us, we have been trapped here for generations, suffering in torment. Chen Yun said grimly. Chen Lu had a bitter expression. She stopped talking. Chen Qi shook his head. Yaner, I had considered your words long ago. This would not work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to ascend Immortal Succession Mountain. Even if we nurture them, and a lucky person shows up, when would they finally inherit the true inheritance? Decades? Centuries? Nobody knows. Secondly, even though He Chung is alone, don't forget about the He tribesmen behind him. There are a huge number of He Tribe Gu Immortals. If he fails, that is only his personal failure. He Tribes Gu Immortals are going to continue coming here. By then, can we stop them all? Are we going to stop all of the main tribes Gu Immortal? Can we? Other than the four of us, can Zheng Tuo and the rest be trusted? These Gu Immortals in He Fan Grotto-Heaven did not know about Treasure Yellow Heaven. After so many years and generations, they could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, they had no idea what happened to He Tribe. Fang Yuan lied and concealed the truth. He easily deceived these Gu Immortals, running around them in circles. Chen Qi's words made the rest of the Immortals' expressions change. Chen Lu added, That's right. Today, young Master He Chung told me that it was a tough process to defeat those He Tribe Gu Immortals and obtain victory. Even until now, he is still injured. Chen Qi nodded, continuing to analyze. He Chung was able to emerge victorious. He is not ordinary at all. He has rank 7 cultivation level, and the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle with him. He has great prospects. If we help him now, it would be giving him timely assistance. When we return to the main tribe, we will have a firm foundation under him. Wouldn't that be great? However, we are not going to help him without any rewards. He has to pay a price. If he does not give up some benefits, he would not cherish our help. He would not feel gratitude towards us. Old Ancestor is right. Chen Liji said. We will not go wrong listening to Ancestor. Chen Lu smiled. Chen Qi sighed eerily. He looked at the 3 Gu Immortals, saying with deep emotions, I am old. My lifespan is almost up. I only want you descendants to live better in the future. When I go into the door of life and death, I will rest in peace. Ancestor, don't say things like that. You will definitely live a long time. Chen Li's eyes turned red. Chen Li Ji said firmly, Ancestor, don't forget about Lifespan Gu. To obtain our support, that He Chung has to give us something. Lifespan Gu is definitely one of our conditions. Chen Qi's eyes flashed deeply. He looked at Chen Lu. Forget about Lifespan Gu. At the very least, we need to make sure Lu Er fulfills her wish and gets together with her lover. Chun Li's face was flushed red with embarrassment. She stood up as she stomped her feet. Ancestor, you are making fun of me again. Huh? In the secret room, laughter was echoing. At the same time, Fang Yuan stood on the garden of his accommodation, raising his head towards the night sky. This He Fan Grotto-Heaven had a clear day and night. Daytime was long, while nighttime was short. This was something that only happened in Grotto-Heavens. Blessed lands usually did not have day and night. He Fan Grotto-Heaven's night sky had no stars, but the darkness was not pitch black. If one looked closely, it had azure color. A cool wind blew. Fang Yuan's arms were behind his back. He looked at the sky as he sorted out the information that he had obtained recently. These last days, he had been interacting with Chen Lu, obtaining a lot of precious information from this gullible girl. He had clear and extensive knowledge regarding He Fan Grotto-Heaven and the Gu Immortals inside it. Moreover, he had developed his ideas regarding He Fan true inheritance further. It is almost time. In just 2 days, the time will be ripe. Fang Yuan thought. Cold light flashed across his eyes, shining deeply. 2 days went by in an instant. It was noon. Bright sunlight radiated in the palace, making it extremely lively. Winds blew, birds chirped. It was a beautiful sight. From outside Qin Shi's room, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. I came here without informing you. I hope you can forgive me. He finally lost his patience. But he already waited for quite some time. Qin Shi was not surprised. The entire group of palaces was a huge mortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's actions were all under his observation. The door opened on its own. Qin Shi sat on his bed, half lying down. He said weakly, Esteemed guest, you are here, but I am unable to get up and attend to you. Fang Yuan quickly walked in, standing in front of the bed, saying worriedly, It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a rule path Gu Immortal. After considering deeply, I thought of a way to lighten your injuries. Qin Shi had no injuries. Superior Immortal, I am grateful for your concern, but my injury is not something that can be healed easily. Fang Yuan smiled. Friend, you might not know, my Immortal Killer move is a signature method of our tribe. Even though the core Immortal Gu is still in the tribe, I know the content of the killer move. I will pass this Immortal Killer move to you. You can change the core and it might help with your injuries. How can I accept this great gift? Qin Shi quickly rejected. Fang Yuan said warmly, I feel like we are close friends these last few days. I have been imposing on all of you. The killer move will be my gift in return. Superior Immortal, this gift is simply too valuable. Qi continued to reject it. Fang Yuan's expression changed. His tone became very worried. How can an immortal killer move express my true sincerity? Oh, honestly speaking, this Fan true inheritance's final test is troubling me greatly. I hope you can give me some advice. Qi heard this, and his eyes shined. He understood Fang Yuan's words. He was here to exchange benefits for support. Qi subconsciously sat up, saying, in my humble opinion, this matter is like refining Gu. When refining Gu, the fire is very important. It has to be large at times, and small at other times. We have to deal with important matters more patiently. I am ashamed. I have a lot of interest in Gu refinement, so I spouted nonsense. Please ignore me. This was not nonsense. It was simply bullshit. As a rule path Gu Immortal, why are you so interested in refinement path? But Fang Yuan knew what he was trying to say. He smiled. The main tribe has countless books on refinement path. As long as I obtain the true inheritance, I will be able to grant everyone freedom. When you return to the main tribe, these books will all be accessible to you. And I have collected a number of refinement path methods and Gu recipes as well. When I succeed, I can give them all to you. Why not? Qi nodded, showing a pleased expression. But he quickly said, I love refinement path. It is truly a time-wasting hobby. But my nephew Li Ji is an enslavement path Gu Immortal. He is so envious of your upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan's expression sank. There is only one upper extreme heavenly eagle. It cannot be given away. But there are a lot of Iron Crown eagles in the main tribe. They are famous in northern plains. I can assure that everyone will get one once we return. Qi's joy flashed on his face. He sighed. In the past, old ancestor Fan suppressed Qiao tribe. It was to obtain their secret of raising eagles. To think that after so many years, they had already developed to this extent. But our ancestors were criminals. When we return to the main tribe, what circumstances will we face? I am truly worried. No need to worry. I can assure that everyone will be very welcomed back in tribe. After all, your return means that the tribe becomes stronger as well. Fang Yuan paused before saying, as for the crime, it occurred so many generations ago. Once I get the true inheritance, I will spare everyone. You have all defended Fan Grotto-Heaven for so many years. Your merits outweigh your crimes. And because you also helped me obtain the true inheritance. When I return to the main tribe, I will uphold justice for everyone. Qi smiled. Superior Immortal, you are a dragon among men, an absolute genius. Your words are truly reliable. After hearing this, I am somewhat assured. I thank you for your trust. We all have tribe's bloodline. We are one family. However, as for the other immortals outside, it will depend on their performance. Fang Yuan vaguely suggested. His meaning was, first come first serve. Whoever supports him first will gain greater benefits when they return to the main tribe. Qi nodded. He was a sly fox. He naturally understood what Fang Yuan meant. He smiled. Superior Immortal, your words are truly enlightening. They are amazing. Especially the word family. It is so apartment. Saying so, he looked at Fang Yuan. Seeing his slight smile, he felt deeper confidence. He asked, what do you think of little Lo? Fang Yuan's smile faded. He answered, intelligent and eloquent, innocent and lively. She is very attractive. I will not lie to you. Lo is secretly in love with you. Sigh, it is a pity. Superior Immortal, you are such a talented person. How could she match you? Sigh, as her ancestor, I am unable to fulfill her wish. I only hope that Lo, this poor child, is able to forget about Superior Immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Lu sighed. Fang Yuan no longer smiled. He frowned as he considered, before saying solemnly, I will not lie to you either. I am in love with Lu. I am willing to marry her as my wife. If he really loved her, he should be yelling happily in excitement. He would not show a solemn expression after considering it. But Qi ignored it completely, as if he could not understand it. Fang Yuan snickered internally. He could understand why. This Qi kept saying he was thinking for his descendants' future, but was that true? He was sacrificing Lu to gain his own benefits. Qi laughed loudly. Fang Yuan's reply was very satisfactory to him, even though he said it reluctantly. He went overboard. His smile vanished. He sighed deeply. Sigh. It is a pity that my lifespan is running out. I will not be able to attend you in Lu'er's wedding. Fang Yuan instantly understood. This old fellow was asking for lifespan Gu. His expression turned grim. He stopped smiling. He said dryly, that's not the case at all. In my opinion, you are truly hale and hearty. Your appetite is truly great. Old Immortal Qi chuckled as he looked at Fang Yuan directly. He showed a determined expression that was not backing off. I am truly ashamed. Actually, I am a very greedy person. Not only do I want to attend the wedding of Superior Immortal and Loer, I also want to see the children that you have after getting married. After all, those are my descendants as well. Fang Yuan began to prance around. His eyebrows were tightly pursed. He said directly, Lifespan Gu are hard to find. They are very precious. I am unable to give them away. This treasure from heaven is truly hard to obtain. Old Immortal Hmph nodded, as if he had expected Fang Yuan's reply already. He continued, but there is no need to worry. I'll let you know, this Hmph Grotto-Heaven also produces Lifespan Gu. They are all gathered and collected. The heavenly spirit might be mindless, but old ancestor Hmph had his arrangements. If I am not wrong, there are definitely Lifespan Gu within Hmph's true inheritance. I sigh. I only need 300 years worth of Lifespan Gu. 300 years. Fang Yuan stared at Hmph angrily. Hmph was still smiling comfortably. Fang Yuan turned furious. 300 is too much. I don't even have a single one. I will only give 100. 150. Hmph bargained. He finally put down his act. Fang Yuan walked for a few more rounds, gritting his teeth. Forget it. I will give you 150. Deal. Hmph clapped, smiling widely and happily. He stopped caring about his face. After all, this was more than 100 years of lifespan. How could a bit of face compare to it? Hmph looked at Fang Yuan, smiling even more deeply now. Superior Immortal. I heard from Loer that you have a lot of Immortal Gu. I wonder if you can let me have a look to broaden my horizons. Fang Yuan was stunned before flying into a rage. He gritted his teeth at Hmph. This old fellow was too greedy. He said he wanted to take a look, but the truth was, he wanted Fang Yuan to use an Immortal Gu to exchange for his support. Hmph saw Fang Yuan turning furious and his heart jumped. But soon, he thought that this was a rare chance. There would be no opportunities like this again. After they returned to the main tribe, would this occur again? Thus, he quickly said, Superior Immortal, this is my final request. As long as I get it, the four of us will definitely support you. Fang Yuan began prancing again. He took heavy steps, as if the concrete floor had an unresolvable deep enmity with him. Hmph observed his expression, seeing that Fang Yuan's anger was fading and he was actually thinking about it. He let down his guard. He felt great joy inside him. Success. As expected, after a moment, Fang Yuan stopped his movements. He stood in front of the bed with an Immortal Gu in his hand. Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Hmph shouted, feeling surprised and joyful. This is a sword path Immortal Gu. It is not compatible with me. Otherwise, you would never see this. Fang Yuan said angrily. What is this Gu's name? Hmph's eyes were shining. He watched as Fang Yuan handed the Gu over to him. Wait, I'll exchange with this one instead. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his mind. He retracted his arm as he took out another Gu from his immortal aperture. Hmph's gaze subconsciously moved to Fang Yuan's other arm. No. Sooner said than done. The sword path Immortal Gu activated. Sword path killer move, dark assassination. Hmph was staring blankly. The bloody mark left on his forehead enlarged as blood started to spew out from the front and back of his head. He was dead. Chapter 1124, Dark Assassination. With Hmph's death, all the palaces started shaking. The group of palaces were all mortal Gu houses. They were under old immortal Hmph's control. But Fang Yuan came prepared. At his will, he activated arrangements that were prepared long ago. At once, the tremors of the palaces settled down and did not continue. This was one of Fang Yuan's preparations these last days. Mortal Gu houses were nothing special to Gu Immortals, unless it was regarding an Immortal Gu house. But how could these Gu Immortals inside Hmph Grotto-Heaven have that? Hmph was ruthless. Before he died, he killed all of the criminal He tribe Gu Immortals. The inheritances left behind were naturally lacking some crucial information. There was no way they contained information about Immortal Gu houses. And with just these Gu Immortals inside Hmph Grotto-Heaven, there was little hope of them creating an Immortal Gu house. Furthermore, even though the palaces were huge and grand, the methods used were too old. Fang Yuan could easily unravel them. Old Immortal Hmph letting him stay here for such a long time was a huge mistake. These Gu Immortals in Hmph Grotto-Heaven have lived in peace for too long. Without great struggle and competition to spur on progress, they have basically no alertness. Fang Yuan looked at old Immortal Hmph's corpse, snickering in disdain. Hmph died with his eyes wide open. He was still in shock. Fang Yuan had attacked too quickly. He could not even react to show fear. Fang Yuan confirmed that Hmph was dead before keeping him inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he used familiar face, turning into old Immortal Hmph's appearance and leaving the room, walking out openly. Greetings to old ancestor. Greetings to old ancestor. Along the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters and mortals of all genders and age. After seeing Fang Yuan, they knelt down, expressing their most respectful greetings. Every time, Fang Yuan activated his Gu worms. Using a formless force to help them stand up, he asked them some questions and encouragement. These descendants of Qin Shi were extremely grateful to him. They did not know that the real Qin Shi had already been killed by Fang Yuan. They were greeting the culprit. They did not suspect a thing, because this was how old immortal Qin Shi usually acted. Fang Yuan had been toying with Chun Lu these last days. He obtained a lot of intel, among which were Qin Shi's habits. Otherwise, with just familiar face, he could only disguise his appearance. He could not alter his actions to fit those of old immortal Qin Shi as well. Fang Yuan walked openly and confidently. After a while, he arrived at a palace. Ancestor, why are you here? Chun Liji heard a disturbance and walked out of the palace, greeting him. He looked at Fang Yuan with much puzzlement. He was not suspecting his identity. Of course, instead, he was thinking. Ancestor was clearly using the excuse of being bettered in currently to delay the meeting with He Cheng. Why did he appear in public so openly today, going against the original plan? Little Ji, that He Cheng came to me secretly earlier. We have already finished negotiating. Let's go in. I have a matter to discuss with you. Fang Yuan said slowly. He patted Chun Liji's back. He walked ahead with his arms behind his back. The entire group of palaces were mortal Gu houses. But these 3 Gu Immortals accommodations respectively belonged to them. On this point, old immortal Qin Shi could not interfere. He could not control the lives of his descendants to this extent, right? Chun Liji heard Fang Yuan's words, and his thoughts shifted. His suspicions were lifted. He quickly moved forward, leading the way. Ancestor, please take a seat. He bowed, directing Fang Yuan to his seat. Please have some tea. Soon, he prepared a high-quality tea and handed it over with both hands, having a respectful attitude. After handing over the tea, Chun Liji went down to sit at a lower seat. After drinking the tea, Fang Yuan saw that Chun Liji was seated far from himself. He said, "Oh, little Ji, bring your chair over, sit beside me." Chun Liji was shocked and pleased. He joyfully answered, "Yes, ancestor. I will stand beside you and listen to your guidance." How could he stand? There was a difference between sitting and standing. When standing, one's muscles were contracted, they could move rapidly. When seated, the body relaxed. Even their mental state would be affected. They would let down their guard. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Chun Liji. He had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy. "I asked you to move your chair. Why are you being so reluctant? I have already talked to He Cheng. Now, we need to deal with Zheng Tuo's gang. I need to entrust many matters to you. Yun Er and Lu Er are both women. At the crucial moment, little Ji, you have to handle more responsibilities." Chun Liji had countless thoughts in his mind. He had a feeling of joy after receiving recognition. Yes. He quickly moved his chair, sitting beside Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the doors were open. He said, "Close the doors. These words are better kept as a secret from outsiders." Chun Liji had no doubts. He followed the instructions. He Cheng could not endure it anymore. He came to me. After negotiating with He Cheng for a long time, he promised us many benefits. He is very sincere, Fang Yuan said slowly. Chun Liji listened attentively. He wanted to ask what price He Cheng paid, but because his ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Right now, Fang Yuan started to satisfy his curiosity. He exaggerated the amount somewhat, causing Chun Liji to listen with joy and excitement. He Cheng actually offered a rank 7 immortal Gu. At the end, Chun Liji gasped. He was truly overjoyed. "Will I lie to you? Take a look." Fang Yuan chuckled, taking out flying sword immortal Gu. "Good Gu, this is a good Gu." Chun Liji quickly praised. "A little Ji," Fang Yuan said slowly. Chun Liji immediately raised his head. His ancestor was talking to him. How could he be distracted? At this instance, sword light flashed. Chun Liji was startled. There seemed to be a flash of light, just then. Next, he looked at Fang Yuan's hand subconsciously. The flying sword immortal Gu there was gone. Why did the Gu vanish? Chun Liji was perplexed, but suddenly he felt his body going weak. There was a warm liquid flowing down his forehead. Suddenly, his world started spinning. He fell onto the ground, kneeling. One of his hands was on the floor supporting himself, while he attempted to grab Fang Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop! He fell onto the ground, completely dead. Fang Yuan's warm smile vanished. His expression turned icy cold. Doing the same thing as before, Fang Yuan suppressed this palace as well, preventing it from shaking. Others could not see any problems. Next, he gathered Chun Liji's corpse and kept it in his immortal aperture. He opened the palace doors and left. There were 2 female Gu immortals remaining. Chen Wanyun had greater threat. Fang Yuan's next target was her. "Sister, I finally succeeded in my new move, concealment within." Chen Lu smiled and said to Chen Wanyun, "Is that so?" Chen Wanyun heard this and was overjoyed. She looked at Chen Lu with an expression of satisfaction. "It seems that our Lu heir is finally working hard. Let me guess, Who is the person who motivated you to cultivate this heart? Chen Wanyin pretended to think. She continued, I think this person has the surname He, and there is only one other word in his full name. Before she finished, Chen Lu interrupted. Sister, stop teasing me. I was very hardworking to begin with. Okay. Is that so? Chen Wanyin smiled as she saw Chun Li's shy appearance. She thought, Lu'er might be innocent and grew up under our protection, but she knows how impressive He Cheng is, thus she is trying to improve herself. I was going to remind her, but it seems that I was worried for nothing. Chen Lu could not deal with this glance. She took a step back, vanishing from Chen Wanyun's sight. Sister, I used concealment within. Can you find me? Hee. Do you know where I am? In an instant, Chen Wanyun could hear Chun Li's voice near her. Cheeky girl, after I find you, I will deal with you. Chen Wanyun showed an evil appearance. She was about to use her investigative killer move, when suddenly, she felt some disturbance outside. She was curious. Why is Ancestor here? Lu'er, stop playing, go with me to greet him. Chen Lu was about to dispel her immortal killer move, but suddenly, she had an idea. She remembered the time when old immortal Qin Shi made fun of her. She pouted, forget it. I will listen secretly by the side. Let's see if Ancestor can find me. If he cannot find me, and I appear suddenly, he would be in shock. Hee. Oh you are too mischievous. You will not be able to get married. Chen Wanyin shook her head. Walking out of the palace to greet old immortal Qin Shi, Fang Yuan had familiar face. Chen Wanyin and Chen Lu could not find out his true identity. But Fang Yuan did not have an outstanding investigative killer move. He could not find Chen Lu, who was concealed. In fact, even if he had a killer move like that, he could not use it openly. Once he used it, his immortal aura would leak. It would invite suspicion. Only immortal methods like dark assassination could completely conceal the aura of Immortal Gu. Without leaking a trace, one could sneak attack and catch an enemy unprepared. Chen Wanyin brought Fang Yuan to his seat. She wanted to call Chen Lu to come out. How could she peek at them with such disrespect? But thinking about it, old Ancestor dotes on Lu'er. He gained a lot of benefits just now after negotiating with young Master He Cheng. He is in a good mood. Even if Ancestor discovers Lu'er in hiding, he would surely not blame her. Thinking of that, Chen Wanyin pretended to be unaware, passing the tea to him. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful. He did the same thing again, asking Chen Wanyin to sit closer to him. Chen Lu watched as she held in her laughter. She felt extremely excited. Next, as she listened to Fang Yuan and Chen Wanyun's words, she gradually focused, and upon hearing their gains, she was very happy, but she started worrying for Fang Yuan. Young Master He Cheng paid such a huge price. Will this affect him negatively? Soon after, Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. This rank 7 sword path Immortal Gu was given to me by He Cheng, adding on to his previous offer. Yin, I want you to go to the cave where the 3 immortals live, using this as a chip to convince the 3 immortals to support He Cheng. Are you willing to do it? Chen Wanyin quickly got up. Ancestor, I will follow your instructions. Good. Fang Yuan chuckled. Chen Li's gaze was focused on Flying Sword Immortal Gu as well. This was the first time she was seeing a rank 7 Immortal Gu. She could not hold in her curiosity. She wanted to jump out and give a surprise to her ancestor. But at the next moment, a change occurred. Dark Assassination activated again. How could Chen Wanyin anticipate that her beloved ancestor, someone with such closeness to her, would attack? Without any defense, this gentle female immortal followed in the footsteps of Qin Shi and Chen Liji. Chen Wanyin was killed. Fang Yuan retrieved Flying Sword. He sent the corpse into his immortal aperture. He got rid of the blood stains and left. Chen Lu was still concealed. She was covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were wide open and staring, but her pupils had shrunk to pin size. Her nostrils were expanded. She was breathing in deeply. Her delicate body was shivering. Tears were flowing down her beautiful, tender cheeks silently. Unbelievable. Extreme terror. How can this be? How can this happen? What did I just see? What just happened? Is this an illusion? Definitely. This is all an illusion. How can this be? Ha. Ancestor killed Sister Yin. How can that be? But the truth was in front of her very eyes. Hearsay could be wrong, but seeing was believing. Cold, cruel. She could not doubt what she saw at all. Plop. She knelt on the ground, collapsing weakly. Her shoulders moved up and down. She was sobbing. On her lively face, there was fear, terror, confusion, and helplessness. Her hands were still covering her mouth. She was desperately covering it, as if this could protect her. Chapter 1125. More killing. Why did her ancestor kill Chen Wanyin? Chen Lu could not understand. She could not imagine why. She sobbed. Her body shuddered. She suddenly thought of Chen Liji. Did ancestor also go to find and kill him? This was a simple inference. No matter what, she had to find Chen Liji and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Chen Lu did not think of He Cheng. She thought of the Gu Immortals who were her most closely related family members. Qinlu realized what she had to do. She stopped crying, standing up and activating her immortal killer move, concealing her appearance and running towards Chun Liji's palace. But Fang Yuan did not go to Chun Liji's palace as Chun Lu was thinking. He did not discover Chun Lu, and he had already killed Chun Liji. Thus, his final course of action was to go to Chun Lu, to find her and kill her. A moment later, Chun Lu arrived at Chun Liji's place. Why is there no one here? Chun Lu searched the palace, but did not find Chun Liji. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters, but Chun Lu did not alert them. Even if she told them this shocking news, they might not believe her. In the empty hall, fear and helplessness emerged again in Chun Li's heart. Ancestor Qin Shi had killed Chun Yuan. Chun Liji was missing as well. He was likely to have met with disaster. Chun Lu could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no. Young Master Hei Cheng. Chun Lu finally thought of Fang Yuan at this time. She jolted back to focus. She felt that at this moment, the most reliable person was Hei Cheng. She turned around, towards Hei Cheng's accommodation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan arrived at Chun Li's palace. Nobody was here? Strange. Where would she go at this time? Fang Yuan's heart sank. The situation was changing beyond his expectations. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked up at the sky of Hmph Grotto-Heaven. It was cloudless and azure in color. Fang Yuan smiled at the sky, before going towards his own accommodation. Where could Qin Lu go? There were only a few places. Gu Immortals and mortals did not have many common topics of interest. Returning to his accommodations, Fang Yuan turned into Hei Cheng, waiting for Chun Lu to come. At this time, a bright light was shot into the sky. It went up and spread out in all directions. It was bright and piercing to the eyes. Is this the thing Chun Lu mentioned before, that warning of bright light, to ask the Immortals to work together in defense? Fang Yuan frowned instantly. These days, he had been getting intel from Chun Lu, among which, one of them was about the time when Gu Immortals first appeared in Hmph Grotto-Heaven. They struggled against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The first few generations of Gu Immortals joined forces to resist them. Normally, they would be in different parts of the Grotto-Heaven, but when one side was attacked, they would send out a signal during critical times, inviting Gu Immortals from other areas to help out, and paying them afterwards. As the number of Gu Immortals increased in Hmph Grotto-Heaven, they got stronger, and this warning of bright light has not been used for 100 years. This time, it must have been sent out by Chun Lu. I underestimated this girl. She dealt with the situation well. Fang Yuan smiled. With his craftiness, he already deduced many things. He had already killed 3 people. Only Chun Lu was left. And the warning method could only be used by Gu Immortals. It was clear that Chun Lu had activated it. Why did Chun Lu activate this without meeting him? Evidently, she had found out that one of the others had met with disaster. No matter where she is hiding or what method she used, since she did not come to find him, that meant she was suspicious of him. Then, the Immortals were going to gather together now. How would Fang Yuan deal with them? Actually, a moment ago, Chun Lu was about to find Hei Cheng, when she suddenly had a thought. Even if she found young master Hei Cheng, what if he could not defeat her ancestor? Chun Lu did not know about Hei Cheng's strength, but in her mind, she felt that old immortal Qin Shi had deep and immeasurable power. This was the result of old immortal Qin Shi's authority that had been ingrained in her. I have to think of a perfect method. Chun Lu thus thought of the warning of bright light. The alert of bright light soared into the sky. Chun Li's mind slowly calmed down. Will ancestor come to find me after seeing this light? Thinking of this, Chun Lu started feeling scared again. She gritted her teeth. She decided to go find Fang Yuan. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Fang Yuan was the culprit. When bright light soared to the sky, Gu Immortals in all the other areas reacted. What happened? At this timing, old man Qin Shi actually sent a warning signal and asked us to go help him. In front of their cave, Feng Jun frowned upon seeing the light in the sky. Zhou Min also had a look of suspicion. This matter is quite peculiar. Old immortal Qin Shi has a total of 4 immortals. They are the strongest force among us. Inside Hmph Grotto-Heaven, what kind of ancient desolate beast can make Qin Shi ask us for help? You think this matter has to do with Hei Cheng? Zheng Tuo pondered. Most likely. Feng Jun nodded. This warning of bright light has not been used for 100 years. It is strange that it is activated at this time. Hei Cheng has already stayed at old man Qin Shi's place for some days. They might have come to an agreement now, and are working together. Old immortal Qin Shi will definitely provide support if Hei Cheng is willing to give him enough benefits. It is not surprising. Zheng Tuo thought over it. No matter whether there really is an ancient desolate beast attack, or if Qin Shi is trying to scheme against us, we need to go and investigate the situation. That's right. We have practiced bloodlight spirit suppression and are at the crucial moment. In a few days, we will be able to suppress the heavenly spirit and take the true inheritance forcefully. We need to stall for time now, but we need to be careful of what the other side is planning. We will give in to them for now. In a few days, Hmph Grotto-Heaven will belong to us. Fang Yuan snickered. Immediately, the three immortals moved out towards old immortal Qinqi's palace. At the same time, the two lone Gu immortals also went there. Hmph Grotto-Heaven was not small, but the Gu immortals lived quite close to each other. And because the three immortals used immortal killer moves, disregarding the immortal essence to travel, in a moment, they were already halfway there. At this time, a flying figure appeared in front of the three immortals. It's Chunlu. Zhou Min was the first to recognize the person. Chunlu was bathed in blood. She had a shocked expression. She seemed to be escaping for her life. The three immortals looked at each other. Was there really an ancient desolate beast attack? Chunlu, slow down. We are here. What happened over there? Zheng Tuo called out. Chunlu saw these three immortals and was overjoyed with surprise. Seniors, it is great to see you. That He Chung is heinous. After failing to negotiate with our ancestor, he used a sneak attack and killed Sister Wan Yun. I was the one who sent the warning. I escaped, but He Chung is still chasing me. Thankfully, I had my immortal killer move's concealment. I managed to survive. What? The three immortals heard this and were deeply shocked. He Chung is so daring. He dared to attack old immortal Qinqi. He is so vicious and ruthless. He is likely going to attack us as well. Strange, he has to get He Fan's true inheritance. Without our support, how can he get it? A life for a life is perfectly justified. We will have to take down He Chung. To play safe, we need to gather with the other Gu immortals. Chunlu, don't worry. We are family. We will definitely uphold justice for you. Justice. Chunlu smiled suddenly, attacking. Under the three immortals' shocked gazes, sword light flashed and stabbed into Zheng Tuo's body. Zheng Tuo was caught unawares. Even though he had a mortal killer move defending him, Dark Assassination was an immortal killer move. With rank 7 immortal Gu flying sword as the core, it could not be stopped. It cut him into half on the spot. Instantly, Zheng Tuo died. Brother, Zhou Min shouted. Fang Yuan was furious. He clapped his hands. Intense winds assaulted Fang Yuan. Oh brother, Zhou Min cried out, watching the two halves of Zheng Tuo's corpse fall to the ground, his organs and blood scattered in the air. Fang Yuan carried Zhou Min, dragging her as they retreated. Chunlu, are you crazy? You dared to kill my brother Zheng Tuo. I will fight it out with you. Zhou Min growled. Her beautiful face was flushed red. I will kill you. Kill me. Chunlu stopped her movement. She scoffed as she looked at Zhou Min in disdain. You? Zhou Min was furious. She struggled intensely, getting free from Fang Yuan's arms. Brother, what are you doing? Let go of me. This lowly bitch killed our big brother. She killed him. I will pull out her skull and use it as an offering for our brother. Calm down, sister. Don't fall for his provocations. How can this be Chunlu? Don't you know Chunlu? Earlier, that was a sword path immortal killer move. This is not Chunlu. Fang Yuan shouted, looking at Chunlu. His eyes were bursting with fire, filled with hatred. It seems that someone here has some brains. Chunlu smiled. Her appearance changed suddenly, becoming that of He Chung. You are indeed He Chung. Fang Yuan's body shook. Scoundrel! Zhou Min scolded. From their expressions, it seems that they were not aware that I was the killer. Strange. Chunlu did not use any information path Gu worms to tell them. Fang Yuan was confused. He did not know that from start to finish. Chunlu did not suspect him. After creating the warning, Chunlu ran off to his accommodations. Fang Yuan returned to his room long ago, but after seeing the warning of bright light while waiting for Chunlu, he thought he was exposed. Thus, he adapted to the circumstances and went out to weaken the remaining immortals' battle strength in Hmph Grotto-Heaven. Since Qinqi's side had 3 immortals dead already, the next largest group were the 3 immortals who were sworn siblings. Thus, Fang Yuan turned into Chun Li's appearance, flying towards their cave. In the end, he met the 3 immortals and used Dark Assassination to kill the most threatening of them, the Blood Path Gu immortal Zheng Tuo. Meanwhile, Chunlu went to Fang Yuan's room. She could not find him. She felt disappointment and immense worry. She did not know that out of sheer coincidence, she had narrowly escaped death. I did not put any hope in this disguised assassination attempt, but the process was unexpectedly smooth. The Gu immortals inside this Hmph Grotto-Heaven are truly incomparable to Northern Plains Gu immortals. After such a long period of peace, they have low vigilance. Anyway, I should kill these 2 first. Thoughts churned in his mind like fireworks. Fang Yuan thought of many things, but only a moment had passed in the outside world. His lips curled up, he charged towards Feng Yuan and Zhou Min. To kill.